Welcome to Cricket8 for this live watch along. We're a little bit late today because Rob doesn't know how to use a computer, but that's okay. He's here now, and as you can hear, his sound is not quite as pure as normal, although he's not quite as pure as normal either. But we'll work it out during the day. We've got about 19 hours of game time to go through today, but let's quickly get the bets as soon as we can because the bowlers will be coming in any moment now. You had wicket in the first ball, 26-1.
Yeah.
If anyone has still got a chance of betting on that, Rob, is it worth it?
Yeah, Arya doesn't look in great touch to me.
No wicket off the first ball.
Don't bet on that. We know that one.
All right, well, that's our first loser. Nope, wrong way betting. You also had wicket in first over of the match, which no one can bet on now. You had that at fours.
Yeah, let's move on.
Let's have a look. God, you have a lot of really good first over bets here. Punjab in the first over. We've been sitting on all these. This is over 6.5. Well, we've had one dot ball so far, so let's see how we go.
Over 6.5, I quite like Punjab. Anyway, we can't bet on these. Let's move on to stuff that isn't in the first over.
Yeah, but it's still nice to talk about as there's two dot balls in a row because I will be calling them all as losers if you stuff them up. You have Josh Hazelwood as top bowler. He's at fours. Why do you like that? Is he a bit, what's your rationale?
He gets more wickets than everybody else. If you actually look at this team, like Booby doesn't get many, does he? Chahal is on the other team, so that's fine. Booby doesn't get many. He just gets his one for however many he is. Like if it swings early, he's fine. He's pretty rubbish at the death, but he doesn't get many more than one wicket in a game. Booby, generally speaking. Suyash doesn't necessarily bowl all his overs. I like him. Krunal is not there to take wickets. He's there to keep the runs down. That's correct, isn't it? Yash Dayal doesn't necessarily bowl all his overs because they sometimes have to look around. We've got Romario in today, which is very interesting. I'm certainly not worried about him because if he does take two, it's 2 for 62. So Hazelwood has the economy going for him. So let's say Romario gets two cheapies because they inexplicably bowl him at the death again. He'll be on a much higher economy rate than Hazelwood, who's had it pretty much on a string. He got taken down in one game. But the rest of the time, he's got the most wickets. His economy is very good, and he bowls in the money phases. Particularly like he's bowling at the death now, so he should get a cheapie there. So yeah, he's not 4. He can't be 4. I don't like this version of Punjab that have come out blocking though.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a little bit of swing in the first couple of balls. I didn't think there was much on that delivery. And then you've got laid up Arshdeep as top bowler for Punjab, which we'll have a look in the second inning. So we only really have 2 live bets going at the moment, which is Josh Hazelwood and Arshdeep Singh for later in the game. Run line is 191. That hasn't seemed to have changed too much with this slowish start so far. Luckily, you haven't fleeced everyone for their money on all these bets that haven't come true so far. But you did have Punjab at over 6.5. So 7 runs needed in this over, which would mean they would need 5 in the next 2 balls.
Yeah, so Arya, when he got his 100, he hit a 6 off the very first ball, and I thought he was, a mega intent guy. Last time he blocked out early and didn't look like himself again, and he appears to be respecting the new ball. So I'm definitely going to have to change strategy with Punjab because I thought that they were just a team that absolutely smokes it, and they're not. Like he's looked
another dot ball. So the only way for the bet that we didn't give you to come off here is a 6 off the last ball, and we've seen 0 intent, -1 intent. I do think a good way of beating RCB though is to be none for 45 after 6.
Sure, I mean, but this team don't know how to do that, do they? They just don't know how to do that, Punjab. So maybe they've decided that having been shot out for what was it, 111? 111 against KKR. They're like, maybe we don't just come out and try and smoke every ball and see what happens. But 2 off the first over is very not Punjab and very boring.
So if we could just see if I've got the right one. Wicket off first ball. No, wrong one. Wicket off first ball. Wicket in first over. Over 6.5. Maybe it was good that we were late, everyone.
Yeah, you're welcome, everybody. Also, like Easter fans, it's Easter Day today for some religions.
Easter fans.
Firstly, I'm a professional Easter egg on legs, so you're welcome for me turning up here today. And this noise here is the exact noise that Veruca Salt gets when she falls down the golden egg thing in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The exact same noise.
The original, not one of the many remakes.
Yeah, there's only
how many remakes are we up to? One remake, and then I suppose the other one's not a remake; it's an origin story, isn't it?
Actually, the origin story pretty good. I'll tell you something about that. You know the Duckworth-Lewis method, the cricket band. Neil.
I
Hannon.
do. Oh wait, we see intent. Well, we see an outside edge for 4.
Yeah, I think his name's Neil Hannon, isn't it? As Jarrod disappears, he did a cricket based band for a bit called the Duckworth-Lewis method with some really good songs.
Do you know what one of their songs was?
I know a lot of their songs. Jiggery Pokery is the best one.
Did you know that they did the theme tune for the 2 Chucks when we were on Cricket Info?
That's awesome. I didn't know that. So
yeah, they were really nice guys. I didn't know Neil as well, but the other guy, the Northern Irish guy, was just a legend. But just lovely guys, big cricket fans, obviously.
Yeah, I went to watch Ireland v Australia at Stormont, I think it was, in an ODI, and it pissed down with rain all day. And those two were there, Neil Hannon and the big guy, and they just got guitars out, got on some microphones and played for like an hour and a half. It's the best thing ever. Absolutely awesome. But anyway, Neil Hannon, who was Divine Comedy first before Duckworth-Lewis method, he did all the songs for the Wonka remake. It all ties back in. Everything's to do with cricket. He did the music for the origin story, which is really good.
Interesting. Didn't know that, actually.
Never mind about the cricket. Everything is
well, not much has happened, if we're being honest. It's 7 runs after 8 balls here. We've had one outside edge of Yash Dial that's gone for 4. We're going to see more intent. We do see more intent. Oh, he clumps this. It is a clump. And that might have hit a cheerleader on its first bounce. Don't get extra runs for hitting a cheerleader, but emotionally you probably should. And that is our first proper intent show. Priyansh there just pulling this away. He's off the front foot. Yeah, his weight's on the front foot, I would say there. It looked very gentle, that ball.
It looks like a pitch that you don't have to worry about too much. I mean, Dial is not a bowler you have to worry about too much, let's be honest. The line's not going to stay in the 190s very long if he gets a couple more of these away. I think the market has been burned because there was something like 16 in a row where the opening line was under in the IPL.
Yeah.
And everyone hates that. The punters hate that. They love backing overs. So the lines are a little bit more tentative than they used to be. It used to be like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, if somebody smashed a 6 that looked dead easy, everyone's just like, right, overs, we're in again. They're going to get 220. Don't worry about it. And now the market's a little bit scared of constant over betting. But yeah, one pretty hittable ball from Dial is not enough for me to start charging overs.
So I'm going to get back to this in a moment. As Yash Dial comes in again, it's full, it's pushed, and it's 4 through extra cover. It looks very easy here. 193 is the run line. What I was going to ask you is then, in general, is it worth betting on the underlines?
I think
or not.
If you're betting with bookies, so the Betfair or the Asian line, wherever you're looking at it, the really solid one should be factoring everything in. I mean, there are inefficiencies in that market, but if you're going to beat it, you're not going to beat it by more than 1 or 2%. Now, if you've got a brain and you work hard, you can beat the bookies by 20%, really. And I think what bookies do...
got this over the top, just over mid-on. Almost caught, and they're going to get 2, I think. Just get 2. I don't know how they managed to just get 2 then, but...
Yeah, that should have been a walking 2. Yeah, what the bookies often do, Jarrod, is they stray from the actual line because they try and mug their client base off by going much higher than the actual run line because they know that the general punter backs overs. And you'd think, well, they're 5 higher than the line, so I'm going to back unders. Now, that's a great strategy. However, if you adopt that strategy, they close your account. So it's a difficult one. I mean, you can't sit here and say what good bets are to people without opening the door on what actually happens if you have good bets. So if you relentlessly back unders lines that are too high, your account doesn't last very long. And that's what you're up against when you're betting against. So lots of people can sit there and go, look at this great price. It's 50 to 1 on top bat when it should be 5 to 1. Sure, but you only get one go. Because if you have that bet, you're flagged immediately. So we don't
another 4 here. This just opened the face as Prab Simran, and this just looks very easy. The run line's at 194 at the moment. That seems, I mean, based on what we've seen at the moment, that seems like a very, very gettable total.
Yeah. I mean, it does. The way these guys go, again, the guy that interests me in this Punjab team is somebody who, the first couple of games, he just extended his Champions Trophy form, and I was like, well, no one can ever get him out. He's the best player of spin in the world. Is Ia, right? And in this team of people that just stand there and belt it, Ia, I thought, would be the guy that comes in at 3 and just steers the innings. Just goes, okay, you lot all smack, and I'll behave myself. But then he came in after Arya got out first ball against Jofra Archer in one of the earlier games. He came in and tried to smoke every Jofra Archer ball that was moving all over the place and bowled with serious heat. He tried to smoke every single one for 6 and got clean bowled. And since then, he seems to have bought into this Punjab, we're going to hammer everything philosophy, and not been that guy. So I think if he goes back to the only one in the team that behaves themselves in terms of intent, I think that Punjab suddenly look a better batting lineup. If he just hoofs it all the time, then I think they can get rolled again. But yeah, 190 is quite low.
Varun's just put up a message here saying heaps of swing in the first 2 overs. Every ball swung more than 1.3 degrees. It's interesting. It looked like it swung with Bhuvi. I didn't notice as much with Yash Dayal. As we watch Bhuvi come in again, and he comes down and he slaps this, and it is going to be 4. So that's Prab Simran using his feet and just getting a length ball outside off stump from Bhuvi in the end, which was probably a mistake, and he's hit that for 4. Interesting enough, I was talking about this the other day. I might have even done a video on it, but Prab Simran's ability to hit boundaries when his head isn't still and still get maximum power off balance, it reminds me of McCullum, because there aren't many people who can do that, like intentionally and repetitively, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so there's a very easy method for betting on Prab Simran, and sometimes you have to take your medicine because he doesn't let you have that method. He gets out too quickly. But basically, because of the fact that he struggles to keep shape when he's batting, his shots in the power play that can look good and score him 4. He's not a prolific 6 guy like Priyansh can be. He's a 4 guy mainly, Prab Simran. But as soon as that field goes back, he looks like a walking wicket to me. He very rarely goes on post power play. He got his 100. Was that last year? He's got 100 in the IPL before. But normally, if he is in at the end of the power play, it's time to bet unders because for his run line, because
he's just smacked another 4 here. Yeah, good not bad. That was
so he's a great 4 hitter, right? But there's a fielder there in 3 overs time.
Yeah, true.
And so him now, I never want to be against Prab Simran in the power play, even though I know with the nature of how he bats, he could easily get out. I just sit on my hands now. Don't have a bet on his runs. I'm not interested. But if anybody's giving him more than 20 at the end of this power play, I'm betting unders, because he is a prime target for getting out just after the power play. And also, his job is to not see the innings through. There are some openers that when they get to the end of the power play, you'll see one of them later, Kohli. His job then is to walk to 50, knock the spinners around, and then go again, right? Perhaps Simran's job, if he's still in 3 overs time, is to absolutely gun it and carry on, and because they've got all this explosive batting behind it. So yeah, I'm going to be on his unders probably at the end of the power play if he's still there.
All right. Path Right Winger comes up with something here, and I know that you're going to enjoy this. He says, happy Easter, guys. Ran into some money recently. Can you do a guide for betting in cricket for beginners with an addictive personality? It's like, I think Path wants to lose his money. As Josh Hazelwood comes on, inside edge, into the ground. Oh, there could be a run out. No. Oh, who was that at cover who decided not to come in? I think it was Virat.
Yeah,
Virat. Well, he started to come in and stops, I reckon, there. So we'll have a look at that in a moment. Let's have a look inside. Oh no, this is the 4 from the last over.
What can we get for the next over, by the way? Runs, because it's due absolutely loads if they're still in, because we know Hazelwood isn't bowling it.
Okay, so it's going to be Bhuvi or Yash Dayal, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's runs, isn't it? Because the swing's gone for Bhuv.
Yep.
And Dayal can't really land it. I could see 10.
Prab Simran facing Hazelwood here. Oh, he's got off. I was just about to say, the way he bats with those cross bat shots on the move against a tall bowler, he should sky them quite often. So good batting from him to get off the mark there.
Showing
off the strike
elements
zone.
of respect, isn't he? There.
Yeah, that's the difference between just being a slogger and being a smart batter who can, I remember watching Shahid Afridi when he was about 48 years old make his 100 for Hampshire, and he was facing
so good.
Who's the South Marchant Delanga? He's facing Marchant Delanga, and he was literally just hitting the ball straight to field and running because he was like, "There's no point slogging this guy. I can't even see it." And this is up and over the top. One bounce four, the classic one bounce four. From Priyansh. Good shot. It was up from Hazelwood, and he sort of hoiked it across the line a little bit, but it was safe. You just look at runs in next over. You got anything for us?
Yeah, I can't find, like, to be fair, the bookies are onto it. 10.5. I mean, it probably goes over, but it's not a good enough line for me to be pumping. Like, if it was 9.5, I would definitely bet overs, but to clear the 10.5, you do need at least 2 boundaries, don't you? You can't just get a 6 and 5 singles is extremely unlikely. But Priyansh looks to me like he's in turbo mode here. How do you feel about this, Jarrod?
Sexy.
This is Bet Radar, so loads of bookies use them. Even money, Punjab to hit the most sixes. Now that sounds all right to me. Batting first gives you a huge edge, and the fact that they're none down, right? We've already got one, haven't we?
Yeah, 1-6.
We're none down here means that Punjab are actually due more sixes than they were at the start by a long way.
Are you worried about? Is this one a short on the hip? And I'm not sure if that was off the pad or off the bat in the end. Almost goes to short. Fine leg is out. Are you worried about Will Jacks / Phil Salt and Patadar?
So Salt is actually
David.
more of a fours man. Okay. Yeah, we can name people that can go nuts. I mean, Patidar is a guy that can, if he gets in against spinners, fine. They don't have the Maxwell part-time that I think he would feast on today because they've dropped Maxwell again. But look, Ia, what I mean is with none down after 4 overs, which we will be if they survive this ball, Punjab. If it's none down after 4 overs, the license of Ia and Wadira and Shashank and Stoinis and Inglis, I guess, goes right up, and they're allowed to or encouraged to come in swinging. That's a great shot.
Cover drive, really. It probably not exactly what he done. Was that 10 runs off that first Hazelwood over as well? So no wickets for Hazelwood in that first one. Wide and dispatched away. So the run line, it's just dropped off my screen for a minute. But the run line's gone up. I think at the end of the power play is an interesting time to potentially, if you did go overs when we said that 191 or 194 seemed a bit low, whatever the number was, I reckon at the end of the power play might be a good time to go unders because they might be at about 218 by that stage, and you get yourself a very healthy middle if anything else comes up as well. Varun, we'll get to that later. We're on a super chat. Where are we here? So Path has money. He's looking to lose it. What's the best way for him to lose it, Rob?
Can you do a guide for betting in cricket for beginners with an addictive personality? Well, I'm not a beginner, but I do have an addictive personality. One thing you can do, right? If you've got an addictive personality, find one market. So all you got to do that you like. Find one market that you like, and it might be runs in the first 6 overs where there's loads of stats, or even runs in the first over where again there are loads of stats. I can't share my screen with you guys, but I can bring up my stats for this IPL and look at the runs per over of every team, who was bowling, who was batting, who faced, and go, right, look at this team, they're getting absolutely loads. Punjab were one until the last 2 games, they haven't scored any, so you've got to reassess that and think, well, Punjab might have changed tactics here.
Just to pause on that for 1 second, Krunal has come on, which we didn't expect. He's bowled 1 ball to the right-hander. It hasn't spun, and they've taken a single. So we now have a left-hander versus Krunal Pandya in the power play with the field up, obviously. But continue.
Hold on to your hats. I would say go for one market that you like. There's no point in doing... those of us with addictive personalities, it's very difficult to throw all your mental energy into something that bores you or doesn't interest you. So find a market that you like, one market. So all you got to do, and work incredibly hard at it. And if you've got an addictive personality, you can get really deep into it and you go, okay, because what bookies tend to do is they go, right.
He's out. He could be out. They skied this. He's gone for the big slog, and he is out. Priyansh has tried to swipe this across the line. Again, it didn't spin. To be honest, I want to see the replay. It looked like a pretty ordinary delivery there. And instead, he's managed to just get a top edge from his hoik across the line, and he's been caught. I think that was mid-off that came around there. They're still in front. Am I right? Punjab is still in front. It hasn't changed the market that much.
Yeah, they were 159 and they're now 180.
Do you know who caught that? Your man Tim David, who's you once said was the best catcher in cricket.
He got 2 catches in the last game, which I think contributed to his man of the match award. That was a fun one.
Yeah, you did very well there.
On the losing side, man of the match.
But he's out. So Punjab now 1.78. RCB are 2.26. I reckon Punjab are about 1.56 before that wicket, maybe. So maybe that's a decent one. But I just thought that it might impact the market a little bit more. But the market at this stage seems to know what is going on. The other thing, I think the other thing with an addictive personality is to remember that, like, it's no different than if you're betting on cricket, it's no different than any other investment. Right? Like, I mean, that's essentially what it is. So be prepared to lose how much you're prepared to lose, and don't chase. And anytime you're betting, that's the best way of doing it. If you're constantly chasing, you're either not very good at it, or you're not going to be successful in the long run anyway, right? Like, if you can find a market, as Rob said,
you're fraught with danger from the get-go, right? If you've got an addictive personality, and betting probably isn't the right answer. Probably isn't. But if you can get into...
Says you and I, who both have addictive personalities and are both betting.
But what is very tempting to do is sit there and go, right, I know that Prabh Simran struggles at the end of the power play. I'm just going to smash his unders as soon as the 6 overs finished. And then he gets out, you're like, I'm brilliant at this. And then you go on to the next thing, and you're always looking for a bet. Now, I want to back Prabh Simran.
Oh, sweep here in the air. Oh, he sort of humps this around the corner a little bit. It's a good shot in the end. And yeah, he's picked up a 4. But yeah, he didn't nail it, I suppose, is the best way. And they've come back in at 1.68 here quite quickly.
Quite the reaction to that boundary, isn't it?
Well, it's not a good shot. It was a very catchable one, like a short fine leg. Yeah, short fine leg and square leg were in play there. Yeah, I think we'd say if you have an addictive personality path, and I think we might be bigger experts on that than we are on betting, me and Rob. I think the most important thing is to know that you have that kind of a personality, and then understand what you are willing to invest in this new hobby, would be the way I would put it.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
We've got a great
one market. That's a terrible ball, Cornell.
Sorry, Rob. We've just got another chat that we have to. Could you just read this chat out for me before, please?
Jarrod, who that is, I don't know if anyone has told you before, but with your cap off, you look like, in capital letters, Tom Cruise.
Can we just get a shot of that and put it out on all my social networks?
Yeah, if you can just put the picture of Tom Cruise in Born on the 4th of July next to Jarrod's face, that's about right.
Anything else you want to say about paths? Anything else you want to say about paths? Question.
Yeah. So focus on one market, get really deep down into it, and find yourself an edge. That would be my advice, and do not just bet on everything all the time. There is the one thing that I'll end with on that question is that I know lots and lots of people that make a living out of gambling. I know some of the best in the world, and I know some people that just grind away. But I don't know a single soul that makes money just from being a good judge. And what I mean by a good judge is just somebody that sits there like that with no stats, no nothing, and just goes, I think this is going to happen, so I'm going to bet on it. And no one I know makes money doing that. They're all sat there going, this 1.71, my model tells me it should be 1.65, so I'm backing it. Or my model says it's 1.8, so I'm laying it. Then there's none of this. I think Hazelwood is going to get Prabh Simran out right now, which you might well think. But is the market factoring in enough? So should just go back to my angle in a minute. I'm going to back Prabh Simran's unders only if they're giving him 20 or more. If they're sat there at 17.5, I'm not going to hit the unders because they factored in that he always gets out after the power play. So Porges, you are correct. I do look like a lumberjack, and I spent
just
the morning,
so we're all aware,
hacking...
Rob looks like a lumberjack and I look like Tom Cruise. These are very accurate comments that we've had so far. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't have a bathroom at the moment, so shaving and trimming beard has been quite difficult. Nowhere to do it.
Punjab, a 1.7. He comes across his stumps, the Prab Simran, and he flicks his. This might be one of Rob Barron's 6. Oh, it's given 4. I thought that was a 6, mate. Did you see that bounce?
I think just 4. I'm going to see it again on a better screen on English TV, which is...
No, I reckon that's a 6. Could be wrong.
I also think it's a 6.
Oh,
yeah.
Umpire has given it a 6. Yeah.
It just got some good eyes.
I just want to say this. I just didn't see it bounce. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Sometimes we do all these different kinds of things, but in that particular case, I don't want to say my analysis was brilliant. I just didn't see the ball bounce. And so I figured it was over the rope. 1.59. So they're back into where they were before that wicket, which is quite interesting, Rob. The market is believing them. Hazelwood's gone for 8 runs in 2 balls here. It was a 2 off the first delivery. Full, wide, squidged out to the chop out man at deep backward point, and they take a 1.
Well, Hazelwood doesn't get smoked. Like, it's very rare that Hazelwood gets smoked, and perhaps Simran has kind of found the key here. Like, he's got singles off the good balls, and when it's been there to be hit, he's played full-blooded shots and got rid of it. Like, it's very good batting.
I'm not sure if you could say there to be hit is the ball where he ran across his stumps and flipped it over his shoulder for 6.
He made it there to be hit, didn't he? How many has he got now? 33. Right. So you can get 55.5 for Prab Simran's run line. That, my friends, is too high. Let's just see if he gets on strike for this ball here. If he doesn't, I'm hitting the unders. Shreyas is on strike to Hazelwood now.
Oh, one-handed drive. He's beaten there, and yet he's timed it so well. It's going to still get away for 4. Good batting. I mean, good batting, I should say. Good swing of the bat is maybe the better way of putting that. I think it was a good ball from Hazelwood, and he lost his grip a little bit and ended up with one of those. Just have a look at it here again. So it's the wobble ball. It is quite full. Jarrod. Yeah. The whole bat. Have a look. The bat is spun in his hands, and it's still gone for 4. Yeah. The run line's about 207, so I don't know where people were before, but I like a middle between 192 and 207 if you can get it. If you were listening to us earlier, I don't think we gave it as a bet, but we certainly suggested that 192 seemed a little skinny on here. Edge, just short of.
Oh, by the way, Ia cannot play Hazelwood. Cannot play it.
Oh, yeah.
The Ia cannot play Hazelwood. It's Venkatesh Iyer and Shreyas Iyer. You should know this by now. Anyway, he cannot play him. If you just look at the pure numbers, Hazelwood has him on toast. And this ball is actually quite big for the rest of the game because they've got rid of Hazelwood and got loads of runs off him without him taking a wicket. This is a big ball. It doesn't feel like a big ball in normal worlds, but he's absolutely correct to block it. Right, here you go. Here's your bet. Prab Simran under 55.5.
Done. No, wrong button.
There we go.
Prab Simran under 55.5.
I'm going to disappear when we go for a timeout because we're going to try and fix my microphone.
Yep. No, that's fine. I can go. Did we? I missed it. Did they call the timeout then?
I'm looking on the other screen. They're not telling me.
I don't think they did.
Does Cricket8 say when it happens? They used to tell us helpful things on Cricket8, but they stopped doing that, haven't they?
So Punjab are 1.6, RCB at 2.66, and the run line must be around 208. It's 203. So hopefully you got in before the defended balls at the end there. But I think a nice 15-run buffer would have been handy there because you don't know what's going to happen after the power play.
Yeah, for sure.
If Prab Simran gets out quickly, and certainly we need them. We want that to happen. He comes down the wicket. He's mishit this, and oh my! Nope, wrong button. Nope, wrong button. Wait, what is our?
This one.
What is our button? Which one's the winner?
This one.
Put it near your computer. There it is. Green one.
I mean, that is what you call a plan coming together, isn't it? It's like this is what's going to happen. I'm going to find the right line. I'm going to back it towards the end of the power play because he always gets out after the power play. Literally first ball after the power play, premeditated, 2 steps down, hits the bottom of the bat because he lost his shape. Straight to old safe hands, Timmy D on the rope, who never dropped catches, and pouched. And thank you. I'm here all day, except I'm going to go away for a bit now and try and fix this bloody microphone. So in a bit.
Was that a timeout? I didn't see. Was it a timeout?
No, I don't think it is, but we're going to try and fix it because it's not loud enough.
You go fix it. I've got plenty to talk about. That was Rob Barron giving you, after today, where poor Rob couldn't get on his computer correctly. That's why we had a bit of the dodgy microphone going on there. And because of that, we will send him off for a minute and he can try and fix that. But that means that you missed out on all of Rob's losers. So I'll just go through the losers that we had today. And partly it was because they decided to defend in the first over against Boovy. But Inglis, I think, has come out to bat. But wicket first ball didn't look very likely. Wicket in the first over of the match. And also overs 1.85. All of those didn't go. But we didn't give you any of those, so that's fine. But we have just given you a Prab Simran, his unders, under 55.5. Rob said we'll wait till the end of the power play and then we'll bet him. And of course, he's gone out, I think, the first ball after the power play, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, the 63 for 2 after 6.2. A run line is back to 193. So if you got into where I was saying before, you've got a nice, tasty little middle between 192 and about 208, I think, 207 perhaps. And at the moment, Punjab is 1.78 and RCB is 2.26. So Krunal Pandya is into his second over. We also have a bet on Josh Hazlewood for top bowler. He hasn't taken any wickets, but of course, he will be bowling again at the death. But so far, Krunal has both the wickets, and it's going to be tough for Hazlewood to come and get 2 wickets. Well, he's going to need 3 wickets, really, because of the economies at the moment. So chances are that is going to be a loser, but we'll keep an eye on that one for later. They're scoring at 9.69 runs and over at the moment, but I'm very interested to see what happens after the power play, because I thought there would be a slowdown after the power play. Didn't think there'd be a wicket straight away as well, but that's why I wanted the under 207, 208 or whatever it was to happen straight away there. Looks like Virat gave him a little send-off as well. I don't think we have the teams to put up, but because the team is so worried about Rob's microphone, they're probably working on that at the moment. Josh Inglis plays a pull shot here, inside edge, down to short fine leg. Almost got an overthrow. Good work by Virat to stop that happening. 65 for 2 now. Of course, these teams played the other day. That didn't go particularly well for RCB. I did make a video about it at the time, in part, as Krunal comes in again. Oh, and this is pushed in the air by Shreyas Iyer, almost a short cover for no run, end of the over. I didn't make a video on it, but it did remind me, there was a blast game from last season that I was watching, and sometimes that was also ended up being, waterlogged and changed the mindset of the players, and maybe the pitch didn't quite play the way everyone thought and everything. And I remember that last game was actually in the second innings, where a team was, I don't know, let's say they needed 85 in 8 overs or something like that, and you would back the batting team, more often than not in that kind of situation. And no one could get the ball off the square. It was really, really a tedious game in the end, if anything. They just didn't manage to hit the ball very hard at all. And so sometimes those games where you've been sitting around the sheds and everything, and it can happen in the first innings and the second innings, whatever that may be. But I felt that's what happened in the last game, that these two teams went up against each other. As we've got Romario Shepherd coming on. Good time for him to bowl. The West Indies use him in the power play. I can tell you that is a bad time for him to bowl. Trying to turn Romario Shepherd into a new ball bowler is not something I enjoy. Inglis is 2 off 2. Shreyas 6 off 8. Looks like a slower one first up from Shepherd. Turned into the leg side, and I'll think of 2. And they've come back. These two very fast between the wickets. Wild throws. They're very lucky not to have got overthrows so far today. I reckon that's the 3rd wild throw I've seen already. And good batting by Inglis and good running by the two of them as well. In the end, a fairly simple one. Yeah, but so just getting back to that previous game and the way that these things sometimes go is you can certainly be in a situation where when those games are shortened or changed, or you're in the dugout or whatever. But that was what, a 14 over game. You don't actually know how to bat in a 14 over game. And it reminded me of that last game that was very similar, because you just saw the two teams be like, one team got to 85 and was like, that's not enough. The other team didn't get anywhere near 85. And it just messes with your rhythm and everything quite a bit. I remember the start of T10 cricket, teams just didn't know how to play it, right? Like, so when you get those shortened games, and so in RCB's case, they lost so many wickets to so many players. Like Tim David ended up being man of the match, right? And they lost so many wickets to so many different bowlers if you go back through that game. So for me, as an analyst, I would call that a throwaway game. That's what I would say to the team. You don't need to worry about that at all. Just throw that one away and move on with your life. So it'd be interesting to see if it has bothered RCB at all. I mean, it's at home, and we know RCB only wins away, so not much of an issue there so far. As Punjab come in again, and he scooped this up in the air, and he's going to be caught by Long. Oh, that's a fantastic catch in the end. In fact, Shreyas just scooped this across the line, and we have changed favourites here. Really good effort by Krunal Pandya for two reasons. I thought that was going over cover, and somehow he's managed to hit this down the ground. I've got to see the replay. That was a freaky moment. He's 6 off 10, Shreyas Iyer. He's got the full ball outside off stump. Oh, the bat is completely scooped around in his hands. I think he was trying to hit that over the offside. I wonder if he's even got the inside part of the bat. It doesn't even make sense from a physics point of view, watching where that ball has ended up. But it's another wicket, and a big one from Romario Shepherd. Probably need to see hit the replay of him bowling. Perhaps a cutter outside off stump, and Punjab now 230, and RCB for the first time since maybe the second over are favourites again at 1.76 here. Certainly, if you got that middle that we were talking about before, that's a lot more on at the moment. But RCB now are well on top. Let's have a look. At the end of the 10 overs, we're expecting them to be about 84 runs. So we'll get to that when we can. And I think there was a super chat, actually, that I can get to as well, that I missed from before. Yeah, Jarrod came through and said, need your expert views on Gujarat's strategy of trying to murder Ishant in Ahmedabad yesterday. Thank you for the super chat. It was an interesting one, wasn't it? I think quite often teams win the toss and bowl first in hot conditions, and they win the game and no one notices it. Very occasionally it goes wrong, and it usually goes wrong in a very public way, right? As in, there are people on the boundary. I actually thought, I was worried for Ishant's safety at times out there. And you do get to a point where you do start to think, oh, this is not particularly good. This could go in any direction from here. If they take in some more wickets and put some more pressure on, maybe they'd be in a different situation in that game, and we wouldn't have thought about it at all. But the batters were struggling as well. It was just a very, very hot game to be out there. And I think if you had the choice on a day like that, and I wasn't there, but I think it was 40 degrees, wasn't it? I think looking at the players, and I think we have to make this decision more and more, was that a safe position for the players to be out on the ground for? That's what I would say. So we could talk about the toss and everything. We've seen a Big Bash game where they decided not to play. I do think we have to start making that decision more and more. Global warming, it's just true, right? Like it's getting hotter. Almost, another wild throw. And this time they're finally given an overthrow. They've now got a run-out chance from that because there was hesitation. They think that this is close to bowling team. I'm not sure if they went upstairs or not, but they got an extra run. But RCB are definitely throwing themselves in there. So apologies for that cough. 191 is the run line. So if you were in there before, it hasn't really changed all that much. But the bet that we have at the moment was over 192 and under 207, I think. So that's still very much on board if anyone got in on that one. Compster says, is it just me, or do we no longer see backward point screamers in cricket? Is it because scoring areas have changed, or because the best fielders field elsewhere? Am I dreaming? We no longer see backward point field as much as we used to, Compster. So that fielder is now out on the boundary. That's what you're noticing. We're still seeing the catches. We've seen Glenn Phillips pull off a couple in the Champions Trophy. Sion Sharma is coming on. So Wadira is 1 off 2 and Inglis is 5 off 4. So that fielder is quite often outside the ring now, so you don't see them in as much as you used to. So that's a big change. And also that the ball's hit it higher in that position than it used to be. Nudged for 1 down to short third. So in the old days, you would see people hitting that ball pretty much at a catchable height, and people would jump for it. Whereas now, you know, players quite often hit it a lot higher. And do we have Rob Barron with a microphone?
Yeah.
My favorite bit of that was you forgot that you needed to make a noise.
Yeah. Can you see me and hear me and stuff?
I can do all of those things.
Isn't this nice?
Brother.
Have you just been saying how awesome I am, saying that Preb Zimran was going to get out the first ball after the power play?
No, I forgot that you got a bet right. This one is hit down to long off, and there's no wrong. No, we went through a couple of. Oh, actually, we got a super chat. I thought you might be interested in your views on GT's strategy of trying to murder Ishant. Yes, I was saying I'd be interesting to hear what you said, but I was basically saying that quite often teams bowl first in the heat. And they go okay, and no one remembers it. We only remember it when everyone looks like they're going to die, and the bowling team does bad.
So, I mean, England did this memorably in the World Cup, didn't they? They decided to have a bowl in the searing heat, and at the end, they weren't making tactical decisions, which we'll come to with Gujarat in a second. They weren't making tactical decisions. They were literally looking around to see who was able-bodied enough to bowl. Like, they were all lying on the floor with cramp and hyperventilating and dehydrating and all the rest of it, right? So that game is 40. Was that yesterday? It was 40-degree heat. Ishant cannot bowl the third over anyway. He shouldn't bowl the third. We've said this before. He should bowl 2 overs, maybe the 5th and the 10th or something, and then get him off. He's hopeless in the field. He's an old man now, and he is badly conditioned. Right? He really struggles to take part in a cricket match for any length of time. So I thought yesterday he was probably evens to get through his second over and 1,000,000 to 1 to bowl his third. The tactical thing is, why the hell didn't they bowl Sai Kishore yesterday? Why the hell didn't that happen until the 20th over where he got 1 for 9 when they were due 15 or something? Absolutely amazing. So they didn't bowl Kishore. It's not that hard to bowl spin when you're a young guy, a young fit guy like Kishore. It's not that hard to bowl spin when it's hot. You just walk in and turn your arm over. But Ishant's bowling, you have to have a long run up, and you have to put his body through something that his body doesn't want to go through now, right? Basically puts him behind a load of men with towels for 45 minutes, throwing ice on him and fanning him and saying, come on, Ishant, we really need you to bowl. They didn't need him to bowl, Jarrod. They could have just bowled Kishore, who's got the most wickets at a good economy rate for them this season. But for some reason... They could have
used their best bowler, but they decided to kill their other bowler.
They were terrified. So the tactical reason could only be, we don't want to bowl Kishore at Axar, right? At Axar, not prime Chris Gale.
We're going to run out. What has happened here?
Oh, my word.
Well, I thought that was a simple single hit down the ground. And so I was like, there's no reason to interject Rob during one of his many, 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 many rants. But somehow, both batters are at the same end. It is Tim David. It's Wadira who's run himself out. So this is knocked over the bowler's head. And Inglis has to, well, both batters were stuck at their ends for different points because they thought it was going to go back to the bowler. Inglis gets in. We still haven't seen the other footage of what Wadira actually does.
Well, he's run 2 and there isn't 2 there. Simple as that. Wadira's run 2 and there isn't 2.
What we haven't seen, though, at the moment is whether Inglis was, whether, because it looks like to me they're going to have a timeout. Inglis turned his back on
so what I think happened there, it's old school. Tim David, the way he picked that ball up, firstly, it's fair in Wadira's defence to assume that Tim David can't do 3 good bits of fielding out of 3 because he's done 2 already today. And for some reason, I don't know what happened to him last game, but he fielded really well. He took 2 good catches, paid attention, got his first ever IPL 50. And since then, he's turned into a fielder that does pay attention at the long on, long off region, right? So he stood there on the rope. He's hit the ball to David, and there's 1 run, right? There's no question of there being 2 runs. But David, the way he picked the ball up, David had his back to Wadira, and Wadira might have thought that he'd fumbled it or he'd not picked it up properly. Like you can't expect him, David, to pick the ball up properly, turn around and gun it over the stumps. But there was never 2 there. He's underestimated David's fielding ability, which I must confess I've done before. And he's paid the price, and off he goes. And Punjab, the old classic Punjab of being absolutely fine for the whole of the power play, 62 for none after 6, everything's going well, are all of a sudden 76 for 4, 3 overs later. They are never going to stop being Punjab, no matter how hard they try.
The run line is currently 168, by the way, which is incredibly low considering the start that they have had to this game. We gave you a middle before of 192 to 207. You may get your money back on that. You won't lose any money if you went in with us, but yeah, you're certainly not going to get, that seems a stretch away at the moment. A lot of this game left to play. Inglis, a bit like Rickleton, we still haven't really, well, I should say, a bit like Rickleton early on in the season, we still haven't seen Inglis at his best yet in this. We know what his best is and how it should be suited to a league like this, but we need to see it first. I was going to spend about 8 minutes talking about how Suyant Sharma was bowling off spin to the left-hander there. And going to ask if Varun is on. I think if Varun is on the line, how often he might have bowled off spin before, or whether we have it, around. But yes, that is the way to go.
Do you think Stoin comes in now, or Shashank, or sub? I think they probably go Stoin, don't they?
I think he probably makes the most sense, doesn't he, at this point? Because Stoin will knock it around if you need him to.
Yeah, so Stoin can. So the angle I'm thinking of here is backing Stoin overs at a low number because he's not been in great form. Although, to be fair, he's not faced many balls this IPL. He's been not out the last 2 times. They just haven't given him much to do. He's not really done anything so far, but Maxwell's done even less, so Stoin finds himself at the crease. But this is if let's say Stoinis walks in now, which he hasn't, so let's shut up about that. Shashank's coming. So what do I know? I would say that Shashank is less suited to the knock it around for 3 overs than Stoin is against this sort of bowling. But we'll soon find out.
No, we're just having a look here. I do think that Inglis started on that second run and then turned around and decided it wasn't there.
I'm going to watch it again here.
Yeah, I think what happens is Inglis turns around and starts.
Do they think Dayal's going for the ball? Wadira's properly gone for a second that isn't there. I think that's Wadira's fault.
Oh, no, I'm not saying it's not his fault, but I think because Inglis went, he probably fully committed. Shashank has not one down the ground there. Inglis back on strike. So 78 for 4. And Kohli and Krunal are just having a conversation out in the field. So they're at 9.2, 9.3. We thought there'd be a slowdown after the power play one way or another. I think this is a lot more than we thought than either of us had in our minds for sure.
They tend not to slow down, Punjab, and they keep getting bowled out. So I am really expecting the rebuild here, which is something that you don't often see from this team. I am really expecting that they just get 1s and 2s for a bit and put the big shots away, because if they don't, they're in grave danger of getting rolled again. And there's only so many times you can defend.
Inglis has just played a shot for 1 from off the screen.
Yeah.
Like he basically wasn't on the broadcast anymore. Doesn't look like they're about to go. This one is defended though by Shashank, to be fair.
Yeah, I think they're going to chill for a bit. This is a very brave thing to say out loud with this team of lunatics.
Dov says, Punjab 160 all out, Kohli 55 running. Script is written. Next ball's on the pads. Flick to short mid wicket. No run there. I tell you what, if the scripts are written for Kohli in the IPL, let's be honest, if scripts were really written in the IPL in that way, Kohli might have won our championship by now.
I think that's fair, but there's some sort of film coming, isn't there? Maybe it's when Dhoni goes away. In 7 or 8 years' time when Dhoni gives up, maybe they let Kohli win one then.
Oh, and this is another potential run-out chance as the ball is pushed towards the bowler, and Shashank and Inglis just have a moment of hesitation there. So Punjab are 3.15. There's not a lot of value in that at the moment. If they were at 4s, I'd be a little bit more interested. 3.8, but not a lot of value in that. RCB at 1.47. If you are someone who likes to back favourites, I don't mind that price at the moment.
Yeah, it's a weird one. Like Bangalore are very well, mainly just because of Kohli, are very well suited to chasing below par totals, aren't they? Very well suited, that batting line.
Well, Salt as well. Salt
you've
only
got
needs
Salt that
10
can make a
balls.
mockery of it.
Yeah,
if Salt's in for 3 overs, you've broken the back of it, and then you're on a run of ball. If 160, let's say they get, and then Kohli's just going to sit there and go, hang on, there's a 50. They chased one of these the other day, didn't they? Salt went nuts at the start, and then Kohli got his absolute favourite thing in the world, the 50 not out chasing. I just want to have a look at
have you got
some
a market?
English numbers to see if I can find a bet, but his numbers are pretty normal. Shashank, let's have a look at him. 155 strike rate. Much prefers pace to spin. Shashank.
Mm-hmm.
What else we got? Strike rate by phase, pretty good in this phase normally, but he's not there for the rebuild usually. Off break bowling, he only scores at 100, and slow left arm he only scores at 100. What are you calling Suyash as a bowler here? What would you say this is that he's bowling?
This is a half volley outside of stump that's hit over cover for 4.
What's he tried to bowl there? I love Shashank, but there's so much to him, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. I think he's trying to bowl very fast leg spin on that ball. Let's have a look. So the problem with his action, do you see his head on that replay?
Yeah,
he's completely falling apart. And I've talked about this before. It's very hard to be a wrist spinner at the top level and not be consistent with your length. Oh my God, he's almost bowled him next ball with a ripper, to be fair. Although that one seemed to slide off the pitch a little bit.
See, that's why Suyash is a really good watch, because anything can happen. Like all sorts of different deliveries are coming out here. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, and he basically slings the way he bowls, and I just don't think he can ever consistently land the ball on the right length that he wants to. But he's got good energy and good hands. So like there are other things. Like that last one was 100 kilometers an hour. His best ball is really, really good, and his worst ball is basically me.
Yeah, he's old school leggy, except he's not an old school leggy because he tries to bowl offies and straight ones and other stuff. But yeah, because of the technique. I mean, I love an unorthodox technique, don't get me wrong, but because of the technique, there's a lot that can go wrong with it, isn't there? But he's a good watch.
Okay,
he's fun.
This might even be beyond you, but there was an Australian leg spinner called Peter Sleep.
No, I'm out.
There are 2 Australian cricketers who played in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. One is Alan Border, and the other one is Peter Sleep. Right? Not exactly similar on the legend status, the 2 of them. This one's knocked down the long on, and they get 1.
14 test matches in the 80s, according to this.
Yeah. So Peter Sleep had a similar action. The other one you might remember, Peter McIntyre.
No,
might have been more in
you're always pre-1999, Jarrod. You're just going to get me on basically everything.
Yeah, I can't. McIntyre might have played it. No, I think he would have been finished by 99. He didn't play many games either. Both of them would have been quite handy T20 players, by the way. But Peter McIntyre and Peter Sleep, I know McIntyre, it's possible, actually copied Peter Sleep's action, but they're both a bit slingier with the way they bowled, which is what you're seeing with Suyant Sharma. And it's a leg spin technique that doesn't exist as much. But one of the reasons I think it doesn't exist is because you can't control your length as well. And that you will bowl very, very full and very, very short. We've got a interesting question here from Dolph. He says, is Krunal Pandya actually a good cricketer? He's a fantastic cricketer. He can give you cover with the bat from position 4 to 7. He's not a plus batter in any of those positions, but he's also not a massive negative all the way through. He is a very good defensive bowler, never going to get you a lot of wickets. Today is not a good example of that, but generally not going to get you a lot of wickets. And he's a very good athlete in the field. To be able to find a player like that is a very handy player. But you also... he should never be your star. Who was the team he played for when was it Lucknow tried to make him into a star player? Yeah, so, that was never going to work.
few things about Crunell. He's an interesting guy, but I agree with you. Like, there is room in today's cricket for you to have a Crunell in, and every side would benefit from having somebody like him, because he's multifaceted with the bat, so he can come in at any position and do a job. He's not great at any of those things. He's not great. He's not a great finisher. He's not suddenly smoking sixes everywhere, but he has got the whack in him. He has got the knock it around in him for sure. Bit like Ashwin, you know, like he can fight a fire for you. They used to do that a lot. Like now, they used to send him in at 4 when they just lost a couple, and they go, "Look, can you just knock it around for 4 overs?" He's as good as anybody at that. Absolutely fine. And he bowls defensively, but on the right deck, he got a 4 for earlier this season, didn't he, Crunell? On the right deck, he can be a nightmare. That's a very expansive shot from Inglis.
Inglis just moves across his stumps here and flicks this from a Mario Shepherd over short fine leg, and it's gone for 4. Actually, for a minute, I was like, is that the one we saw earlier? Is that a replay? I almost got caught in the replay trap there.
Also,
they're back into 2.58.
Accused of bullying by his own teammates as well, Crunell, wasn't he? Remember that? Huda went off on him, saying he was a bully.
Yeah. I would say that the Pandya brothers are not always, and certainly Hardik has changed, but the Pandya brothers for a long time were not always the most beloved players. Was probably the best way of looking at it. It's down the leg side push. They're going to look for 2 here, and they will come back. Good batting.
Yeah, very good batting. This is how you rebuild.
Let me just finish on Krunal. Krunal is basically a very similar cricketer to Sam Curran, right? If you try and make a player like that your star, right, and a key part of your game, you are going to have a crap team. If Krunal or Sam Curran are in a decent team and you have a flexibility around them, you certainly have a situation there where you can, where you're going to go okay. And so, if you think about it, I think Krunal's ceiling with the bat is a little bit lower than Sam Curran's. Right? As in, I don't think he quite has the power to be able to really dominate with the bat, right? And with the ball, he has a better role definition. You should be able to get 4 overs out of Krunal Pandya in most games. You're not going to get 4 overs out of Sam Curran. Both of them can field, so they give you flex, and they also give you batting flexibility, as in they can bat multiple positions, even if they're not a plus in any of those positions, right? But if you try and build a side around them, they're just going to be absolute arse. If you have a good side, they become a very important player in a good side.
Fair. As Raxic just said, he had a bit of a scrap with Swapnil during a domestic game, apparently, which I'm just looking at now, which passed me by. So, yeah, he's got previous. What he should do to up his stock and to get more franchise cash is to play the full pantomime villain. You know, like Gladiators has always got one. It was Wolf in my day. It's now somebody else. Viper. Come on now, Gladiators fans. So there should always be a pantomime villain. If I was Crunell, I would embrace this tag that he's got of being a bit of a swine and turn up with the black bandana and the tattoo across the face, all that sort of stuff. Why is Romario playing, Jarrod?
He's already got a wicket. Games? I still haven't seen that again. And this time he's being reverse scooped by Inglis. Inglis is now going on both sides. And he's got 2 4s from it. The first one was an interesting one. He's a little bit out of control. This one, he went for the Yorker Romario Shepherd, and it was a very good shot past second, where second slip would have stood.
That's a really good shot.
And he gets the boundary there. Someone just asked, I think Smart Guy just asked, do you think Punjab can get the run rate up? Well, they're back up to 179. So I think that got down to about 165, 166, the run line.
They did, yeah. It's one of those, like all Punjab games, it's hyper volatile because they can get rolled at any point and they can go humongous at any point. But I would say that those last few overs are signs that Punjab, and you don't say this very often, Punjab are showing signs that they're playing with a bit of brain power here, because Inglis waited for his matchup there, didn't he? He was like, right, I've got a bit of Romario now, I can up the rate a bit because I'm not scared of him. He doesn't do anything with the ball, and he got his lap and scoop and plundered 12 off the over or whatever. Great. Now Crunell's back. The key here is Stoinis' entry point. I mean, that was right off the base of leg stump. That's a really good shot, isn't it? That he scooped that away. What does Shashank do now? Because he's chewed up 10 balls for 9 runs, now 9 off 11. A lot of batsmen in this spot can't handle it. Can't handle being 9 off 11, and the big shot comes regardless of what the delivery is. So this is the sort of time where inexperienced guys slog out. what Shashank needs to do, they probably had a conversation about this, is like, when do you want Stoinis to come in here? Is it over 16 that you want him to come in? Because they don't have that much insurance now outside Stoinis. Then they've got to think about subs and stuff. Why haven't we spoken about the fact that a schoolboy hit his first ball over extra cover for 6 yesterday? How many hours are we going to spend talking about that? Smash!
We're not going to talk about it now. As English comes down to Krunel. So what's that? I reckon that's 3 boundaries and about 5 balls for English.
Yeah, English is turning up the heat here.
This is the innings we've been waiting for. Him and Rickleton are the ones where I'm like, they make a lot of sense in the IPL. Maybe not as out-and-out stars, but as very good IPL players for a long period of time. Inglis has almost knocked himself off his feet there as he's come down and swung away. And he's just got it over long on. Reverse sweep. No, he's backed away. I knew something was coming. I could see a little twinkle in his eye, but he's only hit that out to the fielder for 1.
What do you think the next run line should be, Jarrod? Next over?
Okay, so they're 108 for 4. It's not going to be Hazelwood bowling it.
I wouldn't have thought
it's not going to be Krunel bowling it. I think it should be. Oh, they almost caught a deep mid wicket.
Shashank can't cope with his. So Shashank is. I'm going to look at his runs now because he's quite likely to get out soon, because he's decided, okay, I've done my rebuild now. I've done my 10 off 10, and I'm now going to smack it. He very nearly got out that ball.
He tried to hit a big shot, I reckon, at the start of this over and ended up just getting a signal on the ground, but he wasn't trying to do that. I think the next over should be 10.5, mate.
Yeah, over 8.5 for me, please. You can back over 8.5 at 1.83 pretty much everywhere. So I have, and you should. Because Shashank is going and English is definitely going.
So over 8.5, quickly go and get your bet. So what is this? This is the 14th over. Over 8.5 is the bet. Part says, I'm sure you guys are sick of talking about this. Should an SRH type batting lineup ever consider rebuilding the innings? If yes, who, when, and how? I mean, the way that I look at it is that you have very smart batters all the way through that list. Not everyone always has to be hitting. This idea that if they think the situation is in their favor, they should absolutely go for it. But if they don't think the situation is in their favor, there's no point just slogging and losing the game, right? Like, wait, because later on you might get a matchup.
The problem is they're not in form. Other than, you can argue Abhishek has kind of got himself back into form. He was pretty lucky to get that big score, but his 40 the other day, that was the highest score in the match, by the way, was actually pretty good. Head doesn't look like Head. He got 28 off 29 last time, and I know there was a little bit in the pitch, but that's impossible for Travis Head to face that many balls and be below strike rate 100. The problem they've got is that Reddy is doing the rebuild and has done it every time, but every single time he's walked to 20, like he did the other day. He got 19 off 21 and then gets out. So which is what Shashank looked like he was doing then. He got to 10 off 12 and was like, well, sod this, I've got to get on with it now, and hoof one towards the rope fielder. So
Inglis is going to go at this ball, and he's bowled. Oh! Well, we said before how often he's been backing away and trying to smash the ball. This one was just so full. And it was incredibly full delivery. He's backed away. He's tried to hit this over cover. I could see before he hit that, you could hear me say, there's something going on here. He just looked twitchy. Yeah. He's standing on the wide line, and it was a half volley on off stump. Honestly, I think that there's a part of it. Do you remember he got bowled in the previous game, I think, trying to play a big slog sweep from a similar ball?
That's right.
He's decided not to play that shot anymore, but that's an important wicket because they were just getting back on top in this game. And now Inglis is gone, 29 off 17. They've still got Stoinis and who's the other one who's left to come in? There's someone else. Anyway, Stoinis and someone else still left to come in. So there's some batting depth there, but we did expect Shashank to go out soon. Also, that makes it very hard for Rob's bet to come off.
So they've only got, I mean, yeah, if he nails that, then it's in.
Yeah.
However, it's not now. So it's Stoin, and then it's Giraffe, isn't it? Jansen, and then it's Bartlett, who's okay. Like, Bartlett's okay, and then it's nothing. Like Arshdeep and Chahal. Like, I can bat as well as Chahal can. So Stoin has got to behave for 3 overs here, and Shashank has to go back. Do you want to read that question out that we've got there?
That's not a question. That's just Varun. I mean, it is actually physically a question. But it's just Varun. We can ignore Varun at any time. But he says, how many overs can you bat at a subpar rate after losing early wickets? So this is not a question. I think people want to make this an equation because of the way that cricket pitches work. It's not an equation because let's say you've lost 10 for 3 and it's a flat wicket, right? And you need to be scoring, then you shouldn't be knocking the ball around at all. You have to keep going. But if it's a spiteful wicket and the ball's doing everything, then of course you might have to bat below par for 3 or 4 overs. First ball, Stoinis flicks this to short mid wicket. They had the fielder up to stop the single, and I think it was Kohli dived over it a little bit in the end, but he was in very, very close on purpose. So good captaincy, good thinking there, but they've still got the run. Does Shashank go? There's 3 balls to go. You need 7 more runs.
I think Shashank has to get back into his box now. I think he was just about to go, but English was fully going, wasn't he? He went 4-6-4 out basically then. So Shashank now, who looked like a wicket threat.
This is short outside off stump. Oh, he went for the poke. Yeah, he could have slashed that away. That was the ball that Rob wanted for a sneaky 4.
So the intent has dropped that much because English just got out to a very similar ball. A ball that did nothing actually. Ball that just landed and
it did spin a lot for a very full ball. Yeah, but he was in the wrong spot, wasn't he?
Yeah.
As I said, you slog sweep that.
Slog.
Yeah. Someone just did a really good comment. I've just thought I was interested about this as well. Vic has said, looks like Virat captaining today, not Patidar. Have you noticed that? Because I was going to ask you about that before. Oh, he's out. Stoinis is out. He hasn't picked the wrong one early on. He is all over that. We have seen he really struggles against spinners early on. This was full and straight and
bold defending.
Yeah, he completely lost his balance on that. I think it's just the wrong one that he hasn't picked.
That's exactly what it is.
A terrible angle, but yeah, definitely a wrong one. It's come back in. It's good ball. It's hit leg stump halfway up and. Stoinis, as he quite often does, looks a little bit ridiculous there.
Yeah, when Stoinis looks bad, he goes all in bad, doesn't he? Absolutely hopeless that was. And now, Punjab have done a Punjab again. They were absolutely fine, none down after the power play, going at over 10 and over, and they're 114 for 6.
It still looks like a pretty good pitch to bat on. I will say this, I think the spinners have played a bigger role than we thought they would have. So it's probably a little bit better for spin, for spin bowlers than we thought, and they've certainly most of the wickets. How many of the wickets now would have gone to spin?
This is where
5.
Well, we've had 2 for Krunal and 2 for
2.
So,
yeah, 4.
Haven't we? So
yeah, 1 run out, and Romario got the other one, didn't he? So
yeah,
so they're back out to 4s now, Punjab. So. What is Punjab? They can bring in Maxwell, am I right?
How many overseas have we started with? That's the question. English, Stoinis, Jansen,
they just
Bartlett.
had English. They've got Stoinis and Jansen. Oh, they've got 4, so no.
And Bartlett, so no. So they could bring in Shedji. Is about their only real option here. To elongate.
It is Marco Jansen.
Yeah.
Talking about elongated in the batting, it's Marco Jansen.
He elongates human beings.
Yes. I wonder if he's ever going to get a wide for height.
How many runs would you give him now? Knowing that he has to behave for a couple of overs.
Yeah, I don't mind him when he has to bat normally. I would say he's due 16 runs.
Yeah, you can get over 13 and a half. Which, if you think he's 16, good enough.
Unfortunately for Rob, he did pick the overs on the last one, and the wicket went second ball. And that was pretty much that one done. So we've ended up without another winner. So we give you, Prab Simran was the big winner earlier. We gave you the safe bet of over 192 and under 207, which you would get your money back on later on. As this one is flicked on the leg side. And we've now lost you the 14th over 8.5 runs.
So how do they get up to 164 here? That's a lot, isn't it?
Well, I still think you can hit a lot of runs off seamers. So who's going to have to bowl with their seamers? So they've got... Yash has just come back. Hazelwood's got 2. Boovy's got 2. Did they need to bowl Hazel? Did they need to bowl Yash here?
No,
Would it
but I
be
kind
6
of
overs
like
left?
it. You're trying to sneak him in, aren't they? They're trying to get an over while the aggression's right the way down. I personally think under 164 is pretty good here.
Under
But
164.
you think there's too much hittable bowling to come, and the pitch is fine.
I just think that the seam bowlers seem to be coming on well, right? Even
Sure.
Hazelwood went for runs early on. I mean, the truth is, I think someone in the group said 164 not out before those 2 wickets. I think before, so there's always a chance of that. But just look at that shot from Janssen. I know he's hit it straight to short mid wicket, and there's no run. But the giant praying mantis has just leant on one and flicked it to short mid wicket. You know,
Yeah, but if you're not scoring off Yash Dayal, Jarrod, who are you scoring off?
Yeah, but look at that shot. Look how easy that shot was.
Yeah, misfielded again. What universe are we in, by the way, that Tim David is the only person in the IPL that is able to field, and none of the other people can?
You want to talk about Vibav, and I'm sure we'll talk about him later. But the fielding, was it him or Jaiswal who were dropped on the boundary? Was by biggest takeaway from that.
It was him.
Yeah, when the ball was punched up in the air off the drop and then slapped to the rope by Ravi Bishnoi afterwards. Absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. I mean, Bishnoi, you can never expect anything from him in the field, can you?
No. We're just seeing again Stoinis not picking that wrong one, which is exactly what happened. Didn't spin a lot, to be fair, but it's the thing with the wrong one. You only need to spin it a couple of inches if you've beaten the batter. And it probably went from middle stump to leg stump, if we're being honest. And that was more than enough to do the damage. We got a super chat from Sai, who says, bowled 1 yesterday because we got a super over from Sai Kishore. Super chat is what I'm trying to say. Anyway, not super over. Compster says, Sai Kishore bowled 1 over yesterday because Akshar was batting for most of the innings, and Akshar only bowled 2 because Rutherford was batting. Our team's over-reliant on basic matchup starter.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's basic matchup starter. That might be advanced matchups. But my problem is when they won't bowl an off-spinner to a left-hander, and then you look at that off-spinner, and they won't bowl an off-spinner to a right-hander, and then it's like Heinrich Klaassen, who actually doesn't smash off-spin that much, right? Like, you have to know your advanced stuff.
Particularly early, right?
What I would say is that if you have your best bowler and he's a left-arm finger spinner, and he's been really good in the side, you have to give him 1 over against the bad matchup. He wouldn't be in the. I could be wrong, but Sai Kishore wouldn't be in the league if he couldn't bowl to left-handers.
Yeah,
at a certain point.
I think the last few words of that is just a massive, great big yes. And teams think themselves out of good positions quite a lot. And the criticism that some people give teams is, well, they don't ever use the data and they're just relying on gut feel and all that. But sometimes the huge over reliance on this man holds the bat with his left hand, so he must bat instead of this guy who's miles better than him, is just horseshit. It's just absolute nonsense. And before yesterday, Kishore had 10 poles in 6 games at 8 and over, right? Absolutely nothing wrong with that. Nobody in his team's got more than 10. And you're watching Ishant being basically
dying.
They're using a defibrillator on him to get him to bowl every ball, like in between balls. He's sat in a bloody freezer on the sideline trying his absolute best not to expire in front of our eyes. And you've got a kid who's really good and fit and healthy who is nailing everybody. He worked over Klaassen like 2 games ago. Do you not remember that? When Klaassen got really fed up with him, we were on air, weren't we? Klaassen got really fed up with him and was shoving him out the way and went after him, and Kishore just outthought him and bowled him leg stump, right? A brilliant bit of cricket. And they're going, oh, well, Aksar's in. Aksar's not Klaassen. Aksar's Aksar. He just comes in and does a job, right? He's fine. Like, he batted well yesterday. But when you've got Ishant, basically half dead, trundling in, landing it on a length, and nobody, fair enough, Rabada's had to go home for personal reasons. But when you're going, all right, well, we've got Arshad Khan who's not bowling all that well. Rashid Khan, we've spoken about him a lot, me and you, is not landing it anymore, and he's not the guy he once was. Why is Rashid Khan just going up through all his 4 overs because he's called Rashid Khan, and Kishore's not allowed to bowl? And they were letting that game get away from them. I mean, it's a really fun game all in all, wasn't it? But they're letting that game get away from them because Aksar's batting. Why is Aksar so hard for Kishore to bowl at?
No, definitely. I could not agree more. So I think that for me is a really weird one. And I'm okay with the matchups, but you also have to remember that there is cricket being played. So what you really want to do is, so Akshar is striking at 200 versus spin this season. Fine. Then you can't pick. Then if that's the case, Varun, then you can't pick your spinner.
Yeah,
right? Like that doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So that's where my problems with these things come in. I just want to have a look if there's a direct matchup with the two of them at all. Certainly, we're talking about a different game here, but we just hit a bit of a dead spot as they're just rebuilding a little bit. Punjab are 370 and RCB are 1.37. So I said there was good value at 1.57. So
I've done the old classic here. I've bet unders, but I've also laid Bangalore. So I'm on under 164. But if there's a great big
Marco
six
Janssen has just come down the wicket and hit a big six. Now you have most sixes. I forgot about that. What was your bet on most sixes?
So evens, which kind of you need Salt out or Salt to just hit fours and Kohli to behave and chase this easy because they're under it in terms of sixes. But yeah, what I was just saying is I did the classic. Like I thought the run line was a bit high at 164, so that now looks silly. But I laid Bangalore at the same time at 1.38, meaning that if my runs gets beat, at least I'm going to be in a decent position in terms of my match book. And that's what a lot of pros and syndicates and stuff, that's the angle, that's pretty close, that's the angle that they look for, is they go, well, if I get it wrong with this massive great big bet I've had on overs, I don't want to be miles offside when we get to half time. You know, if they collapse and I'm on the wrong team at half time, not only have I done my dough, I'm staring down the barrel of doing double money in. So as a bit of insurance, if you think the 1.38 is okay, lay it while you're backing the unders, because if they get miles over, well, at least I'm going to be onside in terms of the my match book. And if I win my money, I can close my match book for a small loss and I've net made cash. Does that all make sense?
Yeah, no, definitely. I understand that. So just a couple of things on Akshar Patel. So in his career, he strikes at 164 against left arm finger spin. Saikashur has never bowled a ball to Akshar Patel. So we have no idea whether he can bowl to him or not. He's certainly never been in this kind of form ever before. And so then if we look at it by the type of batter that he bowls to Saikashur, he's obviously going to be better to right-handers. But yesterday, what was the point of bowling someone who was almost dead and you might have ruined for the rest of the season rather than just using your spinner for one over who's been working anyway? So I just think for me, you have to use the data and you have to be quite smart at it. That doesn't mean not bowling someone all the way through. I remember England one time they didn't bowl Adil Rashid to Chris Gale. I think it was Chris Gale was in a game and it was a one-dayer in Barbados. It was a flat pitch. And they kept Adil Rashid out of the game and they kept him out of the game. And he started bowling in like the 28th or 30th over. And Adil Rashid just came on and just bowled big wrong-uns outside off stump, knowing that Chris Gale was just going to try and hit everything over deep mid-wicket, which is basically like bowling off spin to him, which he doesn't particularly like. And Chris Gale had some genuine problems with that. I can't remember if he got him out. This is Saikashur in his career so far. His bowling average against right-hand batters is 17.66. Do you think his bowling average against left-handers is higher or lower than that?
I mean, it should be higher, but it's going to be lower because you've asked the question.
It's not. It's exactly the same. It's 17.76. Okay.
So I guessed over and under, and I was wrong on both.
His economy against right-handers at the moment is 6.37.
Amazing.
Right? His economy versus left-handers is 8.05.
No disaster. Like, absolutely fine. Look at Aksar's numbers against Rashid Khan with the bat, right? Before yesterday, he'd faced 34 balls against Rashid Khan, 7 boundaries, including 3 sixes. He's got 51 for none off him. A dot percentage of 30% against Rashid Khan. Small sample size of only 34 balls. But you're like, well, if you're just looking at data, you go, well, you can't bowl Rashid Khan to him then. We're too scared. it doesn't make any sense, because if they're going, okay, then we've got this guy who matches up great, but they didn't. They had a guy that was basically just about to collapse, and they bowled him instead. And they paid the penalty for it. It was just really weird. The fact that Kishore came on and bowled the 20th, I mean, what's the plan? But it I don't know. Yeah, it does annoy me, to answer the question that's come up on the screen. But I would like sometimes that they come out and they say, well, we did this because of this. Like, somebody is accountable. There's some sort of explanation.
No, that's a big part of it as well.
Yeah.
But let's just do this mathematically. Right? Let's just do this mathematically. Let's say that Akshar this year against left-arm finger spinners has a strike rate of 200. And Varun might be able to bring that up for us, right? Let's say he has a strike rate this year of 200 against left-arm finger spinners. And Sai Kishore against left-handers has a strike rate of 124. Or actually, I think it was a bit more than that, wasn't it? What did I say? 8 runs and over, right?
Yeah.
At that stage, do you not try and meet yourself in the middle just a little bit more? And say, okay, so if he's going to, and I'm just having a look against left-arm finger spinners this year. So Sai Kishore's gone at 10 this year. But if you look at his whole career, Varun, in T20 cricket, I think it's a lot better than that overall. I just think you find the middle difference and go, well, are we going to win this game anyway? And if he scores, can he bowl 3 balls at Akshar Patel? Is the way that I look at it as an analyst. Right. And also, are the 3 balls at the other end going to have a bigger impact? What if at the other end he gets a wicket, which he's been doing all year?
The thing is, so they saw him. So let's say he'd have bowled his first over in the 11th and got an important wicket, Kishore, yesterday. You then know that he's fine, and you've got 3 overs of him up your sleeve, which is all of a sudden is a great thing. But if you bowl his first over in the 20th over and he bowls really well, you just go, oh shit, we should have bowled him earlier. That's the only outcome. And also, if he'd have got tonked in the 20th over, you don't learn anything anyway. Also, Akshar Patel yesterday got 39 off 32. He didn't score 100 off 40. He got 39 off 32, Jarrod. He wasn't lighting the place up.
Oh, well, I'd take it a step further and say, I remember, was it Brad Hodge or Gareth Batty saying to me once? It was Gareth Batty who said there are some... Yeah, same guy, basically. It was one of the guys who played professional cricket into their 40s who said to me once... If you have to use the data and you have to put yourself in an advantage, but you also have to be in a position to be like, are we using the data on a player who is legitimately a match winner? Or are we using the data on a player who probably is only going to have a moderate impact on the game? Right? So if you're willing to change your entire bowling plan for Akshar Patel, I think you're already in the wrong headspace as a team. If you bring him on for 1 over, as you said early on, and Akshar smashes him, you're not changing it based on a thought process. You're then changing it on reality. We went for it. He got 16 runs off that over. We now know we can't go that way again, so we're not going to go that way again. Whereas the doing it the other way, you're basically allowing. What's Akshar's batting record this year?
Yeah, he's done absolutely fine without lighting the place up. So he's done a lot of scores of about 20, right? 21, so 15, he's averaging 9, 34, 39. He's not doing anything great.
He's averaging 23 with a strike rate of 159. So a plus player.
For sure.
But we're just getting a review. They're reviewing the wide, aren't they? I was going to say, what are we reviewing? No, I remember he bowled one down the left.
I think he's reviewing a caught behind. I think he heard something.
Did he hear the wide?
I think he heard something, and it might have been off the pocket or the pad or nothing. It's not hittable, though.
I still think they're reviewing. Oh, you're right. It wasn't the wide. The wide was the ball before down leg, wasn't it? This is the one
they're reviewing a caught behind that he hasn't hit. Is what's happening here. On with the
So my point is, again, you're changing your entire plans based on someone who is averaging 23 runs per innings.
Yeah,
you're not reviewing. You're not changing. Think about what I said before with England doing that against Chris Gale. There is something about Chris Gale where you could say, okay, if Chris Gale gets absolutely going here, we're in a situation. I still think if you're a good professional bowler, you can work it out. Right?
But there's also, Jarrod, there's an ego thing at play here, right? And a reputation thing, because There is no way, right? We just read out how Aksar matches up with the bat against Rashid Khan, and it's in favour of Aksar. And there is no way ever that they're not bowling Rashid Khan at him. There's no way.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. But because Sai Kishore is called Sai Kishore, who has been, to be fair, booted from pillar to post, despite having a lot about him as a cricketer, all three dimensions. He's got a lot about him as a cricketer. He's been really, really good this season. And they've gone, you don't match up well with this guy, so you can't bowl, mate. Sorry. And he's expected to just stand there in the heat while Ishant is dying next to him on the boundary and go, well, Ishant's going to bowl instead. This 37-year-old that can't breathe at the moment, he's a better guy to bowl for us. And he just has to suck it up because he's called Sai Kishore. Now, you can't say you've mentioned this to me before, Steve Smith should not bat number 3 for the ODI side when they're 120 for none off 10 overs, right? He should take the pads off at that point. So should Marnus. It's over to Maxwell or Stoyne or somebody to come in and get on with it. But because he's called Steve Smith, you're not allowed to do it. And that is bollocks, right? You want to, you have to be able to. The teams that win, and this is why Rajasthan won it under Warne, is everybody goes, right, lads, we're all here as a team to win this competition. And to be fair, Warne had one of the best cricket brains in the history of the game, if not the best. But you all must buy in to the fact that we're a team and we're all trying to win. So sometimes I'm going to throw the ball to you and you're going to bowl. And other times you're not allowed to bowl because I don't fancy it. And you have to buy into that. You, mate, sometimes you're going to bat 3 and other times you're not going to bat at all. You just have to deal with it. Sometimes you get the thanks for coming award. You haven't batted, you haven't bowled, but we've won. And that's better for the team than you batting out of position or you batting nudging it about when we should be trying to hit 14 and over. Do you know, there's not enough of that thinking. And the teams that Perth used to be quite good at it. I mean, Perth did a lot of things, Jarrod, that you've spoken about before in the bash, but they were a team that thought about that stuff. And they did horses for courses, and
they picked
batted
role players so that they could do stuff
that is
like
so
that,
important.
Right?
That's so important. We're not talking about this game much because Punjab have confounded all previous thoughts of Punjab and batted sensibly for 10 and over in the power play, got themselves none down, did the one thing that we knew that they were going to do, and Prabh Simran got out straight away. And then they've imploded again, but then they've rebuilt, but they've rebuilt for the entire innings. Like this is where you blast off, right? You've got 4 wickets in hand here. You must smoke it now, Shashank. He's 23 off 25.
And he's beaten outside off stump. To be fair, I think he was trying to guide that down to 3rd. I think he'll get a single off this ball. What did I say Janssen was in for? 16 runs. He's 14 off 14. Shashank is 23 off 26. If you'd gone on his unders before, you'd still be riding that bet, despite the fact that you mentioned it an hour ago. He's been in for an awful long time without playing a lot of big shots. But yeah, just to finish off on the whole thing. If you play the game like it's Cricket Manager, right, or International Cricket Captain, from that perspective, with data only, this one's flicked down the leg side. They should get a couple here. Yash Dayal chases that like Rob Barron would. It's an awful looking chase. If you play the game that way, you put yourself in a position where you can actually injure one of your bowlers or tire out one of your bowlers for no good reason. Secondly, if Sai Kishore has been your best bowler all year, don't you also have data on that? And as Pranav says, Sai's economy is because Puram wacky him, not Akshar. So from that perspective, it was 19 off 4 versus Puran, 11 off 5 versus Hetmeyer, and 18 from 20 from the other lefties. He might still have gone for runs in that over. But my point would be, is perhaps what you would have found from that one over is the entire innings would have gone better for you, right?
Yeah.
And you only have, how many good bowlers did they have on that side, right? At the moment, they're struggling.
Question.
They're struggling with Rashid Khan. Prashid Krishna is great. Siraj has been good, as Janssen is going to steal a single, almost run himself out again. I just think you have to back your weapons. And their 2 weapons are Sai Kishore and Prashid Krishna. They took 8 wickets in that game yesterday, mate. 5 of those wickets went to Prashid Krishna and 1 went to Sai Kishore in 5 overs. At a certain point, I'd rather Akshar Patel hit 2 sixes and go out to Sai and risk that, you know, being 1 for 12 off 3 balls or even being 1 for 18 off 4 balls or whatever that may be, then I would. And he gets left-handers out. Right?
This is the innings right here, by the way. Shashank has to go right now. And he
has not gone.
He's been rebuilding for too long. And
this is also, that was terrible running by Marco Janssen because there was two there. The bowler chased it. Shashank knew that there was two, and Marco was just dawdling down the other end.
He's landed it right in the block hole, to be fair. Booth.
Oh, no, that was a good ball. There's nothing wrong with that. This is where Marco has to hit a couple of sixes, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He just has to get those giant pterodactyl arms down and just swing a couple over deep mid wicket. Maybe an edge over short third. He's gone for the big swing. He's got the edge past the wicket keeper. Oh, he's unlucky. That was just got a glove on that.
Yeah, that was actually... I don't ever give credit for a misfield, but that was actually a good misfield from the keeper there. Like, to get anything on that was pretty good. That
was 4 off the bat, I reckon, for most wicketkeepers in cricket. Jitesh is just... Oh, yeah, he just got enough. Little finger on it. He did well. But it gets Shashank back on strike. So he now has three balls in this over. He needs to go 6-6-1.
Yeah, because 26 off 28, like, he's done the rebuild, but there's no point in doing the rebuild if you don't score runs at the end. And it's got to be now.
And it's a good Yorker, and he's pushed it to cover for 1.
You can't block that ball, right? He's nailed that ball. So when Stark is going, and you know that he's bowling good leg stump Yorkers, you have to have a plan. Like Hetmeyer tried to have a plan against him, didn't he? You've got to open one side of the ground up to score off. But Shashank has basically, he's taken 2 steps down the pitch there and gone, well, I'll have to take 1. You can't take 1, mate. There's 9 balls left. You've got to go. There's 4 wickets in hand. You've got to go. You've chewed up a quarter of this innings now. He's faced a quarter of the innings. You've got to go, mate. Because if you had back that under 33.5, there's no way you could expect to still be in the game with 8 balls left, and he's still there. No way could he be under 33.5, but he's scoring at 90-odd strike rate. It's just unacceptable. He's got to go. At least Jansen's trying.
Yeah, I will say this. Really good over from Boovy here. He's almost got a wicket off an inside edge. He's bowled 3 really good Yorker length deliveries as well. He's put the ball in the right area. He also stopped Shashank getting back on strike before because he chased that ball out to mid-wicket. Really, really good over from him here.
So let's see where the market goes. How many runs do you reckon this last over is due, Jarrod?
It should be... Well, generally it would be worth 12, right? And it's a scoop down there. Is this out? No, yeah, is that Yash Joel again? It can't be. My God, he has humped the ground with his groin there while dropping that catch. I think it looked like Yash. The disappointment on the body on the ground looked very Yash Joel to me. Did you? I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah.
Anyway, they've got 2 there.
It is.
Poor Yash.
My mouse
the man was not built
I'm trying to get a bet on, which isn't great. So I am backing over 158, having smashed. So for half of the amount that I backed under 164 at, because I quite like the over 11.5. Like you say, due 12. They've got to go. They've got 4 wickets in hand. Hazelwood hasn't gone particularly well today, right? And he's going to bowl this last over unless something mad happens. Jansen's on strike. I'm quite happy to be on over 158, over 11.5 at evens when I'm already on under 164. So I want my unders more, but I've now got a middle. I've got a middle to hit, which is anything 159 to 163 would be lovely. And that's about what they're due in my head. So I think the 11.5 is an okay bet over. So I had half what I had on the unders earlier. So I'm going for the middle. Here comes Hazelwood.
Hazelwood, we're looking at over 11.5. This one's hit up in the air. Could go anywhere. It's gone nowhere. And are they just going to take a single?
A huge 6 over sort of deep square leg region. And the cameraman's done me a bit there. Single.
Well, I mean, to be fair, as you heard with my commentary, I had no idea. All I knew is that it got up and it was sort of floating somewhere. But yeah, gone almost nowhere, that one. Scooped up, really, off a pull or a hook shot. And 148 for 6, 5 balls to go. Rob needs 11 more runs?
I want it to land in my middle. I want 159 to 163, if you don't mind. Otherwise, just unders is fine.
Yorker again, good ball. Shashank hits it down the long on, and there's only 1.
If you'd have said that the under 33.5 for Shashank was alive when he's faced 31 balls playing for Punjab, I would have smacked you in the mouth for being a damn liar, Jarrod Kimber. But here we are. He might not face another ball. I would be surprised.
Did you put that bet on? I don't think you ever suggested that bet, though, did you?
No, because somebody got out.
They lost the wicket at the other end.
Away, didn't they? because I thought when Shashank was 10 off 10 that he was going to go, and he played one aggressive shot, didn't he? That got dropped by Phil Salt. And then the very next ball, it's just single city, isn't it? This is horrible cricket to watch.
Good York. I tell you what, there's been, in the last over and a half, we've had 5 decent Yorkers?
But it's like there's been an agreement, Jarrod, that they're going to bowl Yorker length. The bats aren't going to think to do anything about that and just get one. And the fielders are complicit with that as well by misfielding everything. It's just singles all day.
I will say that Shashank did charge at one and turned one into a Yorker that probably would have been a slot ball if it stayed in his crease.
Yeah, it's not great cricket, this. It's like quite good bowling. No answer.
Naveen, we've got your super chat. We'll get to it probably in the next innings. We'll finish off this one here. 150 for 6 after 19.3. As Hazelwood's come in. That's a good Yorker. That's almost bowled him, actually. Really, really good work there. I don't think you're going to get this bet.
No, I'm not going to land my middle, but my unders is home and hosed.
Yeah.
150. Like, what are they doing?
Did you actually think you'd get your unders without them getting bowled out?
No. Not with basically they haven't lost another wicket since I backed the unders.
Someone said in the chat before bowled out for 164. I think before Inglis even went out, they might have said that. They're going to miss this by a mile, and they're not even going to be bowled out.
Punjab with a massive long partnership and wickets in hand haven't scored any runs. Like, that's the first time ever.
And there's a full ball on leg stump, another Yorker, and he's hit this down a long one.
Didn't get his 33, Jarrod, and he's not out. That is miracle stuff. Miracle.
31 off 33. I wonder how many times he's ever done anything like that before.
So Janssen got a 6 in this partnership at one point, which I'd forgotten about, but that's the only boundary in 6.2 overs. 6.2 overs these two have been mucking about. And they haven't lost a wicket. Punjab haven't lost a wicket for 6.2 overs.
Do you know what this
looks like to me? And they're getting absolutely smoked everywhere.
This looks like a Ricky Ponting coach team.
Well, you've got to throw that they're massively under it, getting 150.
Oh, has he got this one, Marco Janssen? He has, good contact. He's hit this one for 6 in the end. So they're going to end up at 157. But unfortunately for Rob Barron, he missed that last bet. He did get the under 164. We also gave you the over 192 and under 207. So that's money back on that one. You don't have to worry about that one. But good hit there by Marco Janssen to finish off. They're at 3.75. I'm not sure there's a lot of value in that for me, Rob Barron.
No, they have a very good setup here, RCB. They've got a lot of cricketers that are good at chasing below par totals, and they've also got the Salt could kill it in 3 overs. Let's just have a quick look around. If my mouse works, come on, mouse. You need to play ball.
Does your mouse work?
So these, no, I'm going to change it when we go for a break. But
how many mice do you have?
Bet Radar, I've got at least 5 in this room, but I've chosen the one that doesn't work today, which is handy. So a few firms in England, Bet Radar based firms, have been going up with specials at halftime for all these games, which are well worth a look. And what they have been doing is going. And KKR did it, and who got out to a horrible full toss yesterday in the power play that he should have smoked for 6. Anyway, there'll be a 6 in each of the first 3 overs at 28 to 1, which is really big. And if you think Salt's going to come out firing here, which he should, that's a big price, 28 to 1, 6 in each of the first 3 overs. But there's lots of like 6 base specials around. I can't see any because my bloody mouse won't work. Let's see if they're doing them now. But that is something to look out for in the break. Is some of those specials that they put up are proper value. I'm trying to find them for you now. Can you see any? Let's go for a break because I need to fix my computer. This is it's very difficult to bet when you can't move your mouse.
All right, we're going to have a break between the innings, and we will come back after there on Cricket8. We're also on the Good Areas live channel today. If you're on Cricket8 and you're not subscribed to Good Areas, do that. But certainly subscribe to the Cricket8 channel. We won't be doing all the lives on the Good Area. That's Rob Barron. I'm Jarrod Kimber. We'll be back in about 8 to 10 minutes for more of these kinds of shenanigans. We'll be talking about Jarrod Brevis and CSK. We still haven't talked about the 8-year-old who made runs yesterday as well. So we've got plenty more things. We've got 3 more innings to cover. We'll see you in a moment. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at Cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game.
Are a terrible team for about 3 different reasons. One, I think that they really did believe in starting slow and anchoring and all that sort of stuff, even when they had AB de Villiers and Chris Gale and all these sorts of things. So they had star-studded batting. I'm not sure they ever maximum. Some of those teams, Mega, they could have just scored 40 runs more than any other team in any games that they wanted, but they never played that way. If you go back and have a look.
Yeah.
The other big issue I think they have is they had a good batting wicket where everyone could make runs, but they weren't so set up, and partly, as he's saying, with the middle order and everything else. They weren't quite set up to score 20% more runs than every other team in the way that, say, the Sunrisers are now, right? And we've seen other teams be able to do that. Brisbane Heat used to do that at their ground. And the reason this matters is we completely underplay home field advantage in T20 cricket. The best thing you can be in T20 cricket is be very, very good at home, which means you get in the playoffs all the time. And if you get in the playoffs all the time, one year you're going to win by accident, right? Playoffs are so random. One year you're just going to win by accident. One player's going to catch fire, the opposition team's going to have an injury, whatever it happens, Dew comes in a crucial game. And then the third thing is that through 2 different ownership groups, they have been run really poorly.
Yeah.
Right? With a couple of years ago, they had Jason Behrendorff, a really good left-arm bowler, and they sold him for peanuts to Mumbai. So Mumbai could have a backup left-arm bowler if Trent Bolt wasn't around. No. Take a good player from Mumbai. Take a young player from Mumbai, from the best scouting system in the IPL, and take a run on that. Don't just give the player away. Look at their list and go, you want this player? Great.
Yeah.
What do you want him for? Right? And you look at it, and look, obviously I have a unique experience because I was involved with RCB. It was a shit show. They had no idea what they were doing. There was like 7 different people who had 7 different agendas at all time. Vijay Mallya was an absolute nutcase when he was in control and didn't understand T20 cricket at all. The current, is it DiMaggio? He was very involved, sadly.
But how involved was... Okay.
Vijay was really, really involved. I remember when he was still running...
When we say... Yeah. Sorry.
Well, his involvement was picking players that he thought he wanted to hang out with more than perhaps players that would win titles, would be a big part. No, he was involved when he was overseas. You've got the current management, which is kind of, I would say, rudderless. And from my experience, they kind of want to do the right thing, but they can't. They've never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli, right? Okay. Never had grown-up conversations with Virat Kohli. And my memory of being a writer around that franchise and then briefly working for them was pretty much the same, which is, well, we can't do that. Virat might not like it. And I was always saying the same thing, Mega. Have you asked him? Have you had a conversation with him? Have you sat down? And so often it would be, Virat likes his players, we'll bring him in. It's like, no, that's not how this works. Is Virat out there scouting the best players? Is he watching the SMAT? Right? Virat works about 29 hours a day. How is he out there watching the SMAT or the Tamil Nadu League or what's the other one? The one in Bengaluru as well.
Karnataka.
Karnataka, that's what I was looking for. Do you know what I mean? He's not doing that. So if you're picking players based on what he thinks is good, it's basically going to be players he's played international cricket up against or IPL players, right? And then you're also hoping that those players played well in the games against him, so he rates them highly, or they bowl well against him, right? It's a nonsense system to have. So there weren't enough adults in the room making key decisions. They were trying to move towards professionalism, and I don't think they really knew what they were doing. And they haven't got home advantage, I think, is a massive, massive part of it going ahead. And I think that when I was at St. Lucia, we had a wicket where you could score about 200 pretty much every game. When it was a fresh wicket, you would score 200. And we had Raheem Cornwall, Warner, Pollard, Darren Sammy. Unfortunately, Darren Sammy was a little bit gone. But the next year, I was just going to load up on guys who could just whack it, right? So that we had 8 guys who could whack it, and we would have won all of our games at home, because even if the other teams went absolutely crazy, they weren't going to be able to whack it at the same level that that's what you have to do. You have to set up a team that suits whatever your home pitch is going to be. And you either have to change your team or your home pitch if that isn't the case. And I know there's a bit of a problem with that at Chinaswamy, because it's maybe one of the few places where the curators still have a little bit of sway, and, it's, sometimes that can be tough. But then you have to change the team, and you have to understand exactly what you're going for. So, I don't know, maybe it's the best 5 bowlers who take the pitch out of the equation. Maybe that's what they could have gone with, right? But one way or another, that's what you have to do. But then my memory is, and it's what we call in T20 cricket Frankenstein's teams. When I was involved, one guy wanted these 2 players, one guy wanted these 2 players. Like, if you go back and you look at the auction that they had when I was involved, which was 2018, 2019, whatever, there's like 2 players that I've picked in that side, right, that I don't think everyone else fully believes in, right? There are Moeen Ali and Washington Sundar. Washington Virat just did not rate him, right? Like, it was a complete waste of my time picking that player. But he did rate Moeen Ali, but he didn't use him very well. Then you had a look at Dan Vettori brought in Corey Anderson, right? Like, his old teammate. Yeah. Ashish Nira loved Corey Anderson, and I can't remember, there was someone else. So you could go through all these different picks and see which person in the organization they were linked to. It was usually 2 people, if I remember correctly. But that's not how you pick a side. You come up with an idea. How are we going to win here? What's the best side to be able to make that maximize? And then 1 or 2 people go off. You have a scouting network and you have a general manager network. The coach and the captain and the player. You've already told us how you want to play. Now we're going to do the best we can to get those players on the field. And then when you get them, you're going to have to accept that you wanted Mark Wood, but we can only give you Nathan Coulter-Nile, right? Or you wanted Andre Russell. There is no Andre Russell like other player. So we've gone with Ben Cutting, right? Like, you have to accept that, because that's how these things work. You wanted the best 4 spinners in the league. Well, okay, so we've given you the best 4 spinners available. Can you create something from that? That is how these smart teams do things, right? That is what they do, and RCB has not been very smart.
This comment from Yash is really interesting. He says, if it becomes India versus that league, the Rebel League point of view, we have to remember that cricket is the only sport in which nationalism plays a huge part. It's not the only sport where nationalism plays a huge part. It's the sport where nationalism is at its highest, though. You're right there. I think it's really interesting at that point, though, Yash, because if I'm a Saudi, if I'm the Saudis and I have this $1 trillion bucket, and I go to Virat Kohli and offer him $150 million a year, right? Is there any way the BCCI can match that? And what if it's 300 million, right? Like, you can just buy pretty much all the world's best cricketers. And that's what cricket was worried about for a long time before, right? Because they were worried that someone would, because cricketers are massively underpaid. For the money that cricket makes, cricketers are massively underpaid. And so it is not that hard to come in as a rebel league. That was the issue they had with the Lalit Modi-led Essel Group, which was 2014, 2015.
Subhash Chandra. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the...
Well, he was involved as well. Like, I mean...
This one as well.
You're talking about the ICL one.
And then Subhash Chandra was involved with this as well, yeah.
I think he was involved with both of those leagues, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But yeah, so it's not that hard. I remember having the conversation with a major person from a players' union, and they were the one giving me the story at the time. And I did the maths, and I was like, that actually makes sense. Like, I even thought to myself, if I could find a billionaire, couldn't I just buy cricket? Like, it's not that hard, because players are so underpaid all the way through. But it'd be really interesting, Yash, if it does become that. I don't think it's going to become... I think the Saudis, because they're talking about 500 million in this initial investment, I think they believe they can't get the Indian players now. But I don't think they would be starting this if they didn't think they could get them eventually. And, I've had these conversations with lots of people before. The IPL owners would not be buying all these teams around the world if they didn't think eventually they could get Indian players into some of these leagues. May not be the stars, but Indian players into some of these leagues. And I would think that the Saudis, if they're starting smaller, are hoping through their partnership with the BCCI that they can do something there. But in future, I think there will be a I think they would be thinking that they will eventually be able to do that. They were looking, the numbers that they were looking to pay to the IPL were staggering. I think they were looking at paying like $30 billion to buy a stake in the IPL, right? That is
And what
so
was
much
the
money.
nature of the involvement?
They wanted to buy a percentage of the IPL and own the league.
Of the IPL per se, because that has not happened. That has never been diluted.
I don't think so. I mean, the BCCI still own it, and they own.
Support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at Cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game. All right, welcome back. Rob Barron is here with a functioning laptop. How's your mouse, Rob?
That's me. New mouse for second innings.
New
Microphone
mouse, new
works.
man.
Glasses on.
Can we get a new mouse for every innings? Can we get 4 different mice?
I can do that. It's actually moose, the plural of mouse.
That was going to be my next question. What's the collective noun?
It's a group of meese. Do you not know?
It's not. Well, no. There's some good ones, isn't there? Like a cleavage of black tits.
How many runs you giving Kohli here, Jarrod Kimber?
Well, first, can I get to the bet that you gave us at the start of the day, which is Arshdeep top bowler?
Oh, yeah.
Arshdeep top bowler. He bowls a line that could actually bother Phil Salt because he can bowl it sort of back of a length at the hip.
Yeah, I think he matches up really well. So he got Salt the other day. You know, these two teams played 2 days ago, and Salt did not like the look of
Did they? Because that game went for about 8 minutes.
Yeah, it was weird. It was a weird game. But Tim David got man of the match, so it was great. That's all I remember about that game. My favourite ever fielder, Tim David. Yeah, so you come back. Sorry, you come back.
No, you tell us what you need.
A 6 in each of the first 3 overs at 25-1. Which, if Salt goes, he's going to have to smack Arshdeep. But if Salt goes, it's not 25s. It really isn't. We're just going to see the first ball shortly as Jarrod's disappeared to... Do you know Jarrod does 300 press-ups every day and then tries to beat it? Anyway, here's Arshdeep, left arm, first ball, right on the money. And Salt nails it towards mid-on.
Do you want to know what I had to do? I wasn't doing press-ups.
How many press-ups are you still on that train?
Yeah, I did 500 yesterday.
Jesus H.
What I've started doing is I found them so easy now. This is how ridiculous it is now, Rob. I found them so easy that I can't do 230 a day or 280 a day, whatever I need to beat my Sergei Bubka record, right? I now need to mentally skip a day on purpose, even though I could do them. So it's harder to do the 500.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you doing them in a row? 500 in a row? So 500 in a day?
Arshdeep comes in, outside our stump, pushed on the offside, and they're going to get 1 out to chop out man at deep backward point. I do them in sets of 50, and but I do them, and then I do 3 other exercises in between. So I do reverse crunches and a Russian twists and a couple of other exercises as well. So I do them all in one go. I do them in a block, but not in a row. I once I get to about 100 push-ups straight, I just feel like I'm going to strain something. And I don't need to do it.
Jesus.
Like I can.
What's the Russian twist, please? This is important stuff.
You put your feet up in the. You sit on your bum, but you put your feet in the air, and you use a weight, and you move, and you like twist your body.
Okay.
You would have seen it before. Oh, short, pulled in the air, not far from short mid wicket, but far enough for Virat Kohli, and he is going to pick up a 4, and that is what the great man Rob Barron wants: as many 4s as possible, because he's on 6s for Punjab. That's got to be gone, that bet, doesn't it?
How many did they get? Not enough. Yeah, that's dead. Yeah, absolutely dead. Although
how many do you need?
Giraffe got a couple, didn't he? 5 they got. Less than 5's not happening in a chase of 150 with this team. Can't happen.
Unless they completely collapse. 380 are Punjab and RCB are 136. Next ball is decent from Arshdeep, but just pushed to short cover and there's no run.
It felt like it was pretty easy to bat in the power play and then very difficult after that. So the only chance really they've got is they need to get Salt out now and hope that it does the same, and then they can get spinners into the game in the middle phase. But Salt could kill this game in the power play. He's the big wicket here. Usually you'd say Kohli's the big wicket. But honestly, for this chase, I think if you don't get Salt out in his first 10 balls, he's probably done.
Archdeep coming in again. Pretty regulation field with a slip in place. Inside edge. Mangled this down. There's half a run out chance. But whoever was at mid-off took the ball back. I don't think they were going to get a run out anyway there. Do you know when I disappeared off camera? So what I was doing is my wife makes roast potatoes in goose fat.
As she should.
And they couldn't open the goose fat things. And I would have just told them no, but unfortunately I locked my office. So they were going to keep banging until I went over. And then it turned out that all those push-ups weren't as helpful as you would think to get the goose fat open. It did take me a little bit longer than I'd like to suggest as a man.
But once you've started that game as a man, you cannot stop, can you?
Now, is this out? Is this out? He's given! Well, he's given. Phil Salt is out. It was the exact ball I said before. I think Phil Salt... Now, I thought he was going to review it. I don't think he is now. It's that ball sort of in at the hip. It might have even been a little bit shorter. It might have been rib cagey. And he's gone for a pull shot, and he's walking by the look of it, and it's a top edge through to the wicket keeper, and he's out. Well, that has changed the game quite a bit. They're into 2-5-5 at the moment, Punjab. Wait for the bounce back on that.
Didn't we? That he matches up extremely well with Salt.
Yeah. I was just about to look it up. He has got him 3 times in 31 balls, so he now has him 4 times in 32 balls.
That's a very good ball.
Good bounce. It was shorter than I thought.
Perfect.
I thought it was more back of a length, but either way, that was the kind of ball I was looking at. That sort of short at him. I don't think Phil Salt likes it, and I specifically, easy for me to say, don't think he likes it when it's Archdeep bowling it to him. So I don't think that has changed the game. What I do think is that it has changed the one of the ways that RCB could win easily.
Yeah, that's fair. That's if you're going to stop them from chasing these, you've got to get rid of Salt early. So that's the first tick in the box. They've only got to run a ball of this over now. Here is a very interesting man when it comes to betting. Is Paddock. He's actually very good in the power play if he can get going. Like if he's good at anything, it's at batting in the power play. But I think he's utterly rubbish outside of the power play. He can't get the ball off the square when the field goes back. So again, Paddock's a guy you've got to remove early. I think usually people start his line around 17, 18, and not many arguments with that. He's just another one of those that power play comes to an end. You want to be on unders. But
Xavier Bartlett is in, full, straight, driven down the ground for 4 by Virat Kohli. Beautiful shot in complete control.
Cricket, isn't he?
Xavier Bartlett, of course, who, for those of you who haven't seen him, looks a little bit like a 1950s Western star. Deep set eyes, very deep set eyes. He has a shadow under his eyes. They're so deep set. A strong brow, big shoulders, and the sort of Western that he would be cast in, and then afterwards you realise he's a bit too boring to make the Western sing.
Yeah, nothing to add there.
Nailed it.
To add.
This one's down the leg side and just defended for no run. How do you rate Xavier Bartlett? Are you a Bartlett man?
Well, I was always a Spencer Johnson man when it was between those two, and they went Bartlett, and then Bartlett for Australia, to be fair, in T20 did brilliantly well, particularly first up. This is where he makes his money, right? Early. If there's any swing, he's very good. He can land it on a length, and he has a bit of spice about him, I think, Bartlett. But I never, honestly, I was much more in favour of Spencer Johnson. But since Johnson has come across, I think he's found this a level too far. And you can't bowl there to Virat because he's going to get 2 off you all day.
Pick up an easy 2 off the bat. He missed the first one.
Kohli's just too good at these 160 chase. He just walks out and goes cheers, like no problem whatsoever. He's gonna wander to 50 in this chase, unless someone can produce a bit of magic. It seems so unlikely that he gets out to any sort of normal ball. So what I'm sniffing around out for here, Jarrod, is my old favourite market, next man out. And some people, the thing is, this is a really easy one to get right, next man out, because nobody is going to think, well, I don't know who to make favourite here, Padikal against Kohli. So it is an easy one, but are they going to go short enough? We're not going to bet now, obviously, because Kohli's on strike, but I'm just looking around to see what I can find. Talk amongst yourself for a second while I have a look.
So Xavier Bartlett, so far in his career, has a bowling average of 27 in the power play, 33 wickets, 7.45. In the middle overs, that goes up to almost 10s. He really does get hit quite a lot. He's still taking wickets in the middle overs. He's certainly a strike bowler. He's still averaging 24 in the middle overs, which is a very good record again. And this one is punched to short cover. He's lucky to get away with a couple of balls in this over. He hasn't got perfectly to Kohli. And then in the death, again, still taking wickets, average of 14, which is a slight plus. It's not as great as it probably sounds. And he goes at 10 and over, which is okay considering everything. He's a good bowler. I still think Spencer Johnson, if he could ever work out how to bowl in India, would be a much better bowler. But he just hasn't so far.
No, he hasn't.
We've seen a few Australian bowlers translate. We've seen a couple not translate so far. Jai Richardson is the one that I think is better than either of those guys we've mentioned so far, and it hasn't worked for him. This one is appealing, Bartlett. I think it's always a bad sign, Rob, when you're appealing and the umpire is walking the other way, not looking at you. But it didn't stop Bartlett, and now he's asking for a review. And Shreyas Iyer going, well, it was down the leg side.
I tell you what, that's one of those that if you
they are reviewing.
Right, if you get the right Hawkeye here, Jarrod, it could be one of those that Hawkeye says is going straight on, and it's hit him in line. It looks to me, naked eye, that was going down leg, but not by much. If it's one of those Hawkeye, the thing is, Kohli and Dhoni have different settings on their Hawkeye.
Well, I can tell you this for a fact.
It's
hit him outside leg stump. It's hit him outside leg stump. That is going to miss.
This is not out. But there are players that if that ball has hit them on the pad, that Hawkeye could say. I've seen Hawkeye give these out, if you know what I mean, where it says, "So no, actually, what happens now? The path of this ball that is definitely going down leg as it straightens." But Virat Kohli is batting, and that is not going to happen now, ladies and gents.
No, that was never going to. I think with Xavier Bartlett, his eyes are so deep set, it would actually be hard for him to pick the lineup as quick as other people.
Right, I found a next man out bet, and I like it. So it's very obvious that Padikal should be favourite against Kohli to be next man out. And the question then is how much? How favourite should he be? And the price that I am allowed to back here, which I may or may not be pressing the button at right now, is 8-13 betting fans, which translates to approximately 61%. 8-13, it's something like that, I think. And he is more than that. Padikal will get out before Kohli more than 61% of the time. It's more like 70%.
Oh, he's almost gone out next ball. In fact, as he tries to uppercut this into the keeper's gloves.
So that's what we want, Jarrod, is we want Padikal out next because it's an easy one. He should be favourite, but he should be 1.4 and he's 1.63. So good bet, back it. If you can. I'm not allowed to name bookmakers. I keep getting into trouble. They're all crap, bookmakers. So just get accounts with all of them and you'll be fine. Unless, of course, they're getting odds from decimal, in which case they'll be amazing because I'm there. That's why. But yeah, 8-13 is just too big on Padikal next out. If you think about that realistically, is anybody going to back Kohli next out at 13-8 against Padikal? I don't care whether the bet win or loses. Over a long period of time, you're going to pick up.
Dev, that just helped this. Yeah, it was short outside of stump. He played and missed the previous one. Arshdeep's gone with the same delivery. And I think that's obviously a clear plan here. And Devdat realizes that is coming to him. And Arshdeep has probably just made it a little bit too obvious, but well executed. Yeah, beautifully executed.
So he's a guy I don't, even though he can get a lot of low scores, Padikal, he's a guy I don't want to get against in the power play. A little bit like Prabh Simran. But Padikal has gunned power plays before, and his job here is to smoke the power play, and I don't imagine he'll be there for too much time after, should he get to the end of it. But he's not looked, other than that shot was brilliant, but he's not looked comfortable before that, has he?
Well, that's only his second ball. To be fair, his third ball, he also doesn't look comfortable, so Rob doesn't make a valid point here. We've had 1 dot, which was a play and miss, a 4, which was a beautiful shot, and then a dot again, which was a bit... He was a bit late on the ball, I would say, and ends up pushing it to short cover, no run. RCB are at 1.57. I think that's still value for me. I think Punjab are a little bit too short here. I think this is the sort of one where Punjab should be about 310, 320, and if they get a wicket, they should be favourites. If it's Kohli. This one's pushed in the air, just near short mid-wicket, and could have been caught.
Padikal, a bit frenetic here, the start of his innings, as he often is. But you would just like... So Salt was the big wicket in the 160 chase, because if you don't get him out early, you've lost. But now Kohli is the overwhelmingly big wicket for the rest of this, because even if Padikal gets out now, Kohli with the rest should be fine. Should be fine with, you know, the proper batsman that they've got to come in this order. Padikal's a bit of a let's try and break it in the power play type guy, whereas when Patidar comes in and Jitesh and Krunal, and with the finishers that they've got, they should be absolutely fine. You know, David is in lifetime best form. Livingston isn't,
Kohli.
But Kohli's just, how easy does it look for Virat? Like, how easy to just stay in and behave himself and knock it around? This is why he gets so many 50s, because he's really good at third gear cricket. And that's a very good skill to have, isn't it? When you just need to make sure you stay in, but not get your team in massive trouble with the Shashank innings, which remains a mystery to me, that innings.
Oh, I looked that up actually for you. So he has scored in his career 22 times over 25 runs.
Okay.
And we're talking about all T20, not just IPL here, all T20.
Has he ever scored one at strike rate 93?
His fastest scoring rate is 416, where he made 25 off 6 balls versus Gujarat. In fact, a few of his fastest ones are in the IPL. This one's worked away by Devdutt out to deep mid wicket. They should take a couple here. In fact,
three
oh, that's terrible fielding. Who's fielded that with his foot?
They run four.
No, he fielded with his foot.
Or run four. Surely.
That is dreadful. No, I'm sorry. That is dreadful fielding.
You have to drink everything that's in front of you if it's an all-run four. It's the rules.
All-run four, and he's then run 25 metres past the ball, the fielder, after stopping it with his foot. Pathetic fielding. Anyway, okay. Shashank, 25 off 4. He scored a 44 off 16, also against Gujarat, by the way. He scored a 61 off 23. So quite a few scores over 2 runs a ball in his past. His second slowest score...
you, Jarrod? Go on, mate. Sorry.
His second slowest score is 25 off 26, which was against CSK last season. His slowest score was 31 not out off 33 this innings with a strike rate of 93.
So is the pitch really, really hard? Or did he just not go hard enough and then he couldn't get out of rebuild mode?
They did. I just thought they bowled a lot of Yorkers and they didn't really try and flip them over their shoulders or anything.
Yeah.
They were waiting for 2 very accurate bowlers to stop bowling Yorkers.
And they didn't.
Anyway, Xavier Bartlett comes in. His eyebrows are ahead of his body as this ball is hit to mid-on and they take another easy single.
Like, how do you get Kohli out when he's batting like this? I know he's not lighting up the place.
No. I've worked out what Xavier Butler is now. We're just seeing the all-run 4 again. So they ran 3. And then, good on them. I love that. Anyway, brilliant running there to be able to come back for the 4th.
You think he's Cro-Magnon man, don't you?
And I was going to say, now I've realised what it is. He looks like a Muppet that is a Western character. Do you know what I mean? Like if the Muppets were doing like a Clint Eastwood character, Xavier Bartlett would be what the Muppet would look like.
Yeah, it's good. It's the brows, isn't it, that just finishes it all off. There's plenty of Muppets that look like that.
Incredible brow.
Jarrod thinks that Bartlett's a Muppet, Cricket Australia. I said it loud on air.
Yeah, but to be fair, a strapping Western Muppet, like if you're going to be a Muppet, that's a better Muppet to be. You don't want to be fucking Beaker, do you?
I could see you as one of the the yappy Muppet. You're a bit more like what are the ones in South Park called? God, why has that gone out of my head? Terrence and Phillip. That's what. That's,
The Canadians,
that's
yeah?
what you had. Yap.
I thought you were going to say I'm like Statler and Waldorf, the two characters who sit on the
that's-
balcony
me
sledging
and you
everyone
are
off.
Statler and Waldorf, but no, Terence and Phillip, I think
Oh,
that's you.
he's hit this
shot.
up in the air. Is that gone for 6? I thought that might have been a 4, but it's bounced back violently, so maybe it was a 6. It was up outside off stump. Again, Bartlett not really getting a lot of swing here, and he's just played that through the line. And a very good hit by Devdutt Puttercole. But he's not even trying to swing it, mate. That's cross seam delivery in the slot outside off stump. I don't really understand the point there.
Yeah, that has literally been landed exactly into the slot. But good shot from Puttercole. Very good.
Yeah.
That's what you meant to do with a slot ball, isn't it? You hit it straight off the middle for 6.
And that's the first 6 we've had. You need 3 more only.
Can't happen. Sometimes you just know bets are finished. The funny one that we did on air with the most 4s, that was amazing. When Rutherford came in and hit like 9 of the last 12 balls for 4 or something.
Oh,
Fielding,
fumble
lads.
here, arse deep. And they're going to get 2. Although with these 2, they should run 3. No, they just come back for 2, I think, there.
It's another thing about Cody. Still one of the best runners on the block.
Well, I don't know if you saw the podcast I did with Robbie Utopper, but he picked Coley as his best runner. He had him and Gautam Gambhir, who he said had incredible. Yeah, that's what I thought. But you remember, running is a lot of chemistry as well. Like if the other person's on the same wavelength as you, like I've run with a lot of guys who aren't anywhere near as fast as me, but they just know that I'm going to go and they go with me and we make the runs. Whereas sometimes you'll run with a much better athlete, but they just don't understand how to run. Do you know who I run really well with? This is such a weird name drop. But it's a brother. It's a brother of an
Boris
English
Johnson.
player. I did once play in a game that was umpired by Jeffrey Archer. I don't know if that's the same as Boris Johnson.
Yeah, they're the same person, I think.
I used to play for the Law Society quite a bit because my wife's a lawyer. I was their ringer, so they didn't have a particularly good ringer, and we would play against the Lords team or the House of whatever they're called team.
Yeah.
So I played against a lot of the politicians I played against. In fact, one of them I ended up having a row with, and they were like, "Jarrod, it's not worth you." Anyway, I played cricket. I played cricket with the brother of an England player, a very famous England player. As they're gonna almost get a run from an overthrow here. 31 for 1 at the end of the 4th over.
Well, don't hold us in suspense. Who is it?
I thought you might be able to guess.
Vaughan?
No, it's younger.
Younger than Michael Vaughan.
Yeah.
I don't think England have had any cricketers younger than Michael Vaughan. Harmison?
No.
Don't even know whether
Harmison. I was going to say, does he have a brother? Yes, he does. Ben Harmison, who played for Kent.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Bloody hell.
No, he was a bit too good. This is a brother that didn't quite make it to professional level, although he's a very good cricketer. Think opening batters.
Compton?
No. Didn't his brother get... No, it was his cousin that went on to be good, isn't it?
Well, if you're called Compton, you already start in the second 11 of the county. And then you have to... Here's Harpreet Brar, by the way. Who did
no, it wasn't Harpreet Brar.
Has not been playing... Go on, who is it?
It was Alistair Cook's brother.
No way.
Yeah, so I played... I played quite a few games with him, but we ended up being in 2 massive partnerships together, where we both batted in sort of middle order positions. This is full outside of... Well, I was going to say outside of stump. It was full on middle stump, and Coley just backed away and hits it over cover for 4. He looks in incredible form at the moment. Just the glove punch, which Ricky Ponting calls the Shazam, by the way. Fun fact. The Shazam of Virat Kohli there was so on point, and I could tell that his knuckles were a little bit white in his glove when he did it.
Nice batting that.
So hit 4 4s and 1 6. Bra, that was a decent ball from Bra. Maybe slightly overpitched, but certainly didn't expect that shot. Next ball, overpitched again, punched down a bit off. Yeah, so
isn't it? Go on, mate.
So I played with Alistair Cook's brother, who had a better technique than his brother. He's a beautiful, like a very flowing bat. I'm trying to think of who you would. Maybe a James Vince is pushing it a little bit too far. Maybe like a Harry Brook type technique. You know, quite nice. Tall and lanky, quite flowing.
Well, Alistair Cook never had the greatest technique. He just had one of the greatest minds. Just absolutely. What's the word? Blood something. bloody minded, wasn't he? It's just like, no, I've got these 3 shots and that's it, and I'm not playing others.
But I remember his brother, because he was a really nice guy as well. But also just from when we were bat together, we just had the same pattern in our running.
Yeah.
And I actually find it really hard playing cricket in England for the running between the wickets, because English people are so focused on where they've hit the ball, whereas Australian people are like, is there a run there? He comes down the wicket and he squidges this. Oh, this is a proper squidge. He's dropped the whole squid on this one. He comes down the wicket. He realized the ball was outside off stump, and he dropped the bat onto the ball, and he's hit it through backward point for 4. So good batting eventually, but you're right. He came down way too early there, and he was lucky to get away with that. But good timing at the end. Oh, he almost did the splits as well,
which would have been nice.
But yeah, I play. You know, when you play cricket in England, like people just don't think about running between the wickets.
Yeah, so I played with I played for a gambling team once, and the one thing that I was quite good at, believe it or not, was running, because obviously fielding I'm amazing, but running in terms of batting. But when I had another gambler that I used to run with, we always knew when we should go, and then you don't muck about wasting time wondering what the other one's going to do. It's like, look, we also played at Europa Point, which back in the day was a gravel outfield, and the fielding standards were like as bad as the IPL. They were that bad, maybe not that bad, but they're really, really bad. So most times you'd look around and you go, well, if you hit it to him, we can only run 1. But everyone else, we're already coming back for 2 because they're crap and it's going to hit the gravel and it's 38 degrees. But yeah, people need to think about that a bit more, because you see some of the running, and the run-outs happen a bit more. They don't seem to happen that much in the IPL, because I think people are so terrified of their averages dropping and getting contracts for other stuff. The IPL is the biggest show in town. But because there's so much franchise cricket, when you do get English batting with, who was it earlier, Wadira, and the silly run out, like they haven't played much cricket together. They probably, you know, they don't speak the same language. It is difficult, and obviously with, you know, you probably have, but I haven't played in front of 30,000 people before, all screaming in the heat of the day.
I think my biggest crowd was at the Oval, which was, there was 2 back-to-back games, and the first one was like a media semi-celebrity game, and the second game was a celebrity game, and there was probably about 3,000 people there, and that was very weird to play in front of people. Like, it just was. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, Marco Jansen is coming in for his first ball, and beautifully timed again by Kohli, but straight to short cover. It is a weird attack that they have, and I've talked about this a little bit with Bolt and Chahar for Mumbai. They now have 3 new ball bowlers. And so it means that Marco Jansen can't bowl with the new ball the way he should.
He should bowl over number 1, Jansen.
But couldn't you argue that for Hazelwood as well?
Well, this is the nonsense that teams get into. It's the Bolt Chahar one as well. They have. They just have loads of opening bowlers, slightly dodgy running there. Loads of opening bowlers. But luckily they've got Bumrah that can sort it out. But how bad is Chahar at the death? My God, he's bad. Like Deepak does not land it.
I'd be really interested, and Varun might be able to look this up. I'd like to know what his figures are when he's the second bowler used compared to the first bowler used as well.
Yeah, interesting.
Because on the days when he gets the first ball, he swings it fine and he looks really confident. The minute he comes on to bowl with the second over, he looks completely confused. And the ball's not swinging as much, and
because I think
good fielding.
I think people forget that Bolt isn't very good at the death, and it's
this is up in the air by Kohli and sliced over the top of the offside, and he's going to get a boundary there from Marco Jansen. So 2 dots and then a 4.
That was premeditated. He dot first ball, confusion second ball. You're like, all right, I'm having a go at this one, and he lost his shape a bit there. That was a lucky boundary. That's the first shot where Kohli hasn't looked in complete control.
Yeah, that's very fair.
Right, I am now sniffing around for my Padikal unders. Not quite the same as perhaps Imran, who is, bordering on a certainty to be out next, but to give him more than 20, so if you can see 43.5, 44.5, might be worth, how many is that? Is that 2 or 1? 2. Yeah, okay, so we know the most he can face in this power play is 1 more ball, so I'm back in under 43.5 for Devdutt.
Yeah.
Do we have any? What about this one? or this one. That's the one, isn't it, for having a bet? Orange.
This is new bet. Doorbell, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
under 43.5 for Paddock Owl.
So you've already got a bet on him at next man out. Oh, and this has gone up in the air from Coley, and it is just gone over. How is...
Wow.
We're going to need to see that again. That felt like Shreyas Iyer was running beside the ball.
Yeah, like he massively misjudged it. Because, so the last 2 shots Cody's played have just slogs. Or 2 of the last 3. I think he has misjudged this somewhere.
Oh, I did go past him, but he just... he got that wrong. Would have been a great catch, to be fair, because he would have still had to put the mitts out at the last minute. But
I'm laying Bangalore here, Jarrod. 1.23.
Just you think a wicket's going to come?
Just because, yeah. Firstly, I do think a wicket's going to come, but secondly, it played so much harder outside power play first innings. This is where the wheels totally came off for Punjab, and I know they're doing great, chasing 160.
Oh, he squeezed this one past short third.
Wow.
I don't know if it was catchable, but he wasn't comfortable 100% there. 118. So I told you guys to get in on RCB when they were 1.57 earlier. I think I am with you. I would sell.
Yeah, you can close out
and just take your profit.
119 now. That's pretty good. Yeah, I've been on both sides at various points here, but my book now is tiny win RCB and jackpot Punjab. Hoping for a couple of poles here. So even though like normally you'd be a bit worried about Kohli after those last 3, that over, he didn't look good, did he, for the first time? He did get 12 runs off it. But now I think this is where Kohli just knocks the spinners around and Paddock Owl tries to kill the game and get the net run rate up. Interesting that these 2 teams can play utterly and completely different matches 3 days apart. It's a funny old game. And Punjab are a funny old team.
Well, I think you and I were both high on Punjab coming into the team, right? Into the season. And so we're both high on this team. But I don't think it's put your money on them and be comfortable on the way to them making the playoffs. It is literally, oh my God, what is going to happen? Chahal is obviously coming on straight away. He bowled brilliantly in his last 2 games and like complete busted ass in the games before that is my memory. But
yeah, he prefers it when teams have to gamble against him. As when he did rip through KKR, it was a game where panic was already beginning to set in, and they didn't know what to do against him, and he got 4 for, didn't he? It was great. But for the rest of the IPL, he's been pretty ineffective.
6 wickets in his last 2 games, I want to say. So he got the 4 against KKR, and then obviously got a couple against RCB as well. Comes on first ball, it's pitched up, it's hit down the ground, and it is over long on. In fact, it's a long way over long on for 6.
Shot. That's a big
statement,
that.
Yep.
They need a wicket now.
I was about to say, this is the kind of ball where you toss this up, it gets hit for 6, and then the next ball you get a wicket because the batter thinks I can do it again. So I would bowl this very, very wide of off stump and then very, very slow if it was me. It's not, it's the opposite. It's a really good ball.
Ooh,
He's ended up cutting it off middle stump, I reckon. It was a fast one. Good bowling.
Close, that's one of those where if they can just flick the pad first, those ones, can't they? And you've done LB.
No, good cricket there from Chahal to come back.
I'd have a look at that,
I think he hit it.
I mean, he definitely hit it, but it could have easily flicked off the pad first.
Yeah. It is, we've got about an hour and a half before the next game starts. If this game finishes as early as it feels like it's going to finish, and who knows what can happen.
They'll find a way of elongating this game somehow.
Well, we had one when me and Mash did it where we had a chance to do the early podcast first.
Oh, wow.
And still get a break. So if something like that happens, if it's only about a 15-minute break between the 2, we might just take the 15-minute break. But if not, we might actually do the podcast after this game, if there's about 20 or 25 minutes. So if that happens. My wife last night, so it was the Denver Nuggets played their first playoff game last night, Rob, and it was in prime time in Europe. And my wife comes in and there's 3 minutes left on the clock. She was still watching the basketball 40 minutes later. As his ball's down the leg side. and she's just looking up going, I don't understand. I heard them say there were 3 minutes left. And we were like, well, there was 3 minutes left, but then there was a review. Then there might have been another review. Then there was 4 timeouts. Then there was overtime.
Yeah, this is try watching in NFL. It's like a 2 minute warning, so you've got another hour and a half.
So yeah. Anyway, Nuggets won, which is all that matters.
I know one of their players. I think Jokic plays for them, doesn't he? Jokic.
He does. Yep.
He's an absolute machine, isn't he?
Oh.
He's awesome. Some of the stuff.
Last night was great. He got a blood nose with about 10 seconds to go in the game. And it was just like, he was trying to use the towel. And eventually he just said to the guy, just give me something. And he just stuck like a polystyrene thing up his nose and just went back out on the court. Yeah, like he just doesn't care what he looks like. He's just he's
a proper hero, him, isn't he? Right, here's an interesting market. I
want
to hear
that's a bad
your price first. Start fielding like humans, everybody. And this is the sort of stuff that we used to go up when we traded manually 20 years ago. What price Virat hits the winning runs in this game? How many games do they have to play from this point? 93 off 78 required with him mega set. How many times does he do it?
He would do it 33% of the time from here.
He's got to be on strike and hit the winning runs at the end.
But we know that that's fairly likely. You think 33% is too strong?
Yeah, I do. But I also 20%. Think the price out there is probably backable. So you can back 5-1 that Kohli hits the winning runs here, which is 16.6666%, isn't it? That seems like a fair enough one to have a tenner on and buy yourself lunch, doesn't it? It's a bit of interest. Like he looks.
I think 20% is. If you had told me it was 20% chance, I would have been fair. I still think it's closer to 30%. So 16% to me,
JK.
Yeah, that seems fair. So
because
we're betting
the same company, right, is 6-1 that Paddock hits the winning runs, and that I would not back with your money.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the 5-1 Kohli hits the winning runs. It's very hard to say what price that should be because I can't sit here with a load of stats in front of me and say, well, whenever they've needed 93, he's got it 31% of the time, so it's fine. As Paddock plays expansively and the fielder makes a mess. We just
saw the all-run 4, and I'm so annoyed that they keep doing this. That all they ever show is the speeds of MS Dhoni wicket keeping, and all they ever show is the speed of Virat Kohli running between the wickets. But just watching that all-run 4 from earlier, Kohli actually jogged one of those runs. Like, how bad do you need to be in the field to be at deep square leg, the ball to go to deep mid-wicket, them to run an all-run 4, and one of the batters actually gives up on the run halfway through?
Yeah, 36-year-old is jogging to get an all-run 4.
Also, they showed the pattern that he ran. He actually, the first 2, he ran completely a perfect pattern, and then after that, he loses his pattern and he goes out, which is, if you've ever read Dean Jones's book, One Day Legend, or One Day Magic, it's called. In that, he talks about Alan Border being someone who left a lot of runs on the table because he would run around rather than straight in and out. That was Dean Jones's big things. He would note in his book which batters would run straight.
Good. That's good.
There's so much in that. It's not a great book. I'm going to be honest with you. But if you just want to learn about running between wickets, it's probably the best book ever written.
Interesting. It's the sort of, I mean, that's rubbish, isn't it? It's the sort of thing that I would like to read and then be annoyed that I'd read it afterwards, if you know what I mean, that by the sound of that. Because I am very interested in what you just said. But go on.
Well, no, I want to hear what you're going to say about Dean Jones now.
Well, people hi everyone.
Is that your mouse, Matt?
Yeah, of course it is. So Dean Jones obviously changed ODI cricket. I think is fair to say it's quite a broad statement, but he was very, very, very good at it. But a lot of that was because he thought about all those little things. People call them the 1%ers, but they're not even that.
Yeah.
And if you can improve yourself as a cricketer by, fine, I'm going to read 50 pages of a book that helps me, because that stuff will be relevant now, what he's on about with running between the wickets and things to look out for. The Ponting fielding thing, I mean, you can go on YouTube now and watch 10 minutes of Ponting running people out, but you can listen to 30 seconds of him explaining how he did it. And then if everybody did that, the fielding would be so much better in the world. You basically expect every single ball to come to you. that's your starting point, not snooze and look at the crowd and wave at people and stretch your hamstrings and think about your batting. It's like literally be in the game and expect every ball to come to you. Then you're looking at cues. Is this left-hander here, Padikal? Is it likely to go to my right or left? When he takes a step forward, where am I moving? Not reacting to everything. You're picking up cues all the time. And some of that stuff is unquantifiable and you can only do it by playing a million times. And other times you can actually read up on it, learn, listen to people that have done it before and go, right, this is what I'm meant to do when I'm fielding. Because a lot of these terrible fielding efforts that we're seeing over and over again is because people aren't on the balls of their feet. They're stood flat-footed, mucking about. They're not thinking, am I meant to be on the edge of the circle? Stoinis dropped one the other day that he would have caught at face height if he was stood on the edge of the circle when he should have been on the edge of the circle. He took 3 steps forward and dropped it behind him. I've seen at least 4 gone over the heads of people that are 3 yards in from the rope when they should be stood on the rope that they could have caught at chest height. Those basics can be done by any cricketer. You don't have to be any good at, like Chahal can't catch and Majib can't catch, right? They can't do it.
They can't field.
No, they can't, but they can stand in the right place. And, and when you get things that happen that if you had a traffic cone instead, you'd have been a better fielding effort. That is on the coach, right? Like Klassen's keeping the other day when he cost his team a wicket. Now, I didn't know that you could do this, by the way, Jarrod. So somebody got caught and it was called a no ball because Klassen's hands, his gloves, were 1.5 inches in front of the stumps. I didn't know that was illegal. I only thought it mattered if the ball actually went to the wicketkeeper. I didn't know that his hands breaking that plane automatically. So that was a new one on me. But if they'd have had the traffic cone behind the stumps, they would have got that wicket. The fact that Klassen decided to wave his massive ginger hands in front of the stumps meant that he cancelled out a pole. So, yeah, doing basics is extremely underrated.
Yeah, no doubt. There's a lot of stuff about fielding in that one as well. Dean Jones talks about fielding as much as he does running between wickets because those were 2 of his favourite things to do. So, One Day Magic, I'm pretty sure is what the book is called. As I said, it's not a brilliant book, all things considered, but because he was thinking about cricket in a way that a lot of players still are trying to catch up with now, there is a lot of cool stuff. Like he says things like, you should be taking a single every time you drop the ball at your feet. That was just not the idea. That was not what people were thinking in 1994. And he's like, think of the distance. Thinking. Yeah, he was saying the closest field you're ever going to have is like 16 yards. And he said, I've only got to run 22 yards. And if I know before him, I've already got an advantage. He still has to pick it up and throw it. All these sorts of things are really, really interesting from that point of view. But no, you're right. So there's a lot of Heinrich Klaasen does it. Butler does it all the time. They've only just started looking for that. And the other thing that has always annoyed me is this is almost out with a reverse sweep from Padikal.
Very close.
He's almost bowled an LBW there. Good bowling from Harpreet Brar. The other one that they've just started looking at is the back foot no ball. So Mitchell Starc got done for a back foot.
Interesting.
If you go back to the old days when I was on Twitter all the time, Rob, have a look how many times I would say back foot no ball, back foot no ball, back foot no ball. And they never call it. And it really annoys me. And they don't check for it. So it's good that they're starting to check the actual laws and playing conditions of the game.
Which is nice because sometimes they don't. I mean, you'll watch basketball a lot and there's certain rules that they never ever call. Travelling being one. They just don't bother, do they?
There was actually one the other day. The one in the game last night where Nuggets brought the ball down and quite clearly it was a carry. And James Harden's looking at the referee going, that's a carry. Just call it. But obviously, that's not how NBA referees do stuff. And this is going to go for 4 from Padikal.
Misfield.
Was that a misfield?
Anyway, Joel Edwards didn't time his run properly.
Yeah, Joel Edwards says Jim Fote could have been an IPL legend. You're aware of Jim Fote, surely?
Gloucestershire Jim Fote, 70s is all I know about him.
Well, I mean, there is nothing else to know. But can I just... Oh, right.
Good hair glasses combination.
Well, can I just share my screen just for 1 second? He said, the producers are like, no, you can't. Bad luck. Just the whole world now has to see Jim Fote.
We can't see Jim
Did
Fote.
we share it? There's Jim Fote.
Whoa.
There's no bad photos of Jim Fote. I can tell you
Stand
that.
by,
He rocked
ladies.
it every single time he brought the action. Like, look at this. This is years later, Jim Fote, and he's still all over it, right?
Yeah. I mean, how is he getting home from the ground without being swamped?
Just absolute dead set legend. RCB 1.14. So not far away from where we told you to cash out before at about 1.18, 1.19. I think they were at that stage. Got a couple of super chats. Feel free to get your super chats in. Now I've lost them, of course. Naveen sent this one earlier, but I thought we'd wait for this game to develop a little bit more, where he said, what do you think about CSK, Ropey and Darrell Brevis? Can it improve their middle order? Future mainstay for CSK? I think when you have an injury like that, if you can pick a player like Darrell Brevis, who is going to be involved in the IPL over the next 4 years, you haven't had to pay him all that much. Was it 2.2 crore, I think he was getting? So we're not talking about a huge amount. And at the moment, they need something a little bit more dynamic. I think it's great. In fact, Robbie Utapa was really upset that they didn't get Karan Nair in their CSK this year. They've not been quite as smart as they used to be. I think this is a smart move.
It is a smart move, but as far as him being a mainstay is concerned, they would have bought him at the auction before if they thought he was going to be a mainstay. So he wasn't in their thinking.
No. You don't need him to be a mainstay at 2.2 crore.
No, so I think rolling the dice at that kind of price halfway through a season when they've been stinking the place out. But remember, last year, Delhi called up Fraggle, didn't they? Fraser McGurk halfway through. And Delhi looked like, very much like Chennai do at the moment, Delhi looked hopeless and didn't score runs quickly. And they were like, what do we do here? And they just gambled. They just went, okay, let's give this kid a go. And he was amazing last year. He was scoring at 200 and hooning every single power play and getting 12 off the first over, trying to take Bumrah down. Like, he was great. He took Bolt down though, didn't he? Sorry, not Bumrah. Bumrah wasn't there. So fine. Gujarat picked up Shanaka as replacement the other week. Like, that's not a good answer. Like, that's not a good idea.
Like, what's the best outcome there? That you have a solid role player who's already aging out and has never been very good anyway.
Right. So no point. 0 point in having him in your team. So if you go Gujarat, who have got 3 openers who don't score as quick. Sometimes my biggest criticism of Gujarat is they don't go hard enough, those top 3 who are all amazing.
We're talking about CSK here.
You're
talking about
Gujarat. But what I'm saying is,
yep.
if Gujarat, who took Shanaka as their replacement, had have gone Brevis instead, that makes their team better. They're not picking their overseas anyway. So why not go Brevis instead, as Kohli walks down the pitch and smashes a single? Why not? Why didn't they go Brevis and go, we'll have him because he makes our middle order more dynamic. We've got room for him. We can have him and Rutherford after those top 3 heroes. All of a sudden, you've got a good cricket team. Instead, they went Shanaka, which is nonsense. Whereas Chennai have been stinking the place out in terms of intent. Conway wasn't the answer. He looks out of form and struggling and all the rest of it. Ravindra's not doing the things he was doing last year, even though he's clearly very talented. And they're mucking about in that, like, Jubei doesn't look very good. We know what Jadeja's going to do. There's the whole Dhoni circus surrounding it all. Brevis chucked in there is great. I like it. Yes, it can improve their middle order. But the reason he didn't get picked by every single IPL team in this auction, and there are players that you might say, well, he's better than Brevis, but there are quite a few that you say, well, I don't really know whether this overseas guy is better than Brevis, is he hasn't translated that over a sustained period of time. He had a few goes in the IPL, didn't he?
6
Padikkal.
from
Who didn't even have a
Padikkal.
6?
Just
Back
whips
Padikkal
that away.
was
off his
6s last game at 40s, and he didn't do anything. And now he's hitting 6s everywhere.
He has hit 4 6s, so you can't have another 6 hit if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah, it's about 1,000 to 1. No more 6s. No, he's got 3. Yeah, I backed him 40 to 1, Jarrod, to get the most 6s in the last game. And he's going to get them in this game, which is just...
Why did you back him in the last game? What was the thinking there?
40 to 1 is way too big for a guy that can hit 6s. Even though he's, doesn't get many runs very often, but he's played very, very well today.
So you backed him in the last
my
game.
runs bet, by the way. Lost my...
I was about to say, you did. We'll get to that in a second. He's facing up this next ball. Xavier Bartlett bowls a decent solid ball, to be fair, but easily played. So Rob had a bet on Devdutt Padikkal under 43.5, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think
and
that's right.
he is now over 43.5.
He's looked pretty good. He had that one ball that he struggled with from Bra that was on his stumps. But other than that, he's looked pretty good, I think, Padikal. And he's a guy that confounded us for quite a while. Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, another super chat here from Aditya. It says, on a scale of optimistic to clinically delusional, how would you describe Mohit Sharma trying to bounce out Shafane Rutherford last night? So it's quite interesting. I reckon that's the third time this year I've seen Mohit just try and bounce people out. I just don't think his slower ball is getting the revolutions it used to get. And because of that, because he's a smart cricketer and he's 10,000 years old and looks older than that, if we're being honest. I think he's just like, okay, so my theory this year is I'll be able to bowl bouncers. And from what I've seen, and I don't know, I think Varun's headed down the shops, but from what I've seen, there's nothing that suggests he can bowl bouncers.
Anymore.
Or ever?
I think
could he bowl them ever? Was he a good bouncer bowler?
He had the slower ball bouncer, didn't he, before?
That's different, but yes, I agree.
He had that, and he had change-ups, and he did a lot of good work in IPLs gone by. But what he looks like now is a guy that is
another 4 here. This is over now.
Yeah, slightly dull game, but at least they're going to finish in time for the next one, which is good of them. This is one where there's not masses to think about in terms of this game, and I'm turning my attention towards the next one. But if you look at Mohit, Mohit's numbers this season, which I'm frantically trying to bring up as I'm talking to you, he's been crap in every game, basically, hasn't he? I think he, I think Gujarat knew what they were doing, getting rid of him. I'm gonna find his numbers eventually, but he's basically getting tonked every single game. Whereas in previous IPLs, he's come up on the rails and had a good go at the purple cap. Like he's got loads of poles in IPLs gone by, but he's now. And this is really important when you're doing your auction strategy. He's going at exactly 10 and over, Mohit, in this IPL, and he's not getting wickets. So 10 and over is fine if you're getting wickets, but he's getting a wicket every 63 balls, which is unacceptable. And when he came on yesterday, the game was in the balance, Jarrod. The game was in the balance. It was about evens, and Rutherford just tonked him everywhere and the game was over, like in the blink of an eye. It was the wrong time to throw in the ball. It wasn't something that anybody smart would have done with the game on the line, throw the ball to the guy that's getting smashed everywhere. But when you're talking about auctions and strategies and stuff, you've got to know when your players are nearly over the hill and it's time to shove them away to Delhi and make them make the mistake rather than... So if you put him in that Gujarat attack, if he was playing for the other team yesterday, there would have been a different result.
So just looking here, this is him by length. When he bowls full, he gets absolutely pounded. He goes at almost 11 and over, but he takes a wicket at an average of 13. When he bowls length, he goes at 8 runs and over an average of 19. So length is still his best, which is the same for most bowlers, if we're being honest. Back of a length, he goes at 9 runs and over an average of 27. Short balls, this is last 5 years. So this isn't just bias on this year. Short balls, he averages 21. And he goes at 11 runs and over again. There's just nothing in this that suggests that this was a good strategy from him. And this is not the only... Aditya, you're remembering this, but if you go back, I reckon he's done it 2 other times this year, where I've seen him just go completely all in on the short ball, and he's not been good at it. All right? The issue is you've got an aging veteran who is a very highly skilled bowler who, when Padikal's brought up his 50 here off 30, when he bowls his... slow balls and he's getting the rotations on the ball that he can get, he's really good. When he doesn't get the rotations on his ball, he's dog shit, right? And we've seen that with Dwayne Bravo, who's a better bowler than him. We've seen that with Harshal Patel, who's a better bowler than him. We saw that with Jimmy Faulkner, when his knee went.
Yeah. Where did he go?
Right? You can go from being one of the best bowlers in the world to being essentially a waste. Beautiful sweep shot here from
James
Kohli.
Faulkner went from man of the match in the World Cup final, ODI World Cup final, James Faulkner, to throwing his helmet into a chandelier in the PSL is how that fall from grace happened. Should we talk about the next game, Jarrod? Because I'm bored of this one.
We can talk about next game, but I just want to ask you one question. How old do you think James Faulkner is?
I bet he's only 29. I think Arshdeep just huddled off.
Oh, that's it. He's 34, James Faulkner. He should still have been playing for years. Yeah. It's one of the more ridiculous things I've ever seen.
Arshdeep has just done a moderately acceptable piece of fielding. I'll give him that. But has injured himself in the process. It's not completely apparent what he's done. The Arshdeep top bowler will win if they don't take another wicket. And the Kohli to hit the winning runs is arrowing in, isn't it? Should we talk about some bets for the next game? So you've actually got time to get on them because because my computer didn't work, we were a bit late with everything today. I also did an Easter egg hunt this morning, which was quite exciting.
I don't know if you heard, we actually had the Easter egg hunt while we were on air.
Nice.
So it was happening around here. So
no, we had ours in the garden this morning. It was lovely. I've got some spoils from the Easter egg hunt right here. I'm going to eat them in a minute. Anyway, so one betting company I'm not supposed to name, who may or may not be referred to as the Big Green Machine sometimes, went up with a line for Tripathi's runs today, which I thought was hilarious earlier in the week. They're still too high now, but let's just look at Tripathi's scores. And I love Tripathi because he was one of the original intent merchants, somebody that you always knew was going to do the right thing and come in at 3 and try and get the run rate up. These are Tripathi's scores this season, and he can't be extremely high on confidence, as fans of insanely predictable things will enjoy. Cody's just got 50 in a chase. His scores this season are 2, 5, 23, dropped, 16, 9. So what's his run line for the next game playing against? Probably he's going to have to face Bumrah early in his innings, isn't he? Because he comes in first drop.
And or Bolt and or Chahar. It's about 15, 16.
Yeah, so they went up the other day with 28.5. And they moved it to 26.5, and then they moved it again to 24.5, not realizing that the right number is 17 or 18. So that's funny. I don't know if it's still there. You'll have to look. I'm not supposed to talk about these bets. I'm really annoying Ratchet now because he hasn't put them on the screen, but we might as well talk about them.
Yeah, we can talk about them now, and then he can put them up.
And we can put them on the screen in a bit. So some people are 4.0 on Jasprit Bumrah to get the most wickets for Mumbai, which he hasn't quite clicked back into gear yet. But for me, the signs are there. And the fact that he is still being used as the super gun and getting the... I mean, it doesn't really matter. Some people, like you back Arshdeep to be top wicket taker because he bowls 2 at the top and 2 at the end normally. Top and tail bowlers, and you get that chance of the free one or 2 at the end of the innings. You back Pathirana, who is 4.3 with some companies to be top Chennai bowler today. You back Pathirana because he bowls 4 at the end. And that's great. That's prime time. That's what you want, right? And he aims at the stumps. Again, since he's changed his action, he's not been as effective as he was last season, Pathirana. So he's not an all-in job, but it's a good bet at 4.3. But Bumrah, it doesn't really matter when he bowls because he gets you out whether you're attacking him or defending him or trying to run away from him. Like, he's that good. So in that attack, where they've got a load of people who are quite good at opening the bowling and absolutely terrible later, Bumrah at 4 is a very good bet. To be top Mumbai bowler. You should be backing that. The other one is one where I think I had the unluckiest bet of my IPL, backing Vijay Shankar under 20.5 in the innings where he was dropped the world's easiest catch on naught and the world's second easiest catch when he got 20, and then he ended up getting terrible 30-something. But Shankar has got a couple of scores north of 20 this season, but if you go back to his last 2 years, he's like 80% under 20 as Padikkal slams on towards long on and hits another 6.
Oh, I thought he was going to be out there.
I did too, but there wasn't a fielder.
Got a long on must be quite wide for him. Sorry, continue.
I mean, this is gambling in a nutshell here. Is 40-1 last time, doesn't score any runs. Don't go up with the price this time. Wins. Well played, though, Padikkal. He's batted really well. And we were laughing when it was 5-1 Kohli to hit the winning runs and 6-1 Padikkal hit the winning runs. And now, I wouldn't mind being on Padikkal at 6s as they reel these in. So, yeah, the bets are coming up on your screen here. Apparently, you can still get under 24.5 for Tripathi, which you must back. The 2 top bowler ones I really, really like. I'm trying to find other stuff that I've backed in this game.
Oh, he smashed this one down the ground for 4 as well.
Looking good, and he's ticking. And How much does Cody doesn't have 50? Where did I get that from? He was
wonder
raising
why
his
you were
bat to
saying that.
somebody. He raised his bat. He must have just seen an old mate or something in the crowd.
Are you
Interesting.
so you've got Bumrah for most wickets? Are you worried about the fact that Bumrah keeps falling full tosses?
No, but like I say, I think it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time before he gets back into it. Okay, Cody to hit the winning.
Oh, is this out? Oh my! I think they're gonna have to review that, aren't they?
You may as well.
Well, you need this though. You need this review.
Oh, I want the next
you
one,
bet.
don't I? Tilak, I thought was quite underrated today as well. Tilak. So Tilak's been really good, and he got a lot of press for doing something that wasn't his fault, walking off in that game to let Santner try and score 12 off 2. Like just an utterly ridiculous decision. But he's actually performed really well, and he's got top bat for Mumbai in 3 of their 6 matches this season. So when Rohit's let's be honest, Rohit is slowly improving, but he's failed every time. Rickleton can't go on, or hasn't gone on, maybe once this season. Sky always gives chances. We know how good Sky is. Come on to him in a minute. Tilak holds that innings or holds that batting order together, and he's got scores of 39, which was enough for top bat, 250s in the last 3 games, and he got a red inker last time where he couldn't get the top bat because everyone kept dropping Will Jacks. But 6.5 Tilak to get the most runs from Mumbai today is much too big. That is a very good bet. That was outside leg, that LB that we thought was out.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Tilak has been underrated by some bookies there. 6.5 is a big old number next to his name.
No, definitely.
Where would you put Rohit's run line? Now here's an interesting one. Let me read you Rohit's scores. He's done something that is nearly impossible to do over 6 innings, and he has scored more runs than he did in the previous one every single time. Here's his scores. Come on, computer. He started with a duck. 8, 13, 17, 18, 26. Interesting. So he's got better every time, but he still looks to me like he's... You spoke to a Thapper at length, didn't you?
Oh, wait. I think you've got your wicket. Oops, wrong button. We've been waiting for that for a long time. The next man out, he got the other bet away, but finally they managed to get him caught at long on. And we've talked about it a few times. He's looked like this. Harpreet Brah's a left-arm finger spinner. I didn't know they could even bowl to left-handers.
Yeah,
anyway,
not allowed to,
he's been caught at long on, and that is gone. All right, but this game hasn't really changed. Although 1.06 you can get RCB now. That's good interest.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that's one. So in the few days we've had some chases. Like yesterday, the chase just fell off the rails from absolutely nowhere, and the day before it threatened to as well. But this one, and I've been laying those after time alert. I've been laying those, and I've done all right out of the last, particularly the games yesterday that turned round. But I'm not interested in laying this. They've got way too much batting, and they've got Set Kohli there, and they need to run a ball with 8 wickets in hand. I mean, 106 is a bet rather than a lay. 107. 107, sir. You're not laying that, are you? Seems crazy. Well,
107 is really good value.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm going to back it.
There we go. Another bet for you all. 107. Take this one to the
bank. I don't really want to be
bank.
tipping up backing 1.07. So I've got a load of green next to my Punjab, and I think 107 is at the very least a close. So if what I mean by close is you end up with, some people would call it cashing out. You end up with the same amount both sides. It's at the very least a close 107 because they need to run a ball with 8 wickets in hand, and Kohli's 47 not out, Jarrod. Like this isn't something that, and they don't have prime Rashid Khan, or even Sai Kishore in their armoury here. They don't have anybody they can throw the ball to and go, right, get me 2 for. Chahal is a good guy to have when they need to attack you and you need to break the game open. But if Chahal comes on, they can just knock him around for 3 or 4 jobs are good. where were we? We were talking about the other game, Rohit.
You
spoke to
Varma, you gave
Utap about Rohit, didn't you?
Yeah.
That was interesting. And he was saying that he thought maybe he could be a number 4. There you go. Look at that on your screen. Back to like 6.5. So I don't agree. That Rohit should be a 4, but where's the mega intent Rohit gone?
That's the thing I don't understand. So one of the things that Robbie was saying is, when you lose the captaincy, you end up in this thing. And I'm like, but Robbie, it's been like 6 years where he hasn't been he's been a good player once in 6 years. And it was last year after he lost the captaincy. Like, I don't understand why he doesn't play for Mumbai the way he plays for India.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. The high intent Rohit's awesome.
So yeah, for me, it's very, very confusing. A couple of super chats to get through. Remember, I should say this as well. We will be able to do more of these if the more viewers that we have. So as beautiful shot from Badadar over cover from Chahal goes for, I'm going to say 6. It's been given as 4, is it? I thought it was a 6. Anyway, might have just bounced inside the rope. But if you like these, if you subscribe to these channels, all these sorts of things help us with the algorithm. Just a beautiful shot from there. Okay, so where are we up to here? Compster says, would it make sense for Delhi Capitals bring in Dushmanta Chamira for Mohit? Obviously, it's not like for like because one's overseas. I'm not a big Chamira guy. I don't know about you, but
he's all right.
If he's on your books and you think there's something for him long term, I think a lot of IPL teams like him because he's like a faster version of Prashid Krishna. But I've never really seen the consistency from him that I probably would need to.
He's nothing more than that. Like he hasn't lit anything up. There are some bowlers that you're like, well, I get it because he could do this or he could be that. Spencer Johnson being one. And then when he doesn't do it, you're like, oh, okay, we'll have to think of a different plan then. Like Bartlett might have been all right, but he looked not quite up to it here. Yeah, if you are bringing him in, you're not bringing him in for Mohit, though. You've got to rejig everything. But some of these decision-making, like yesterday's game, was it? Both sides. So Delhi picked 7 bowlers and 2 overseas batting first. Riddle me that. And then they sent in Nigam, is it? They sent him with 3 overs to go. And then he got out. And then they sent the sub in, Donovan Ferreira, who got 7 off 9 or something. Like, they're just total idiots. Like, totally stupid.
Who was the team the other day that sent the sub in really early when they were 3 wickets down? Was it LSG?
I can't remember. I know I can picture the guy walking out to the crease, and I can't think of the name.
Was it Badoni? Was it the innings?
Maybe.
But yeah, I can't remember whoever it was. I remember thinking at the time because what teams do is they wait till they're like 5 or 6 wickets down before the impact sub comes in. And I'm like, I understand the general principle of that because you're waiting to see until you need them. But at the other stage, once you're 5 or 6 wickets down, even a impact sub maybe won't help you, right? Whereas you might be better off at that stage.
So they brought him in early because Pan absolutely reeked and cost me my over 46.5 power play bet yesterday with his 3 off 9. He went block, last 4 balls of the power play, which is a crime in itself and should be you should be subbed out just for doing that. But he ended up getting 3 off 9 and got out playing another stupid shot. Caught behind, and then they went, well, we don't want Miller now, and we don't want Samad now. We need someone else. And they said, Badoni got 50, and it wasn't the best 50 of all time, but 50 off 34 when you are 50 for 3 is great. You know, it's absolutely fine. On that deck, it was fine. It gave them a total that was ultimately somehow a winning one. Yeah, that's an example of you bring in a sub because you're buggering up your batting and you need someone to change that and whilst still keep, because when you've lost Pooran and you're that team, somebody has to give your innings impetus, and that's what they did. It was smart. Whereas picking all bowlers when you're batting first and then not subbing your overseas hitter in until there's 15 balls left is just absolutely bananas. And then when he does fail, he just makes you look even stupider. So yeah, there's still no brain cells knocking around in the IPL. There's very little evidence that people are thinking much, I think is fair to say.
Siddharth says, why not surprise oppositions with more uncapped unknown players they haven't faced? It's working this season. Does it happen in other sports too? There's a reason why you don't do it. It's because mostly it doesn't work. And secondly, over a period of time, people do get used to them, and they get used to them quite quickly. So it's not. If you've got a really talented player that you can bring in, that's fine. Who is it? Who's the guy in the PSL who everyone thought was a superstar? And I was just like, I think he can only face right arm seam. Is it Mohamed Harris? Mohamed Harris?
Harris, yeah, busted flush Harris.
Right. Ed Pollock. Do you remember him? Warwickshire.
Oh God, yeah, opened the batting for a bit, didn't he?
I can go through a bunch of guys who made runs early on and then never did again. And you see the same with bowlers as well. But you're also forgetting, Siddharth, all the players who've been uncapped or unknown who've come in and have also been us. Like, you're remembering, a fetus coming in and hitting a ball over cover for 6 yesterday. You're forgetting the many, many other players. Like, not that many players have faced Xavier Bartlett. That hasn't helped him.
Why are we not talking about the 14-year-old child that hit his first ball for 6 over extra cover? I not often am utterly lost for words, and when I watched that yesterday, Suyavanshi I'm on about.
Yep.
I didn't really do anything for about 10 minutes. I didn't bet. I didn't really talk. I didn't.
What?
My brain stopped working. I was like, "What the hell is that?" And I think Watson actually said on commentary, "What the hell is that?" And that's how I felt for ages. And it might be the funniest thing that's ever happened on a cricket field. It might be the best. Like, I don't know how good that is, but I do know that hitting the ball over extra cover for 6 is really hard. I do know that being 14, well, I can't put myself in that kind of shoes at 14. At 14, I dread to think what you were up to as a 14-year-old, but I certainly wasn't ready for 30,000 people and
I can tell you exactly.
That.
I taught myself to pick locks so I could steal things from people's mailboxes. But unfortunately, it was before the days of Amazon and people actually ordering good things. So I mostly just got like letters from their phone companies.
So you stole people's credit card bills. That's, I mean, there's misspent use and there's misspent use, isn't there? Yeah, I was probably like playing fruit machines and playing football or whatever. And he's turned up in the IPL, but it's not that he even played the shot, because if you put me into the IPL tomorrow and I'm facing a ball, I am definitely going to try and hit it for 6, but I'm also definitely going to get out or miss it. And so for him to hit it straight off the middle, and whoever was the main commentator yesterday just went, whoa, and like couldn't say words. And I felt exactly like that. It's like, what the hell have we just seen? And then his third ball, he did it again. Not over extra cover, but it was a very good shot straight for 6. And then when the spinner, who nobody Digveshes it, nobody scored off him. He was like, he'd bowled 11 balls for 6 runs or something. He then backed away and smoked him over cover for 6 off his stumps. I was like, bloody hell, like, what am I seeing here? He's 14. And I know he got 100 or 52 or whatever against Australia under 19s, but you can run into stuff at age group cricket where you're just a bit too good for non-adults, right? When you're 13 or whatever, that can happen. Yeah. But it's very hard to get carried away. That might be his highest ever IPL score, what we just saw yesterday. Could easily be that. And they might, I'm uncomfortable with them playing him at all. Even though we saw that, and it was one of the best things ever, I'm still a bit weird, a bit kind of,
he's probably not 14. He's probably a little bit older than 14, right? Like,
I don't know. He doesn't look much older than 14, Jarrod. But
well, he also doesn't look 14. He does look a little bit older than 14. But I know what you're saying. But that's the same thing they said about Sachin. But for every Sachin, there's a lot of other guys that we've never heard about again. Like guys who did play Test cricket at 15, 16, 17, there was a wicket keeper from Yorkshire who I think made his debut for Yorkshire when he was 15, and by the age of 20 or 21, he was running a Tiger, which is a nightclub in England.
This is my concern, is that at 22, he's gone because of the amount, and we can't fathom in this country the amount of pressure or the amount of eyes that. I remember when Yuvraj had a bad couple of games in a World Cup and they were stoning his house and making it that he couldn't go back to his own home and stuff. This is Yuvraj, a legend of Indian cricket. This kid is under now enormous pressure because he came out and hit his first ball for 6. And if you notice, the thing that really bothered me about yesterday, he was crying when he walked off. And that is a human reaction when you're 14, when you're a kid, when you're a child, because the pressure is ludicrous. And he was thinking, after that first ball, very difficult to imagine what it felt like. Never done that, what he did. But that must have been like the best feeling ever. Like if you're 14, you got those, and you're just like, the commentators can't say words. The professional word sayers cannot say words for what you've done. It was too much for him when he walked off. My question is not like, obviously there's lots of words you could use for that individual ball, but should a child, that's what he is, he's a child, should a child be playing in this? I'm betting on the game, Jarrod. Should I be betting on 14-year-old boys playing sport? Doesn't feel right.
So my thing was when he went off the field crying, that's when I thought, oh, you guys probably shouldn't have sent him out there. Like, that's probably like the chances of him being a huge success are so low. So, you know, the NBA is a really good one. And I think we've seen this in professional football as well, haven't we? Like,
yeah, Freddie Adu.
It is so hard to work out if someone at the age of 14 or 15, 16, 17, 18 is still going to be playing at 28, 29, 30. Right? That doesn't mean that at the age of 16, 17, 18, they aren't physically ready. Right? But what it does mean is that the sort of pressure that you see under a player like that. Did we just see a non-run out where both players were at the same end and somehow they still managed
a lot of
to
shouting is what I saw.
Oh, and then they've hit a 4 next ball anyway. I didn't realize that's the second time today where I've seen what I thought was a simple single, looked away and just be like, why is there a run out chance here?
How was that not run out, by the way?
Yeah,
how was that
it's impossible to have two fielders at batters at the one end and not get the run out, but they've managed to do it. Good on them. Yeah, so we see this a lot. We saw this with this whole, like, you know, you have Kobe Bryant and you're having Kevin Garnett, who came straight from high school and played in the NBA and have both become legends. There's about 40 other guys, though, where there were varying results. And in some stages, the pressure of being a kid who came straight from high school and started playing at 18 broke them, right? Same with some of the overseas players. You get Luka Doncic come through, that's fine. There's another guy who was I think he was the number 1 or number 2 pick, Darko Milicic, who became an alcoholic his first year in the NBA because he played for the Pistons. They were a good side. He never got off the bench and he just got depressed. And clearly he's a 7-footer who could do all these things, but he didn't love basketball. Now he's on the bench. He's away from home. He's young. He doesn't know who he is. You know, all these things are really, really tough. Are we going to have a timeout here? Of course we are.
Making young people do stuff in adult situations, right? Adult pressure. Like, adults should be able to handle, some can't, should be able to handle the eyes of the world on them, right? You should be able to do it. If your decision is to be a singer, then you can't be shocked when there's loads of people turn up watching and paying cash to see you. Then you're meant to stand up and sing, right? If you can't do that, you've chosen the wrong path. If you're a cricketer, look at Jaiswal's backstory. It's absolutely incredible. Sleeping in the groundsman shed and all that stuff, right? His family made enormous sacrifices for him. He's a kid, right? He's 22 or something. He's 8 years older than his batting partner, Jarrod, yesterday. This kid who's got a great backstory is now, the papers aren't concerned about Jaiswal anymore, who is in the throes of becoming potentially an all-format great. Who cares? He's yesterday's chip paper because we've got a child walking out to bat. It makes me uncomfortable. I think when you look at, like, people in all walks of life that are doing stuff, I mean, it's difficult to bring Michael Jackson into cricket conversations, but here we are. Michael Jackson's utterly ruined as a human being because he was thrown into the spotlight every day, made to train, you know, dancing and singing and all that when he was a child, thrown into the public spotlight. And look how that lunatic ended up. Macaulay Culkin, with mucking around with the same guy. All these child stars, not many of them get to 40 and they're like, oh, well, I'm all right. My brain's normal. Bieber, like, look at them all. And I think sport and the IPL and everybody else has a bit of a responsibility to, even if he was the best option for opening the batting yesterday for Rajasthan, and maybe he is, maybe he's probably only in for, if you're modelling him as a better, he's probably in for 14 runs at strike rate 160. Is he your best guy? Is he? And even if he is overwhelmingly the best guy, is it correct that he opens the batting in the IPL at age 14? Because the chances of him being a level-headed human at 40, if yesterday's evidence is anything to go by, are pretty slim. And some people here, it's not really on the parents, because the parents are like, well, of course, he's wanted to play cricket his whole life and he's amazing at it, and we want him to play for the best team. Somebody somewhere has got to go, is this right? Is this the best idea? And I felt a bit uncomfortable watching that yesterday.
So in the history of cricket, we have, I think we have about 20 or 25 people who've made 1,000 international runs before the age of 20.
Right.
So Sachin made 4,000 and he averaged 39. Tamim Iqbal, I think we would say that while there are some issues with Tamim Iqbal, he's gone on to have a pretty good career.
He's had a good career, Jarrod, but a few issues.
I know what you're going to say. I know what you're going to say, yeah. Shahid Afridi is another one. Now, he's a bowler, so you can take that out a little bit. And also, he was 21 when everyone said he was 16. I think, that, which is fine. Umar Akmal was also definitely not under that age. So the next player on the list, so we've already had Tamim Iqbal, who, as you said, has had some issues. A beautiful shot from Virat Kohli down the ground for 6 or 4. 6, it is given 6. Beautiful strike. Used his feet to Chahal, hit him straight back over his head. Absolutely perfect. The next one on the list is Ashraful. Okay.
There's an interesting career. I'd love to see the documentary on him.
Wow, funny you should say that, because I've been trying to talk to him recently to do a book. But anyway, then you got some UAE cricketer. I'll stick away from some of the associate cricketers here. The next player on that list is Brendan Taylor. Brendan Taylor became an alcoholic. He then got hooked on drugs, and he then got involved in match fixing.
Yeah.
Okay. You've got a couple more. You've got a couple more players here who are associate cricketers. Then you got Imran Nazir.
Yeah, I remember him very well.
Maybe one of the biggest waste of talents that you or I would have ever seen, I would say. I've never talked to you about him. I'm just assuming you agree with me.
No, I remember him because I put up a wrong price when I worked for Stan James back in the day of him to get the most sixes in some tournament. And I got away with it, I think. But henceforth, I backed him to get most sixes in most things. And he was a guy that if he was his type of cricket is played now.
Yeah, he was
slightly
he was
doing that 15 years ago.
It could be a wicket here, long on, off the toe of the bat of Patadar. And he's found that. They're just trying to finish this off quickly to get their net run rate. No issues there with Patadar. He was 12 off 13, actually. He played a couple of shots. He just hadn't got the ball away, but this one was off the toe. Keeps it down to under 200 to 1. But other than that, there's not much there. Another player on this list who was completely broken by the pressure of being a younger player, who also then had to captain, is Tatenda Taibu.
Interesting one as well.
Yep. Who's now a reverend and a cricket coach, which is a hell of a combination.
Aren't we all?
Ijaz Ahmed, which I didn't realize he played so young. So he's another interesting one. Paul Sterling, who, again, another associate cricket. You've got another couple of Bangladeshi cricketers.
But if you're associate cricket, you're going to be in early, aren't you? If you're associate cricket and you're really good, that's different.
Or New Zealand is another one that quite often you play much earlier than, the smaller countries without the bigger catchments. You've then got Alok Kapoli, who was one of that young Bangladesh player before Ashraful, who never went anywhere. Shakib Al Hassan, who clearly has had many issues in his life. Yeah, I think we're both going to agree on that. Here's another one for you. Marlon Samuels, some issues in his life, would you say?
Couple.
Yep.
Man of the match in 2 World Cup finals, though.
Yep. Next one is interesting. Javed Miandad.
Wow.
Right? So went on to have a spectacular career. Again, interesting cat off the field. Yuvraj Singh, quite well grounded, I would say, compared to some of the others. Aravinda de Silva's up there as well. There's Anshuman Rath, who played for Hong Kong, who got the yips for a long time. He's a phenomenally talented player, but I do think a lot of pressure was put on him at a young age, and I'm not sure. I've never talked to him about it, but I don't think he handled it particularly well. And so what you don't have there is just a bunch of people who played as teenagers who were ready. Most of them were ready to play. Like they weren't. You don't pick a teenager unless you're pretty sure they're ready to play, right? And yet they're not all success stories.
Not by a long.
They're a long way.
But the common factor of the ones that did go nuts went mega nuts is slightly worrying. I'll tell you what is live here, Jarrod, is Virat Kohli's hit the winning runs at 5-1. That is live, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh no. I mean, I was just assuming that was absolutely. I didn't even think we needed to mention it. Everyone remembered that great bet from before.
So how many runs have we got left here? 14.
I don't know why you thought my 3-1 was a bad bet. By the way, I told you 3-1 was he was always going to cruise to this.
Well, it's looking good. It's looking good.
Let's pick up. We've got a couple of super chats. Sure. Compster says, "Who would be your top fantasy picks for the upcoming match? Who should be captain and vice captain?" So he's basically asking you who's going to get the most points in that next game.
Okay.
Do you want to think about that and we can come back to it?
No, I want to answer straight away. I mean, it's hard. I think Tilak is the guy that maybe not many would have. So I spoke about Tilak at 6.5 to win top bat. But also, it sounds like you're betting against yourself here. You can get 12-1 or 13 in decimals for Sky to be man of the match. Now, go and look at Sky's record at the Wankhede, where we are in 45 minutes' time. He's a gun there. He's in very good form, and he hasn't caught fire yet this IPL. He hasn't gone on and got the massive one. But if you look across both teams, Mumbai are pretty big favourites to win this game. So you go, okay, well, who's going to win player of the match then? Almost certainly somebody from the winning team. It's difficult to make a case for any Chennai player to get loads of points just the way they're mucking about. Dhoni, actually, I'll tell you, Dhoni has to be in it because in the ones that in betting, you get 25 points for a stump in. He's getting one of them every bloody game. So Dhoni's in it. Bumrah's obviously in it. I think you have to, even though I would back his unders at some of the lines I've seen in terms of his runs, Will Jacks, because Jacks bowled all right the other day. So Jacks is a guy, Mr. Compster. If you want to chuck in your team, Jacks can get you loads of points.
They batted him up the order, which I thought was good. Me and Robbie disagree. Robbie wants him down the order. I want him up the order. Just because I think you're going to get a lot more out of him. They've used him a couple of times now. They used him one game where he shouldn't have bowled, and he bowled poorly. And I was like, they won't bowl him again. And they bowled him the next game, and he bowled really well. So I think that's quite interesting.
So that's quite interesting as well. So I think in terms of points, the one that probably is under the radar is Will Jacks.
Palash says Sachin is still the youngest 100 maker in Australia, England, and South Africa. This is my point. Like, you can't point to Sachin without pointing to the many other people that I just mentioned on that list that have not had good, well-adjusted lives. Like, Sachin is a special case, and I think Sachin has the best record ever of a player in their teenage years, and also one of the best records ever over the age of 35. Like, the chances of you doing one of those is pretty slim. The chance of you doing both of those is about 1,000 to 1. So it is very, very tough to be in that kind of situation. I think Path might have put a question in as well.
Sachin, just ludicrously talented individual. Not to say some of those other names you mentioned aren't, but Sachin was kind of known from schoolboy what he was going to be. But he didn't play at 14, did he? He wasn't in the India team at 14.
16 when he played against Pakistan?
16, I think. And having been a human, there is quite a big difference. Well, sort of, like, allegedly. Wadira's bowling, which is interesting. Very interesting. They need 7 runs to win, and Kohli's not on strike, and that's annoying me. This could easily be 6-4, see you later. What we want is single, 6. Well done, everybody.
Path said, Vibav captains in the same game is a literal example. He was 17 when he first played and turned out fine. Saying that someone has turned out fine is fine. I just went through a list of 25 people, and we came with more than enough examples of people not coming out fine. It is really, really tough. There's a reason why in professional sport you see a lot more girls play when they're 15, 16, 17 than you do boys. It's because girls are generally physically and emotionally more mature when they're teenagers, and they can handle those sorts of pressures.
Mainly emotionally. Like, girls are more sensible.
I think physical plays a part too, because if you're a 15 or 16-year-old girl, you are probably pretty close to your maximum height and athletic prowess. Whereas as a boy, you might have a growth spurt at 21. Like, you can you can change your physicality quite a bit. But you're right, it's the emotional thing, right? And we've seen a lot of young women tennis players who have like Jennifer Capriati, completely lost her way. Ash Barty retired from tennis midway through her career. What was the other Australian woman? Yelena Dokic had a breakdown.
God, yeah.
During her
very
career.
public. I mean, that's an example of parenting.
What was the?
gone wrong.
Was there another American, Tracy, someone I want to say, that had a breakdown as well? He was a young player. Big six here from
boring.
Jitesh.
That's the game.
That's not what you wanted.
Oh,
That's not what you wanted.
Massive spoiler. So
Well,
Cody gets his not out, but doesn't hit the winning runs.
So we had them at 5-1. Thank you to everyone for your super chats and everything else. Not the most exciting game, but that's okay. Sometimes these things happen. Thanks to Path and everyone else. Who I think Comster had a couple there. Palash, Siddharth, I think, might have come in as well. So everyone, we're going to have a break on this feed of... we will probably be back at about 10 minutes before the next game. Maybe 5 minutes before the next game to run through our bets. We've already talked about them. So just quickly, we've got Tilak 6.5 top bat from Mumbai. We have Bumrah at 4s, I believe, for the most wickets. And Rohit, did you have a bet on Rohit, or were you just asking general questions?
I think I did ask you loads of
I
questions.
would go unders.
I think 26.5 is a lot
Unders.
of runs for Rohit. He hasn't got that this season.
I would almost keep betting his unders until it doesn't work. Does that make
Right.
sense? Like
Yeah.
I would, once he shows me he can do it, I'm more than happy to abort that. But I would probably, and you and I have probably already gone his unders a few times in this season combined. So
Correct. So there are some players that you go, this guy isn't up to it. I'm just going to keep hammering his unders, right? But we know Rohit is an all-time great. He just happens to be in a bad run of form. It probably isn't a terminal one, as in we never see Rohit again. It probably isn't. He's too good. But at the moment, he's crap. So I'm going to keep backing his unders while the bookies are pricing him as if he isn't crap. And then, like you say, if he suddenly does a good one, then I'm straight off that train. Quite happy to jump off it. No problem.
We are on this channel. We're going to take a break. So you won't see us back on this channel for the next 35 minutes. But for the next 15 minutes, you will actually see us. I don't know why we then suddenly lost our heads. Suddenly we both looked like street urchins. What you will see on this channel is some old podcasts. So if you want to see that, that's fine. We're going to be on another channel on Cricket8 where we're going to be talking about this game in more detail. And that's going to be then turned around for a podcast. So we have to do it on a separate stream. It's boring. It's a technical thing more than anything else. But, you know, the way that we're set up at the moment at Cricket8, it's easier for us to do it this way. So I'm going to say goodbye here. And if you wait in 2 to 3 minutes, you'll see us on the other stream. We'll do a podcast and then we'll be back here for the second game. There'll be more Jarrod Kimber and Rob Barron. There always is. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game.
The 4 most important players who were in their side, they had a couple of really important injuries as well, but the 4 most important players who were in their side were not in particular good form, right? And it's very hard to win when that's the case. And that is probably the overall story of Pakistan is that, but the secondary story is they just don't have the talent or the depth of some of the major sides. Like Australia's just chased 350 against England with not a B batting lineup, but, not their strongest batting lineup and also not their best team. They've won against England, whereas Pakistan, with 2 injuries out of their side, look like they are probably not as strong as Sri Lanka or West Indies, who aren't even in the tournament, right?
So do you think those 2 injuries, if they'd not happened, could have made a difference? Because had Ayub not gotten injured, would Zaman have come into the side? Because he was not really in the picture. He mentioned that there was injury concern because of which he wasn't being considered. But had the first injury not happened, 1, would Zaman have made it to the side? And second, had Zaman not gotten injured, do you think it would have been different?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They would have gone with it. I think their overall plan was to probably use Bubba at 3. Like that would have been the first plan. I know that because it was in South Africa that they changed to, and that was after Ayub was injured. Am I right? I'm trying to remember the full.
Was it
date.
the tri-series actually? No, in fact, I think it was the tri-series when they started.
Yeah, you might be right. I knew South Africa was vaguely involved at the time. I kind of think that they would have worked out that they needed Fakhar Zaman and Saim Ayub at top together. Having said that, of everything that Pakistan has done recently, I think giving them the benefit of the doubt would be a very generous thing to do. So maybe that's not the fairest way of looking at it. But I kind of feel like they could have got it right. But that is, if you look at every other team, India doesn't have Jasprit Bumrah in this side, right? You look at Australia, doesn't have their three main fast bowlers, right? Like go through. South Africa has issues. All these teams have different issues that they're dealing with. Pakistan didn't look like they could deal with 2 injuries, whereas other teams are dealing with 3 and 4. And even if they hadn't been injured, you are hoping that Saim Ayub or Fakhar Zaman goes absolutely nuts, right? Because the rest of the batters still don't look up to it. They still don't have an all-rounder, and their seam bowlers didn't look in form, right? So it doesn't really matter in what direction that you're going. It's still not particularly great. But again, it's about the depth of Pakistan cricket compared to other teams. So I did this. It'd be interesting to see what you make of it. Jaiswal would be their best bat on this side, and he's not in India's squad, right? Now, Jaiswal would be the best bat in a couple of sides in this tournament, but Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant, Nitesh Reddy, Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, Sky, all these guys would be first choice players for Pakistan, right? And they're not in the side. Nitesh Reddy would be so important for Pakistan right now to have a player just like him, right? They don't have any of these players. And then Rizwan, Baba, Naseem, and Shaheen, and you can throw Haris Rauf in there. I think he's the other really important player in this current lineup. Which one of them is in great form at the moment, right?
Shaheen showed glimpses of that form, considering the setbacks that preceded. Yeah, he did
Harris
in Australia.
Some glimpses as well. But you know what I mean? You wouldn't say any of them's in career best form. You wouldn't say any of them are in good form, right? They have moments. Even Baba has had some moments. Rizwan's had some moments. So the 5 most important players in your side, so forget the depth for a minute, which is already an issue. The 5 most important players in your side aren't playing very well. When you have a depth issue or you have a couple of injuries or whatever it may be, it really has to be the 4 or 5 best players who step up, or if you're lucky, 6, 7, 8 best players, right? They haven't had that either. So almost everything has gone wrong. Rizwan is almost as good a strike rotator as Virat Kohli, and at his best is not far away from that level at all. And he couldn't rotate the strike at all yesterday, right? So that goes back to the form thing we were talking about before. The professional thing is, look, they're going through, even for them, a level of upheaval on a near month-by-month basis, right? They are trying everything they can rather than just sitting down like adults and going, okay, how do we make Pakistan cricket better? That's what they've needed to do. I wrote that in 2019, 2017. Might have been when they won the Champions Trophy. Yes, you've won the Champions Trophy, but do you have a professional system that will allow you to be good consistently, right? And they don't. I don't think that is just the only problem here, but Shaheen Afridi has been playing on one leg for ages. At a certain point, they need to make a decision. Babar Azam has proper issues, and they don't seem to be really dealing with them. Mohammad Rizwan still plays the same style all the time, and they've got too many players who play in that style. So they do have issues when it comes to professionalism. But let's not beat around the bush. They don't have the same level of talent right at the moment as some of the other teams, specifically in white ball cricket. Like, they don't have the same level of hitters that you get from other sides, right? They don't have those sorts of players who can knock the ball around and hit sixes, right? You know, all those basic things that you need, all-rounders, right? Shaheen coming in at number 8 all the way through this tournament is just like, well, okay, you can't lose any wickets then, can you? Because you don't have a number 8, right? And that's not professionalism. That's their best 4 bowlers and I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked, other than perhaps Shaheen still not looking 100%. But I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked. They're probably their 4 best bowlers. But if you pick those 4 best bowlers, your top order's got to make a lot of runs. And then what happens is you get in a situation where the top order bats slightly more defensive. You don't need to tell Rizwan to bat slightly more defensively. He'll put his hand up to do that on his own, right? And Bubba can be the same. So there's a bit of a self-perpetuating thing. But for a long time, they were the team that tried to score par and then out-bowl you. And their bowling isn't good enough to do that anymore. And their batting hasn't evolved to match it. right? That isn't just professionalism. That is just the team that they have created. The thing with Mike Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right?
I do have to agree a bit with Crunk in that when I saw him for the first time, I was like, wow, I am genuinely excited to watch this guy. Whereas I don't get that very often from Pacers. Like, I didn't feel like that about Josh Hull when I saw him play. Who's playing Test matches.
Yadav, the Josh Hull of England, of India.
But if he is fit, kind like India are a bit of a cheat code because that's not fair, that attack, because they actually have spinners. They've already got the head and shoulders best bowler in the world. And if you add in a fit Mayank Yadav, who is as good as that guy that turned up and played a couple of times in the IPL, they don't lose. They can't lose to anyone with that attack.
Yeah, I think he's a really, really fascinating player. I mean, when you say he's the most talented bowler he's seen, like, there's not that much difference between him and Pat Cummins when Pat Cummins came on the scene. Pat Cummins was bowling, 150, 155 outswing and is taller than Mayank Yadav and probably has a higher release. So the Pat Cummins we see now is, dare I say it, kind of boring, right? Like, consistent and accurate and doesn't swing it and, isn't that kind of player. But if you think back to what Pat Cummins was in that first test match in South Africa, you were seeing literally very similar to Mayank Yadav. And of course, we then didn't see Pat Cummins for 6 years. The next time I saw Pat Cummins, I interviewed him at the SCG, and he'd just come off a machine, Rob, that allows you to run without putting any weight on your body. It's like, I don't know, some sort of moon-like machine. So you do the cardio, but you don't actually put any impact on. And I was like,
it's called a swimming pool.
No, that's what they do to horses. But yeah, it's a bit like that. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, we're never going to see this dude again. Like, if he's 22 years old and the only way for him to do cardio is with a machine that Cricket New South Wales or Cricket Australia had to like ship in from overseas, it's not likely. And to be honest, I think he missed 6 years of international cricket, and Australia had 4 prime ministers. So it was a big stint out of the game at that point. And when he came back, he wasn't that kind of bowler anymore. Right, like he had changed, and then obviously the wobble ball played a big part and everything else. So you can, Crunk, get very excited about a young bowler, and then a couple of years in, that bowler is very different. I mean, it's not just bowlers, of course. Remember, David Warner, when we first saw him, was flat batting Dale Steyn back over his head.
Yeah, good.
And when was the last time that David Warner could play a shot? Like David Warner, if you watched a video of that, would get a pain in his shoulder now, right? Like, age wearies you and everything else. The thing with Mayank Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right? Those are 2 one-dimensional players. If they are not bowling at 90 miles an hour, like, what is the point in them ever being in a cricket team? Because I look at Mayank Yadav and I'm like, do you know what? He's accurate, especially for someone of his pace, and he can move the ball. There's a couple of different parts to him, right? So if something falls off, and hopefully not literally, because that would be leprosy or something, or he's been or he's been dismembered. I don't understand how I got into this analogy, but if something falls off from him as a bowler, I think he has other things to build on. Whereas if you look at that with some of those other, Umran Malik, as you just said, is a perfect example of, well, he's not accurate. He doesn't really move the ball sideways, and he doesn't seem to understand what he's doing. The little bit that we see in Mayank Yadav at the moment, he does understand all those things.
Because what happens, and TV is mainly the biggest guilty party in this, is when somebody comes along who is fast, everybody gets very excited, and they look at speed guns and they don't look at anything else. And speed guns are obviously extremely doctored anyway. But when Umran Malik came along, you're like, bloody hell, that is genuinely really, really fast. And then fast forward 4 games, you're like, yeah, but it's really, really fast in the slot every single time. And it's like his power play numbers are abominable, Umran Malik. Like, he turns up and he goes at 12 and over in the power play consistently. And whenever he gets an over in the power play, it's just scrambling as hard as you can to get on overs and back boundary every single ball, because it's really, really fast. But how good are good players at really, really fast balls in the slot. The ones that are going to hit them directly between the eyes or in the neck, they're the ones they don't like. And Malik didn't work it out. Whereas Mayank is a totally different guy. Like, he's a completely different cricketer. So you have Shamar Joseph, who put it together in a test match against Australia and won a test match nearly by himself when he had a bad foot or whatever. And you're like, that is incredible and it's exciting. And how good is he? He goes to T20 with no experience of bowling with a white ball, and has to suddenly go, right, here's the IPL, let's see how you get on. It's a totally different ball game, like literally, and he got found out in about 5 minutes. But they didn't persevere with him. KKR, wasn't it? Didn't persevere with him, just like immediately, see you later, like, this is the IPL, you can't bowl like that. But 3 very different, yet all very interesting cases there. Mayank Yadav is the one that you think, blimey, he could be anything, but it doesn't look good for his long-term prospects, and he might have to come back. I mean, but it's not like he had his action knackered like England tried to do with Jimmy Anderson, for example, where he had to have a load of time out of the game because his team tried to break him in half. We've not had that. I think it just looks like he's unlucky, but he's only 22, Mayank Yadav. They do have time to, do what they need to do with him. But what may happen, and Pakistan do this with their guys, is they go, well, we've got this great commodity, let's bowl him all the time, and then he breaks and we never see him again. And we don't want that to happen. So don't do that, please.
No. Crunk said Cummins was not as fast as Mayank. I've seen the clips. He was more 145-ish, not 155. He was 155 when he was 18, 19. He was absolutely lightning. When the first time I saw him, I think might have even been live. I was just like, I cannot believe this guy is bowling the way that Pat Cummins does. He bowls 145 now, Crunk, and I promise you, if you talk to Pat Cummins, he'd say he's nowhere near the pace that he used to be. He bowled 145 in the last IPL. Way quicker when he was young.
Cummins is a guy that is top 3 test bowlers in the world right now, I would say, Cummins. Yeah. But until very recently, where he's worked out that he's a very limited white ball bowler, particularly T20 bowler, I think that is because he bowls like he was the guy that had the massive pace in his locker, the 155. And he actually bowls it near a 140, and he gets carted all the time. So he is somebody that he was like, well, I'm going to be really good as a power play bowler. And again, KKR spent all the money. And then SRH, I'm going to be really, really good as a power play bowler. And he wasn't. And he was like, well, maybe I'm the guy. And he's kind of worked it out now. But the amount of cash that he got for being the guy that could bowl 155 when he was bowling 140 is very different. Pretty
I
rubbish.
Don't think he bowled. He hadn't bowled 155. I think when he first came back, so what would he have been, 24, 25, he could still get up to that speed if he needed to very occasionally. And I saw some very fast spells. But he hasn't bowled anywhere near 155 certainly in the last, 6, 7, 8 years. And I think you're right. It's quite interesting when you think about him. He's basically developed into a very, very accurate 88 mile an hour seamer, right? Who can occasionally ramp up slightly. And that was in red ball cricket. And in white ball cricket, he never developed any extra skills for a long period of time, partially because he didn't have to. But the point is that Crunk, people were as excited about Pat Cummins, and now we see Pat Cummins as almost a very good stock bowler. But like, if you had a choice of watching, I mean, you named it before. If you had a choice of watching Rabada or Bumrah or Cummins, like you're from an entertainment point of view, you're always going to pick the other two over Cummins. Now, that was not the case back in what?
No, it wasn't. I remember
2012
watching
or whatever it was when he started.
I remember watching Bumrah's first couple of games in the IPL. And it wasn't like that. His name was the funny thing for me, because in Thundercats they had Mumrah, and so I was just shouting Bumrah all the time, and that's what I remember about him starting. It wasn't that and yes, his action is very interesting, Bumrah, but it wasn't like, oh my god, this is the guy. And it was for Cummins. To be fair, Rabada in Test, when I first saw him in Test matches, that was very exciting. You're like, bloody hell, they found somebody here, because he was awesome. He was instantly really, really good. But so was Cummins. It took Bumrah some time, didn't it, to get good? But Cummins was like, and also Cummins can bat.
That
is why when you look at the World Test Championship, it looks like a shit show. It goes all the way back to gold money from apartheid South Africa. And ever since, we've been making wrong decision after wrong decision. The South Africans were afraid that Australia and England would just kind of go off on their own. So they wanted to join the club. So they formed a club, right? And they actually played a test series, the only test series we've ever had in cricket. And it was essentially the first World Cup, if you're being honest, right? And it was between those three teams. And the South Africans pushed for this ICC, Imperial Cricket Conference. And when they did that, they said, well, let's just keep it to Commonwealth countries. And England were like, oh, that's lovely. Yeah, well, that's honoring our legacy. Of course, we'll do that. So the team that misses out at that point, that is a very strong team, is the USA, right? Then, the only teams who come through are New Zealand, West Indies, and India. So West Indies and India had played cricket to a point where I think everyone thought they probably deserve a go. The problem is that South Africa couldn't play the West Indies and India because of apartheid. So we needed another team to come in, Mega, that had to be a white team that South Africa could play. Hello, New Zealand. At that point, what should have actually happened is Argentina should have come in as well. So there's 2 MCC tours of Argentina. I think I'm right in saying that Argentina drew both of them. So they had proved, as much as any other team had, that they were worthy of playing Test cricket. They don't play. And after World War II, when England's no longer a big thing in Argentina anymore, you get to the point where Argentinian cricket just completely dies. Not to mention that Avita might have burnt down a cricket clubhouse at one stage, but that's a different story for a different podcast. You don't hear that sentence every day, do you? But essentially, cricket dies out in Argentina. So we've now lost out on Argentina, what other sports do Argentina love? Is it rugby and football? Are they not also English sports that were brought over?
Yeah.
Right? There's no reason for Argentina not to love cricket. They've had lots of cricket grounds back in before World War II. USA, cricket and baseball share the same ancestry. For up until baseball becomes really big, cricket is arguably one of the biggest sports in America, probably. And it was bigger than baseball, and it got more press coverage than baseball because baseball was seen as a sport of the lower classes, and cricket was seen as a sport of the upper classes. So there were still lots of reports about cricket, even while baseball is growing everywhere in the USA, right? We just turned our back on that because one guy called Abe Bailey from South Africa was like, we can form our own club here. And it completely screwed cricket up forever. And instead of early on going, oh, we've made a mistake here, let's fix this, we just kept doubling down on it and tripling down on it. And so then you have a team like Sri Lanka, who probably gets Test status about 40 years, maybe 60 years after that they should have, because there's no one in their corner. There's no one fighting for them, right? We lose other teams. So Canada almost got Test status when Pakistan did, right? Again, for a very similar reason to why New Zealand got it. Because they needed another white team so that South Africa had someone to play, right? It's incredible. The colonialism, the racism, all this sort of stuff, that is where we are today. And even to the point at which Denmark should probably be a Test playing nation at the moment. Denmark had county cricketers in the 80s and were a really strong side, Mega. But because they weren't part of the Commonwealth, no one pushed for Denmark, right? So we end up in a situation now where cricket hasn't grown the way that it should have. And it's dreadful. If you were looking at what Test cricket is now, and you can include T20 cricket and everything else, it's shambolic because it's never been run by anyone, and it's been either bilateral agreements between old crusty men, or when they did put a rule in place, the rule almost ruined everything, right? And if you want to know, I'll give you 2 facts on how backwards cricket has been, right? In 1973, we had our first ever World Cup.
Yeah, women's, yeah.
Women's, not men. The men had no interest in playing a World Cup. Football World Cup had been going for 40 years, and the men never looked at it. And it took a woman and a rich benefactor as well. Yeah, to get together. Rachel Hayhoe Flint and her friend to get together and make it, right? The second, and here's the other one. This is mind-blowing. In 1996, I think it was, one of the world's biggest websites was Cricinfo. It was absolutely massive at a point where there were no websites in the world. Cricinfo had been around before the internet.
before WWW, right? That's how big Cricinfo had got. 1996, it's huge. Everyone in the world is trying to follow the World Cup via Cricinfo because it's giving live ball-by-ball updates, right? Which is pioneering in itself. I think Mark Cuban and Cricinfo were the two people who've worked all this sort of stuff out. I think Mark Cuban and Cricinfo were the first two groups to actually live broadcast radio online from sporting events. That's how Cricinfo was revolutionary. Mick Jagger funded part of Cricinfo so that he could listen to cricket coverage online when he was touring around the world. This is true. All this is true. This is how big this website was, right? The guys who are running it are amateurs. They don't know what they're doing. You've got a neuroscientist, you've got an engineer, all these different guys, brilliant people, but like they're all in their mid-20s. Even some of them are teenagers. Travis Basevi was a teenager, right? They're teenagers. They're in their early 20s. They're doing PhDs. They're neuroscientists. They're astrophysics majors and all this sort of stuff. And they've got this thing. They go to the ICC and they go, look, we don't know what we're doing, but we know that this is one of the biggest websites in the world. We want to give it to you for nothing. You just give us enough money to help. We'll keep running it for you, but ICC will own this. And the ICC went, no, we don't want it. 40 million users that website has now. And the ICC has been at war with Cricinfo ever since because Cricinfo completely dwarfs them online ever since. And they were offered it for free. That is the people who run cricket. That is the people who have always run cricket. That is why when you look at the World Test Championship, it looks like a shit show. It goes all the way back to gold money from apartheid South Africa. And ever since, we've been making wrong decision after test playing nations within 5 years once they start playing cricket. So why do you think Bangladesh has not been able to scale up like the Sri Lanka did in the 90s? We haven't really fully processed what an incredible thing that Sri Lanka did. India weren't really a top-level international team until really the 60s, and yet they start playing in the 30s. New Zealand start playing Test cricket in the 1930s. They win their first Test series 39 years later, right?
Yeah.
When South Africa first started playing Test cricket, literally England was sending over blokes they found in the pub, right? There are people who beat South Africa on that first Test series, Mega, who had never played first-class cricket before or after that series, right? So we see one good success team of a team getting really quick. And the truth is that Sri Lanka were probably really good for a long time and just weren't pushed ahead. My guess is that Sri Lanka probably start to get really good. And this is, they had some good players in the 30s as well. But they probably start to get really decent around the 50s and 60s. But unfortunately, so much so, when they got in the World Cup in 1975, Sri Lanka, right? It's such a weird story. Denmark and I think Canada, but it was Denmark and someone else. Might have been Denmark and Holland. Were so upset that Sri Lanka was ahead of them because they were just convinced they were better teams than Sri Lanka, right? No one had seen Sri Lanka. They hadn't seen this team play, right? And by 1979, Sri Lanka beat India in a World Cup, right? Yeah. Which basically gets them Test status. So you have some teams who were held back too late, and then you have teams like New Zealand who were nowhere near. Argentina were a better team in the 1930s than New Zealand. Argentina should have been a Test-playing nation at the same time that New Zealand were, right? South Africa, America were probably a better team at that stage than South Africa were, right? And so you get some teams who get it for many varied reasons, and you get other teams who don't. Like the Netherlands. Look at the Netherlands bowling lineup. Like, who would you rather face in a Test match? Like Ireland's bowling lineup or the Netherlands bowling lineup? I think I'd pick Ireland, right? Ireland, good team in other ways, but I think I'd rather not face a full-strength Dutch Test bowling lineup on a fruity wicket with a little bit of grass on it. Good luck. That's a really good attack, right? And so you look at a one-off of Bangladesh and you say, whoa, they should be better by now. Yeah. But if you look at the history of Test cricket, their actual path is it's really hard to be good consistently in Test cricket. The other issue was that Bangladesh did maybe the stupidest thing in the history of Test cricket, in that for about 10 years they played with a bunch of players who struggled but understood Test cricket and traveled around the world and were getting better and were becoming professionals. And because they didn't have any success, they asked all of them and they started again with kids. So all of that institutional knowledge that those guys had, you might look at Habibul Bashir and go, he only averaged, 34. It's like, yeah, but he knew how to be a professional.
He knew how to travel around the world. He understood all of these different things. So Bangladesh kind of threw away the start of their test career and restarts it again. So you have to, when you start to really look into these sorts of things, and, you know, I'm not expecting all of you to know that New Zealand took 39 years to win a test series and 49 years to win their second, right? I'm not expecting anyone to know those sorts of things. But you have to understand that it's very hard. I had this conversation with a scientist years ago where he said to me, China will be in the best 3 test playing nations within 5 years once they start playing cricket. And I was like, they won't. And he was like, oh, you have to understand that when they throw their weight into... And I was like, no, I understand the financial stuff. I understand everything you're saying from that perspective. But what you don't know in Test cricket is all the little shibboleths that you can't learn and that no coach can teach you in 3 to 5 years. So I was watching Afghanistan at the 2015 World Cup, and they were teaching their bowlers, Andy Moles, and I can't remember who the other coaches were teaching their bowlers how to bowl cross seam, right? Mega, I learned how to bowl cross seam when I was 12, right? Not because I'm a genius, but because I grew up in a cricket culture, right? Suddenly a coach said to me one day, you know, you're bowling, I was bowling medium pace one day because we had no medium paces. And a coach just said to me, bowl cross seam. This wicket will help on cross seam. I didn't even know what he meant, but I bowled it and a ball step up and a guy pulled it straight up in the air and I got a wicket. And I was like, oh my God, this is a genius ball. Never got another wicket bowling cross seam in my life. But these are Afghan cricketers who were 30, 35, 25, professionals who didn't know about this. The knowledge that you need to be able to get to be at that level, right? And Bangladesh weren't really pushed as a cricket nation as much as they should have been when they were part of it, when they were East Pakistan and everything else. These things take time, right? We don't know if they'll ever be a great team, right? Like Sri Lanka might never win a World Test Championship. It takes a long time to be good at this. But what we have seen with Bangladesh over the last couple of years is flutters that things are going in the right direction. Finding fast bowlers. Finding a wrist spinner. We haven't even talked about the fact they've got a wrist spinner. Like, I thought it was against the law to bowl wrist spin in Bangladesh until a year ago.
But then you talked about that China story and how that scientists thought that China could turn out to be a good or a great cricketing nation in tests. What were his reasons? Just the financial might, or was there more to it, genetics? Or...
Yeah, financial might, coaching, and everything else. Like I understood his general principle because I follow multiple sports, but I also know that China put a lot of money into basketball and have one of the best basketballers in the world, and they're not Serbia and Serbia, France, Australia, Canada don't put anywhere near as much money into their basketball.
Yeah.
And men's and women's. Like I think did French get the silver in both of the Olympic things? I think America won the gold and France got silver. Australia had a decent side. Like there were lots of decent sorts of teams. South Sudan came from nowhere and were really good in this last Olympics as well. So what are we actually talking about here? Like China can put a lot of money in and get a lot of success, and we only have to watch the Olympics to see that. But they're not always the number one ranked Olympics team. They don't always win the most gold medals, right? Yeah. And the problem with some of this is that a lot of these sports have these little shibboleths, right? And by shibboleth, what I mean is, I think it's a Jewish word, but it basically means a passed on thing that you don't even know that you know until someone asks you about it, right?
Yeah.
And cricket is right up there with the sport that has the most of those. Just little tiny things that you don't even realize that are really, really important. And little things that you pick up from time over years of having coaches, over generations of having coaches, right? That are really, really important. It's why one of these things of like, we can all say that West Indies cricket is going to die, right? And people have been saying that for generations. But they keep producing really good cricketers because there is a cricket culture in the West Indies, right? And so if you're a good young cricketer in the West Indies, you're more likely to play for England now than you are for the West Indies, right? You're more likely to be a franchise player. But chances are there's some old bugger who maybe coaches Roddy Eswick, this is such a tangent here, but Roddy Eswick was a high school teacher, right? Imagine being in Barbados and going to high school and like having your high school teacher come over with a first-class bowling average of 20 who goes on to be the assistant coach of the West Indies.
Like,
I wouldn't be complaining if I had such a teacher. So
it'd be awesome, right? We would all, I mean, we would have loved that. And
yeah.
and so when you live in a culture that has that,
Yeah.
right? You learn things that you can't anywhere else.
This comment from Yash is really interesting. He says, if it becomes India versus that league, the rebel league point of view, we have to remember that cricket is the only sport in which nationalism plays a huge part. It's not the only sport where nationalism plays a huge part. It's the sport where nationalism is at its highest, though. You're right there. I think it's really interesting at that point, though, Yash, because if I'm a Saudi, if I'm the Saudis and I have this $1 trillion bucket, and I go to Virat Kohli and offer him $150 million a year, right? Is there any way the BCCI can match that? And what if it's 300 million, right? Like you can just buy pretty much all the world's best cricketers. And that's what cricket was worried about for a long time before, right? Because they were worried that someone would, because cricketers are massively underpaid. For the money that cricket makes, cricketers are massively underpaid. And so it is not that hard to come in as a rebel league. That was the issue they had with the Lalit Modi-led Essel Group, which was 2014, 2015.
Subhash Chandra. Okay, sorry. Yeah. I thought you were talking about the...
Well, he was involved as well. Like, I mean...
This one as well.
You're talking about the ICL one.
And then Subhash Chandra was involved with this as well, yeah.
I think he was involved with both of those leagues, if I remember correctly. Yeah. But yeah, so it's not that hard. I remember having the conversation with a major person from a players' union, and they were the one giving me the story at the time. And I did the maths, and I was like, that actually makes sense. Like, I even thought to myself, if I could find a billionaire, couldn't I just buy cricket? Like, it's not that hard because players are so underpaid all the way through. But it'd be really interesting, Yash, if it does become that. I don't think it's going to become... I think the Saudis, because they're talking about 500 million in this initial investment, I think they believe they can't get the Indian players now. But I don't think they would be starting this if they didn't think they could get them eventually. And, I've had these conversations with lots of people before. The IPL owners would not be buying all these teams around the world if they didn't think eventually they could get Indian players into some of these leagues. May not be the stars, but Indian players into some of these leagues. And I would think that the Saudis, if they're starting smaller, are hoping through their partnership with the BCCI that they can do something there. But in future, I think there will be I think they would be thinking that they will eventually be able to do that. They were looking, the numbers that they were looking to pay to the IPL were staggering. I think they were looking at paying like $30 billion to buy a stake in the IPL, right? That is so much money.
And what was the nature of the involvement?
They wanted to buy a percentage of the IPL and own the league.
Of the IPL per se, because that has not happened. That has never been diluted.
I don't think so.
Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at Cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game.
Hello.
Rob's face when he was on the solo shot when he came back was absolutely glorious. Oh my God, I have to host on my own, which he would have been able to do. The Robo Dog is back out on the field. Let's get through our bets as quick as we can. We also forgot, we had a winner in the last one. Another one, a forgotten winner, which was Arshdeep, top wicket taker. Now, what have we got here? We had most sixes. Is that the last game? No, Mumbai, team with the most sixes. Take me through it, Roberto Barron.
Yeah, I like it less now they're batting second, but 1.8 is still a little bit big. I'm not overly excited about that. I'd have been absolutely all in if they were batting first, but they're not. Next.
Okay, Tripathi under 24.5.
Not playing. Next.
Suryakumar Yadav, player of the match at 13s. That seems
too big.
Like
too big.
Bet?
Yeah, I like it. 13, 12 to 1 in old money. Yeah, it's way too big for a man of his talent. When they are, frankly, quite daft. 1.47 to win the game. You'd expect it to go to a Mumbai player. There's a few interesting names on these playing 11s.
We'll get to the playing 11s in a moment. Vijay Shankar's final score under 19.5. All right, 1.83.
Lovely bet that.
And we have Tilak Varma at 6.5 for Mumbai, top in batter. And you said he's been top scorer 3 of the 6 times?
3 out of 6. Can't be 6.5.
All right. Mumbai's team is Sheikh Rashid, who played at least one. Has he played 2 games now, I think? Rashim Ravindra. Ayush Matri. Is Ayush the young kid from Mumbai that they signed up? Oh.
So he's the one that... So you're reading the Chennai team there. The Matre is the guy that came in as the Gaikwad replacement, but there's that video doing the rounds of when he was 6. Everyone was like, he's amazing. So he's totally unknown at this level, unproven. So it'd be interesting to see what he does. He's 17, another child that we're watching, but at least he's a child that's allowed to buy cigarettes.
Are you allowed to buy cigarettes?
Are you not? Maybe they changed that. You're allowed to buy scratch cards. You can gamble as much as you want in England when you're 16.
Ravindra Jadeja, Shivam Dubey, Vijay Shankar, Jamie Overton, MS Dhoni, Noor Ahmed, Khalil Ahmed, Matish Patrana is their team. And then for Mumbai, we have Ryan Rickleton, Will Jacks, Surya Kumar Yadav, Tilak Varma, Hardik Pandya, Namin Deer, Mitchell Santner, Deepak Chahar, Trent Bolt, Jasper Bumrah, and Ashwani Kumar. Deepak Chahar has got the new ball. I don't think Varun's in here. He was on our podcast, but I don't think he's in here at the moment.
I quite like Rashid under 21.5. That's a lot. Strikes at like 127. He's a pretty boring replacement opener for Chennai. Like I assume he's there to get on with it, but yeah, career strike rate 127. I'm not.
Chahar comes in, it swings and is smashed into covers and is misfielded there. So Rashid coming off well. Now, I love Rob's face every time he's on the screen on his own, just petrified. We do need to update the scorecard, everyone, Rakshit, because you do have the last game on the scorecard, which we know the results of
last game already. I can't remember who won, but we know the result of that.
Chahar in again. This is the end swinger and well played.
It's swinging here. It could be early pole. Like as bad as Chahar is at the death, he is that good. If you know what I mean, when the ball is swinging early, like this is a very dangerous over for Rashid to cope with here. This is tough stuff. You will not believe that this man is the same bowler that will bowl at the death later.
Chennai 3.2 at the moment.
It's big,
wicket
isn't it?
Here will get them out to fours. It is big, but I was just about to tell everyone to bet it, and then I saw the last ball swing sideways. That one's gone straight, and it's been well timed. He's timed pretty much all 3 of them, so the ball's coming on. Well, young Rashid there. Now, why I was going to say all that is, I just cannot understand why Chennai are 3.1.
Yeah, well, 3.25 now, Chennai. It's our old friend, Jarrod. It's the Mumbai tax, isn't it?
It has to be. It has to be the Mumbai tax. And for those who don't understand, basically what we are saying there is that the odds when Mumbai are playing are quite often more by the amount of money that is bet in Mumbai on cricket games. And so that's what we both believe is the case again here, because they should have started at about 270, shouldn't they? 265, 270?
Yeah, I mean, let's not go wild. Mumbai should be decent favourites here. They're at home. They're a better team than Chennai are, and Chennai have been pretty rubbish this IPL. And on paper,
we're happy with all those.
Yeah, on paper, like Rashid, Matre is 2 of your top 3. Shankar coming in at number 6. Overton as your overseas. All right, like a lot of that is crap. But Mumbai ain't that good. You know, their death bowling without Bumrah is atrocious if Chennai can get that far.
Oh, there's an edge here that's just fallen short of Will Jacks at
this is that swing.
Second slip.
You've got to be good, Jarrod, to control this swing. If Shardul's bowling this over, he'd already bowled 9 wides. Do you know what I mean? It is hooping. Yeah. And this is where wickets in hand is justifiable from Chennai. Like if Chennai are 40 for none after the end of this power play, I think they've done well, because it's going to swing for what? A dozen balls probably.
Yeah.
The best thing to do against this, unless you're going pinch hitter, which they haven't, is survive it. I like pinch hitter in this spot, but anyway, let Noor have a go.
Defended on the offside, and they're going to take a single. So 2 runs so far. Yeah, so Matre, he's the guy I was thinking of. He was the player that it looked like they were going to... He was outside the squad, wasn't he? And he came in, and he's the teenager from Mumbai. And there was talk he was going to play before Rashid was. And I think me and Robbie had talked about that and being like, no, like, play the young player that you also think is good from your side. I'm not saying don't try both of them, because I like the idea of trying something new. You know, they're not going to make the finals. They should only be thinking of future decisions here. In fact, we'll get to their 11 in a moment to see how much I approve of it.
So just on Machel for a second, he's the guy that got 148 of 93 against Shardle's team in the Vijay Hazare. So he got 148 in a 50 over game when they were chasing 289. Like, that's some going. So he can clearly play, the kid. I haven't seen him. I have to be honest. I haven't seen him playing.
Sheikh Rashid here again times this beautifully. This one, it was just a push and it almost went for a boundary, but good fielding there by Sky and Hardik, I think it was, to save that, bring it back in. They just got the 2, so 4 runs off the first over. Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with him. I think he averages 70 in one-day domestic cricket, if I'm not mistaken. So very excited to see more of him. There's no doubt there. You can get Chennai at 3.45 here. I think I'm going to save that bet until the end of this Trent Bolt over. I say that I'm actually already on Chennai, but if I was the rest of you,
I have to confess I am on Chennai here. I can never pump Chennai with any confidence, but 3.5, it's almost the one down price, isn't it? It's almost as if they've lost a wicket in that over, and I think 4 for none off that super swing is absolutely fine. Personally, I'm no problem with their scoreline there. Where's the market say on runs? 180. So the market is expecting. So Wankhede normally is, when it's swingers early, it plays amazingly well at the death. Like, it's really good for your lower order smashers. Now, Chennai don't have too many of those, and Mumbai are packed with them. So that can explain the match price. But Jadeja and Dhoni can still do it, and Overton can hump bad pace at the end. So they should be okay. What they have to do now is keep wickets in hand, because if Bolt is swinging it like Chahar did last over, he's such a big wicket threat here.
I wouldn't back
from the other end.
Yeah, I wouldn't back Chennai until the end of this over, regardless. And it's not I'm not backing Chennai to win the game. It's just a trade situation that I'd be looking at here. I think Rachin Ravindra, Harry Brook, and Jaiswal all have the same issue, Rob, which is none of them are particularly good when the ball is wide outside off stump. This is well played by Rachin Ravindra. It's a misfield. They're just going to get one. It was Santner down there.
Nobody can field.
Well, they've got 2, actually. It's Kiwi on Kiwi on Kiwi action out here. As Trent Bolt bowls to Ravindra, who hits the ball to Santner, who misfields it, and they take 2. Yeah, I've got a theory that because of the wobble ball, you bowl the wobble ball a lot closer to the stumps. And modern batters, when they're coming through the system, aren't as good when the ball was hung out. Whereas in the old days, if you faced an outswing bowler, they would bowl wide of off stump all day. So you're very used to the ball hanging outside off stump. Whereas now you're used to everything being angled back in. So 3.65. Then I've just scored 2 and gone backwards.
Yeah, the market cannot get enough of Mumbai here, but what is 1.37? Like, what is that? Good shot.
And another beautiful shot here. Good fielding this time by Santner. But he's got another 2. The timing on this.
It's quite hard to score 4. So slow outfield, isn't it? From what we've seen so far. This is one where you don't want to be backing anything to do with over on the 4s for sure. Because we've had 2 balls that sometimes would have raced away at other grounds. And there must have been some rain here, Jarrod, because those last 2 have stopped.
Actually, that's the 3rd one that stopped. Because remember I said the first one was timed really well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so on some grounds, you can see that one. I'm just watching it again. Santner sprawling himself after it. That's right off the middle for none.
To be fair, both of these guys have timed a bunch of balls. They've both been beaten outside off stump a little bit. Actually, maybe Sheikh hasn't, but certainly Rachin was once. The swing seems to have died down for me. Just because it's Trent Bolt, I would wait another ball. But at 3.6, I think it's worth betting.
This feels like one of those that the market is quite a long way out from what I would have expected, even if it is Mumbai. And you're probably never going to get the bit where you think, well, now the prices are fine. It's going to be pro Mumbai all the way through here.
It's almost a run out there.
I'm pretty confident in saying 3.65 is value right now. They've done okay.
I would go
11 balls.
The ball isn't swinging as much now as it was at the start of Bolts Over. I think we're both going to say get in at 3.6, 3.65.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Just seeing some of Rashid's batting there.
I quite like under 7.5 sixes for Chennai here.
It's not a lot of sixes, is it?
No, I like unders though. They don't hit many, Jarrod. Like who's
That's what I'm
hit
saying.
Them? Yeah, eight is a lot for a team that is compared to the others is devoid of sixes. No boundaries yet in 2 overs, which is not very IPL, is it?
Nope. 3.7 now. The run line is 171. That feels like it. If I'm leaning on that, I'm leaning on overs at the moment, just because the ball is coming on absolutely beautiful, and they've got through the 2 tricky overs.
I get it. I think there's a lot here on Ravindra, mate. They're just looking at the names in this order. I mean, you can't. The thing is, excuse me. The thing is, when you're making a case for backing overs or backing a team, you're like, well, this guy can do it, this guy can do it, and you go down the Chennai lineup, and you're like, well, I'm not really sure if this guy can. They've got 2 old sods at the back end, Dhoni and Jadeja. Matre, just a massive, great big question marks. All you can be. Might be really good, but might not. Rashid doesn't look like the answer from what I've seen so far of him, but he might be good. Don't know. He's facing Chahar now.
Oh, I like Rashid. I like the way he defends this one to point. Yeah, I just think he can play off the front and the back foot. He's very compact. He seems to know what he's doing. So yeah, no, I do like him a lot.
I think the more experienced guys, and it's crazy that we're putting Ravindra in that in terms of out and out batsmen in that bracket, but I've got to show the way a little bit more. And Dubé needs to step up and play an innings of substance rather than just getting annoyed that he's 10 off 10, hitting 1-6, and then getting out the very next ball, which he seems to do every single time I watch him.
This one is timed again, but
straight to runs, aren't they? They've got to score some runs.
What are they up to? 3.75. I'm surprised the last 2 dot balls haven't ballooned them to 4s. Maybe even the Mumbai fans are like, we can't keep backing them.
Yeah, at some point, like, they've probably run out of money now. They've had all their money on. I mean, this is turgid stuff.
If you're watching us live, especially if you're in good areas live, as Chahal comes in, next ball, length ball, it's miss hit out to the leg side. They should get 1. They'll come back for a second as well. If you are watching us live, please like, subscribe to Cricket8. If you're watching on Good Areas live, even if you want to keep watching on Good Areas, please subscribe to the Cricket8 channel as well. We're definitely going to be doing the watch-alongs for the Sundays. But the more support we get when we're doing this, via comments and likes and subscribes and super chats and all those things, the more we will look to do going into the future. So please support us any way that you can, financially or with your thumbs.
Yeah, and if you don't send us questions, then we'll just talk about Myrtle McLachlan for the rest of the day and not pay any attention to this game as Rashid smashes one away for another 2.
Okay, now I need to ask you something. What is the price on 2s?
Yeah, so 2s fans, normally, let me look it up, JK. Normally at this stage, 2 is anywhere between 14 and 20. But if you're watching this with the slow outfield, the lack of guns that these 2, clearly not enough time in the gym for these. Let's see what we can get here as I load this game up on my console. So there aren't many firms you can bet exact ball prices with, but they're massively onto it. At Decimal, there's 6.8 for the 2, which is good trading, to be fair, because they're basically saying we can see that 4 is difficult, and they're much bigger than usual for 4, which is fair. If you've got Abhishek and Head batting in this spot, you're probably 3.5 for a 4, as that one goes past the edge of Rashid's bat. That's a pretty ugly slog.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't back it at 6.8 because the bookies are onto it. Fair enough trading. Yeah, you'd expect the 4 to be much bigger because they can't bloody hit them. They're really struggling to time anything, the swing. And what this does now, right, what Mumbai, if they're smart, should do, hold Bumrah back now. You don't need him. They haven't got away. So keep bowling these two good opening bowlers. Chahar could bowl 4 on the reel here. Done.
Yeah.
Then you don't have the worst death bowler ever bowling at the end. So, yeah, what they should do now is go bolt Chahar for the whole power play. Give Chahar his 4th, and then have a think.
Rashid comes down and humps this away, and he's just got a 4. Even that, if you back the 2s, if you got something at 10s or 12s, then you were playing there because that wasn't far away from being saved. It was a very risky shot, but finally we have a 4 scored and more than 4 runs in an over scored, as that takes him to 16 after 3.
And yet the market doesn't really blink. It's like, yeah, but what are Mumbai going to do when they bat? 3.75. I mean, it might be that isn't a terrible start because they had really difficult batting conditions and they haven't lost a wicket. It might be that it isn't a terrible start. There might be a bit in the pitch. What we do know here is there's almost always, if you've got wickets in hand, runs galore at Wankhede at the end. Almost always. But they are none down, Jarrod. So, again, it's hard to keep backing them. There is a point where you have to stop putting money on something. But 3.75 is a big number. They're doing okay here. They're not doing great. Rachin being 5 off 8 is a worry. I don't know him well enough to know whether or not he's going to see Ashwani now and premeditatedly go after him. But KKR did that, and Ashwani got 4 a couple of games ago. So whilst he might on paper not look all that Ashwani, they're doing the wrong thing in bowling here.
And he's out.
Nicked off first ball. Premeditated, wasn't it?
It was premeditated. He went for the big slog across the line, and Mumbai are now 1.26. Can I go out to 4.7?
It's a huge wicket. And utterly premeditated, didn't move his feet, and he's literally gone, well, Ashwani's bowling, so I have to go. We've only got 16 on the board. And I said that he's a more senior member of this top order now. He is the senior member of the top order. And he has to behave himself more than that. That is a really bad effort from Ravindra. That is crap, isn't it? I
can tell you exactly what it is. I'm not sure he was trying to get that to move sideways. That looked like to me it was a cross-seam delivery. And Rachin Ravindra, I'm not even sure was watching. I think he just went, I'm going to smash this. And it's hit the seam and just stuck a little bit in the surface. I don't think maybe it moved away. Varun might be able to look it up for us later. But I think mostly what happened was it probably just bounced up a little bit. And because he was playing this horrendous hoik across the line, it is a thing for Rachin Ravindra. He's obviously a brilliant player and can play incredible cricket. But he's not above a really bad hoik across the line, is he?
No, he got himself out there. That was pure and simple. That the ball was fine. There was nothing wrong with the ball. But if he played the ball on its merits, he scores 1. And he didn't play it on his merits. He said, Ashwani's bowling, I must go after him. Yeah. This is going for 6. And he forgot to look at the ball, move his feet or his head, like everything. He just stood still and tried to hump it. And that was really bad. And for a guy that might have been perceived as the weakling, his tail is right up now as he bowls at the new 17.
Oh!
He gets it straight up in the air and then he gets out.
First ball in the slot outside off stump. I think we're going to have to take on the 3.7s or 3.5s or whatever it was. No, but what I mean is on the trading position.
Yeah, we're struggling. You can trade out for a loss now. Some would be tempted to do that. I think
we got what we wanted, really. We got them without a wicket in the 3 tricky overs, and then they lost the wicket straight away to the cross-seam delivery afterwards. So we actually were right up until the point of which they never went on to make any runs. Anyway, Ashwani in again. This time to Sheikh Rashid. It's on the hip. He turns that around the corner, and they're going to get 1. We also haven't had a 2 for a while.
He's playing, you were right, compact and correct, isn't he?
Yeah.
It looks to me, next man out fans, that there's a pretty obvious guy to back here, whose name is Machel. Yeah, 1.8 I can see next out. That looks absolutely fine to me. Now, I can't possibly be hammering that. I can't go all in and go, well, that's a tremendous bet, because I don't know anything about these two really. I've seen Rashid bat a couple of times. I've not seen Matre bat, and his domestic numbers are very good, and he's 17 and all that. But from the one ball that I have seen from him, he hit it in the air and nearly got out. And the other guy has looked absolutely fine, Rashid. You know, low risk, single taking.
Oh, he smashed this one down the ground, has Machel. To be fair, though, for Rob's point, it was a very risky shot. He ended up smashing it, but he does look like he's just going to have a go.
Yeah, so I'm happy being on at 1.8 there. I think that's fair enough. But nice to see a bit of intent from the new bat.
I reckon that was off the toe of the bat almost as well. We could just see the bats flying in as well.
Oh yeah,
actual bats, I should say, not
yeah, the flying.
Not
ones.
someone throwing their bat. 4.5. Chennai starting to shorten a little bit. And this is on the pads. It flicked up in the air, and this could be 6.
Nice
we
shot.
hit that way straighter than I thought. I thought that was over square leg. That might be over mid-on, mate. That's an extraordinary shot if he's got that over mid-on.
That's fantastic. Okay, I like this guy.
I mean to be fair to you, though, next man out still seems quite safe.
Yeah, 1.8 next out. I'm more confident now than I was having seen him play one ball ever. He didn't actually time that. It's a very good shot, but he didn't actually get that off the middle. If there's a man there, he's interested. He's got enough elevation. To be fair,
it went too straight though. There's no way you would have a fielder there.
Intent is a lot of things, isn't it, in cricket? And having a guy come in 3 after that start and start whacking it about, it's changed the momentum of the game, which is good to see.
They're at 4s now. They're not far away from our 3.5s. Another boundary here. Another 6. Is he going to go again? It's short. He has gone again. This one, he has smashed the absolute seams off. This ball is now naked, running through the air.
Where's this guy been?
Well, we did say that there was a rumor that he went from not being picked in the auction to very nearly debuting ahead of some of the other young Chennai players. I think we're seeing why. He picks the ball up so early. He was ready for that pull shot before it was bowled, and Chennai are into 3.6. So if those of us who kept our trade in, like me and Rob both did, now look like we're back to par again for the first time in a while.
Yeah, and the run line's hovering sort of late 170s. Again, seems fine. And the market has told us this, but they've got rid of the fact that they've lost Ravindra for 5 off 9, which normally would be a disaster with this batting lineup. Because not only has he scored 17 off 4, he actually looks really good. Like, that was a couple of very, very nice shots there. I maintain that the 1.8 next out is very good.
Oh, yeah, I don't think that changes the next man out because he's going for it. And Rashid's on 12 off 11, and it's just defended a ball on the offside to get him back on strike. And he's almost run him out, actually. A little bit too hard with his hands there. I think he might have just apologized to Machel. Machel, who is 17 and has the mustache of a 35-year-old train conductor, we should say. It's not even the full, it's a very short mustache. It's not the Chaplin Hitler, but it's not a million miles away. It really does look like an older man's mustache.
Yeah, I mean, Chaplin was onto something, and then he kind of got destroyed out of.
Do you know that's why he made The Great Dictator, the movie? Because he was so upset that Hitler stole his mustache.
Okay. I saw a thing of Chaplin recently, which I'd not seen before, of him. I think it was in 1939, breaking silence and just going on a massive run against Nazis. Very good bit of oratory.
That's from The Great Dictator.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
He's really good.
Is it? Yeah.
Good words.
Oh, no,
well said.
Brilliant. Now, the odds have come in. We are now in profit on our Chennai bet after that wide. It is now 3.1, I'll say. It's dancing around a little bit. But with Machel on strike, we're now in profit. He left that last ball. It was the bouncer. Went over the top. So he's 17 off 4 still. Chahal's coming in again, and he's bowled it into the hip. And there's no run. He looked a little bit.
Feels like 6 is in the game here, doesn't it? And not knowing Machel, I didn't know he was this guy. Like, I saw that scorecard, obviously, the 148 in a 50 over game. But he looks like a lot of fun to me. What I'm looking at now is runs in the 6th over, and I cannot bet in the 6th over runs because it might be Bumrah, and I don't know whether it is or not. If this over goes, so if he hits 2 6s now, they will go Bumrah in the 6th, I think. which is a rare over for him to bowl. He's normally in by now.
Oh, he flat bats this
Sharp
down the
ball.
ground. This reminds me of a young David Warner.
Lovely
In fact,
stuff.
David Warner hit his one for 6 off Dale Steyn, but it's the same shot. It's essentially just a tennis forehand down the ground, and he absolutely hammers that for 4. And if you followed us on our trades before, you're now in profit on Chennai for the first time as they come into under 3s.
It's a good start all of a sudden. It's gone from being an absolutely awful start when Ravindra went. And again, our old friend Intent, if you come in and have a properly, like even if he's out this ball, he's done well. 21 off 6 he's got. Intent is everything. I think they missed a trick, even though Ashwani got Rashid. Sorry, Ravindra.
Oh, he's played this beautifully as well. This should be 4, but brilliant fielding in the
Hardik,
circle. Is that... It's not Hardik. Oh, no, I don't know who it is now. I didn't see who it was in the circle, but whoever it was stopped it from going for 4. They are hatless. I repeat, hatless. What's his name? Oh, my God.
Namandir it is.
Namandir, that's who I was looking for.
Yeah,
I knew the guy. I couldn't think of his name. I was like, I know it's the guy who does part-time and he bats down the order, but I couldn't remember his name.
Definitely a guy who wasn't wearing a hat, but he saved it, and it was very good. So first piece of good fielding this IPL goes to Namandir. Congrats.
41 for 1 after 4.4 here. That brings Rashid back on strike. Well, he's got a chance to just go for some boundaries here, because he doesn't have to get his partner back on strike. It's full, it's straight, and he's clipped it away, and it's going to be a 2. Well, we did say before, don't bet on the 2s. It didn't quite come out the way that we wanted. What, are you taking that as a win? We said don't bet on the 2s.
It's another thing about gambling, right? It's you can say, I think this is going to happen, but if you can't get the price, you can't back it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only bets we got going now really are on our friends Chennai, who are doing quite well, and we'd like to see the ball get straight. So I would ordinarily here, I'd be saying you must be on over 8.5 for the next over, because the kid is going great guns, and now Rashid has faced 5 overs and he's looking fine.
But we both think Bumrah's going to bowl the next over.
But it could be Bumrah, and if Bumrah comes in and you're on over 8.5, you automatically hate your own bet. So I can't say, like, if you can sneak on, actually, with the Betfair 6 overs line, as it is now. But if you've noticed here, the money's coming out of the line because nobody wants to be laying you if Bumrah comes in. Nobody do you know what I mean? It's so he is a guy, Bumrah, he means everything. And when we get to the end of this innings later, I guarantee you that there will be a bet, because some of these bookies will not be onto it, that the difference between Chahar at the death, to be fair, they bowled him 3 overs in the power play, which is a good idea. He's only gone for 21. He's done his job. If Chahar's got an over in the last 3 and Bumrah's got an over in the last 3, there's only one guy. Sorry, the difference in numbers of runs expected in those 2 overs is absolutely enormous. I think they're going Santner here, Jarrod. Santner in the 6th. So I
can tell you what happened there. The market expected Bumrah, and they were going up to 3.05, and they were maybe even 3.1. Santner picked up the ball, and they went down to 2.92.
Yeah, it's
changed a bit now. Like, they're 2.94. Santner has the ball. Everyone now understands that Mitch Santner has the ball. What is Ayush Matre going to do to the first fairly ordinary ball from Mitchell Santner that he probably should have pulled for 6? And he's laughing at Santner as he runs down the wicket. He's just knocked it around the corner for 1.
That really did feel like a ball that a high intent man. That was a half tracker. If you lean back there, you can just smoke that over square leg for 6, can't you?
He wasn't expecting such a poor ball, and he wasn't ready for it. But Santner now, Sheikh Rashid, he might go the spinner. He might defend the ball and get a leg by. As I don't know what the Mumbai bats are called, but a Mumbai bat flies down. I've ever told you the story. We have obviously a lot of bats in Melbourne as well.
Yeah.
And we used to play tennis, a lot of night tennis, and at certain courts, you could actually really muck up a player if you hit really high lobs, because the bats would come down with the ball, and there's no way you can prepare for a smash. If a bat is literally next to a ball, it just puts you off.
That's good.
This one is poked on the offside. But then occasionally you would hit a really high lob, and the bat would try and fly down with the ball, get hit by the ball, and end up on the court. We'd have to pick the bat up and move it off.
Bit of local knowledge goes a long way.
Exactly. 2.86 they're into now, despite the fact that they haven't scored a lot here. This one's just pushed down mid off.
I'm closing some of my bet off because I went in 4 times and it's moving in favour of Chennai without them doing anything. So I'm happy to close a bit off at 1.51. Yeah, I'm still on, but I'm reducing my red. Like, I think 1.51 is reasonable here. The score's fine, 46 for 1 off 5.4, but they've got 4 Bumrahs to come. And
they've got to attack this ball. They have attacked this ball. Rashid has given himself room. He scooped this over the offside, and he's going to get another 2. So if you did go on 2s, you probably got the... what did we say they usually are? If someone hadn't changed their odds and you got them at 14s, I think you'd be about evens now from that bet.
You'd be in front because you've had a couple.
No, but it was off. It's been off about 25 balls since we said it.
Oh, okay,
yeah, so you'd be marginally in front, but not nothing major. He gave himself all sorts of room there and just scooped it on the offside. And it wasn't a scoop shot. It was tried to be a lofted cover drive, but he ended up sort of lofting it over backward point. Last ball of the power play, and he defends. There'll be a shout. Mitchell Santner, not sure. I thought he hit that. Rob is answering messages on the group, so I'll
no, I just apparently I keep going too far away from my microphone, so apologies about that.
Yeah,
I am back.
We've already done those super chats. Who's ever just brought that one up? We've done.
So yeah, the game now, if you're betting on overruns, which you absolutely should be, is when is it Bumrah and when is it not? Because what Mumbai are going to do here is they're going to go, okay, we want to get this guy out now. We're bored of this, so let's go Bumrah. And now could be the right answer. I think they'll probably go Hardik here. But I would want to get this kid out who's 24 off 10 before he does too much more damage if it was me. Interesting that Jadeja has the helmet on, as if he's going to come in and bat next.
So, well, he was lifted 4, wasn't he? We saw it before. Deepak Chahar's come on. I think you've got a kid who's 24 off 10. It's the end of the power play. He wants to smash pace. I would go with 4 men on the leg side and just bounce him in this over. But I would have done that with Hardik, not Deepak Chahar.
Yeah. At least Chahar can't bowl at the death, which I think is a good plan overall.
He hasn't gone short. He's gone length ball, which this reminds me of a young roll-off Van der Merwe. I've already compared him to David Warner. I'm going to downgrade it a little bit with a roll-off here. I'm pretty sure he just wanted to hit that hard and wasn't sure where he was aiming. He's ended up hitting a cover drive that is not in any way a cover drive. It is a slap through covers that I think he was trying to hit on the leg side, and it's gone through covers for 4.
Yeah, he cost me an absolute fortune in about 2009 roll-off Van der Merwe, and I've never forgiven him.
Was that the game against Australia, or was that an IPL game?
It was a T20 game for South Africa, but back when he used to be South African.
Yeah, against Australia, the one where he came in and kept hitting 6s over cover when he was trying to hit him on the leg side. That one.
He had his eyes closed through the entire innings. Against Australia in Centurion. How the hell do you remember that, Jarrod? How have you plucked that one out of the old memory bank? So what happened was...
Yeah, go.
What happened was I was living in Ireland at the time, and one of the great things about the Irish is they don't mind you having a bet. As we're looking at that LBW shout from the previous over from Rashid, and he's out. That's gone pad first, so they should have reviewed that because he's smashing into leg stump. Wowzers! I mean, these are big deals. These. Sorry. So the Irish lay a bet in a shop, or they certainly used to back then. They're Paddy Power shops, Ball Sports shops, and all this. And South Africa were going into that T20I series against Australia without recognised openers other than Gibbs, and they had Duminy was there and AB and all that, and they didn't have any other openers. And for the second game, and I was like, well, it could be Botha. Remember him, who had an incredibly long career for no reason. And Robin Peterson was the other one, right? So I thought...
This is a proper cover drive this time for 4. He's gone 4, play and miss, 4.
So I thought Robin Peterson has form for opening. He's opened the batting for other teams. 80-1, Robin Peterson top bat. And I went round as many Paddy Power shops as I could in Ireland, having 25 euros on at 80-1 as I could. Yep. And I ended up having a lot of money at 80-1. And it was only my hunch. It wasn't reported anywhere that he was going to open. Anyway, he opened. And he didn't play very well. I'm just looking at the scorecard now. He got 34 off 27. But everybody else got out. Herschel Gibbs got out. AB got a duck. JP Duminy got out. And back then, people didn't come in and score at 3 a ball. And Van der Merwe came in with his helmet pulled down over his eyes and hit and got dropped at least 3 times. And I'm like, just don't go past 34. It was a proper life changer at the time. And with his eyes closed, I'll never forget the innings. He hit, like you said, he was hitting 6s on the opposite side of the ground from where he was aiming to hit 6s. And he got the luckiest 48 in the history of cricket. I don't think he ever scored a run for South Africa ever again after that. They just decided to send him in ahead of Albie Morkel and Boucher and all this. And he just got the
this could be
48.
out. He's gone up and it's caught it long on. Oh, geez, Mitch Santner almost made a mess of that. Just for a minute, I thought he was going to make a mess of it right on the boundary, but Matra is gone. He is 32 off 15. It was what I said before. They actually were bowling fuller to him at the start of the over. They've eventually decided, like I thought, to just go short to him with men out on the leg side and see if he keeps going. It's the leg cutter slower ball, but so clever bowling. And he's tried to pull it away. He didn't realize it was that slow ball, and he has been caught at long on.
Do you know what that means?
That means he's our next man out, and you won another bet?
Yeah. That one never felt like not winning, did it? 1.8?
No.
I mean, he looked like he was chancing his... He played a really good innings there, right? Shouldn't be digging him out for getting out because he has got them back in the game here with 32 or 15, and Chennai need a lot more of that. And it is Jadeja that has walked in to bat next at number 4.
Bizarre.
So,
just to finish your roll-off story, I mean, I remember it because it's the first time I've ever watched a cricket game where someone was hitting 6s by accident, and I realized that everything we knew about batting was wrong. That's why I remember it. Because I remember at the time thinking, well, wait a minute. Like, if he can hit 6s over backwards point when he's trying to hit them over square leg, that means that batters have not fully maximized the way that they hit the ball. Also, because Roloff never really batted like that again. He actually became a really boring, very high quality, but a very boring batter.
He did it purely to piss me off and cost me an absolute fortune. And
which makes it now, to be honest, if we're being honest, makes it a lot funnier for me. So
in the 11th over of that game, Jarrod, Robin Peterson was 34 not out, and nobody else had any runs. So in the 11th over, he was a certainty, and then Van der Merwe comes in. I'm looking at the Cricket Info commentary here. It's a mishit, in fact. Hussey to Van der Merwe, 6 runs. Hussey bowling, well done, everyone. And then he took Nathan Bracken down. David, he took Nathan Bracken down. He takes a couple of paces down and swings him straight over his head and into the sight screen. Full toss outside off. He makes room and scoops him high over cover. There must have been about 50 hands over the rope trying to catch that. Interesting. This was the fun one. Bracken to Van der Merwe dropped. He swings wildly again and goes for broke, and the ball is into orbit for ages. Cameron White dropped the ball when he was on 35. So Cameron White, you owe me 20 grand. And then the next over, he's at Lachlan. Remember him? Lachlan to Van der Merwe. He's a lucky bloke as yet another miss hit manages to clear the rope. Amazing. He tries to deposit him over deep big wicket, but the ball sails over deep point instead.
It was ridiculous. The whole innings. I reckon that was Ben Lachlan before he bowled all those weird slow balls. That was like the original version, who was just like a medium fast little swing bowler. Anyway, 59 for 2 here. Rashid is 17 off 7. Jadeja has got another 2 off his first ball. And we still have Mitch Santner bowling. We've got a couple of super chats. Siddharth says, how do broadcasters select their commentators? Essentially, what happens these days is agents play a big part of it. There's a couple of major agencies who represent a huge amount, and they will literally go and try and win over either, the head of the channel or whatever it may be, the head producer, whoever's the most important thing, and say, look, we've got this person, this person, this person. Can you give this person a go? And that's quite often why you'll see someone come from nowhere. And we see it a lot. I think, oh my God, what's her name? The really good commentator from New Zealand, Katie. Why have I forgotten her name? But the woman who's now done a lot of stuff, I would assume that she's got a very good agent. And that's why Katie Martin. That's why she started commentating. I mean, she should because she's good, but I think the agent is a big part of why she's got her gig. Some are picked merely because they are famous, and that's why they're getting the commentary gig. Some are there because someone has heard them and they really like them. And then there are others who are just on the circuit quite a bit, and they know all the producers, the directors, all the important people, and they get their jobs. What's not really thought about enough is the role that each individual commentator does and how those things work. But thank you for that. Palace says, Matre is Mumbai. Age fraud is not possible. Age fraud is possible almost everywhere in the world. There is not a single place where it's not. And because of what's happening in major sport around the world, as this one from Jadeja has pushed short mid-wicket, no run, I would say age fraud is going to happen more and more. You also can't actually, there's no test that can disprove it. So there isn't much that we can do to actually do it unless someone can remember when that person was in like prep or year one or grade one and remember if they were in the same class as that person who's now 5 years younger than them, which has happened before. It happened to Adrian Shankar. I believe it was Alistair Cook who said Adrian Shankar went from being 2 years older than me to 2 years younger than me. And obviously there's some great stories with some NBA top level picks and people who were like, wait a minute, that guy's like 8 years older than we said. Some of them who still went on to be great. There's a shout for
I think he's
shout
out.
For stumping here.
I think
I think he's out too. I think Rashid
he
has
just never put his foot back down, Rashid. He never put his foot back down.
Exactly what I saw. I didn't think maybe they didn't appeal for it because they just knew it was out, but I don't think they quite gave it enough on the appeal there. And Rashid was he got stuck a little bit, and this is outside of stump. He pushed at it, and he walked, didn't he?
I think lack of intent did him there. 19 off 19 when he batted the whole power play just isn't enough, is it? So let's watch Rickleton's hands here. Didn't go back. Affected the stumping very well. That's a good piece of wicket keeping from somebody who is not renowned for it, is he, Rickle Pants? No. But that was pretty good. That was a good bit of keeping. He didn't give back with the ball like a lot of them do. He stayed, he held the ball, took the bails off, cheerio. And
what's happened with the third umpire? We are seeing some of the most ridiculous things possible.
He was out. Is it because the bail didn't light up until it was halfway to the floor? Like, what's the problem here? He's 4 inches out of his crease when he takes the bails off. Out. Cricket doesn't help itself with all this, does it?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what they were looking at there. Anyway, Chennai back out to 4s now, which I think is, for the first time today, probably a fair price. Because you've got Jadeja who will knock it around. Maybe Shivam Dubey will come in to do something against the spin. But yeah, just to finish Palash's one, age fraud, I think, is actually going to get much bigger in sport. Because if you're a great underage player, you're much more likely to get a contract at the senior level. And if you get a contract at the senior level, that can change people's lives. This is not a Mumbai thing. There are certain parts of cricket where age fraud is massive, but it's not always intentional for sport. It's quite often places in Pakistan, northern India can have some issues in some regional parts as well. Afghanistan has lots because the way that ages are actually recorded in those places, they're very easy to... sometimes they're just recorded wrong to begin with, right? Like there are a lot of Afghanistani cricketers. There's nothing to do with age fraud, but they are still 4 or 5 years older than what they've said. In the big Afghanistani families specifically, they don't always register the ages, Rob, until they've had 2 or 3 kids. And then they register them all as being born on the same day. Like that is a thing that has happened in some families. Anyway, Bumrah's coming on. This is interesting. This is going for the kill. I like this.
I like it.
We weren't expecting this.
Well, it swung early, so they didn't have to bowl him in the power play, so they can have the over to the new bat. And I'll tell you who's a great person to bowl. Jadeja should not be sprinting back for the second. That was a fake sprint back for the second. What you want here is exactly what they've got. You want Dubey on strike because he can get the bowled or the LBW here because Dubey cannot move his feet, right? So I'm sniffing around to see what price I can get bowled.
Can you get an LBW with Dubey? If he bowls around the wicket, it's a bowled you're looking for, isn't it?
I'm trying to back bowled now. So you can get this is huge. 6.5 bowled. 6.5 bowled is very big. There you go. That's the one I've been searching for. one day my brain will be able to put the colours next to the noises, but it can't do it yet. Chimpanzee definitely could. Baby elephant definitely could. But anyway, bowled at 6.5 next dismissal is very good, because you know what Bumrah is going to do here. And like you say, Jarrod, Dubé is not a concern for LBW because he stands outside off stump and his feet, outside leg stump, and his feet stay exactly and completely still. If cricket was a game where you had to be stood in 2 tubs of concrete when you were playing, Dubé would be Bradman. He cannot move his feet, so off stump cartwheeling early in his innings is not impossible, as he nearly gets caught and bowled.
Playing a forward defensive shot as well, which is not particularly easy. He doesn't have a bad record. Well, I should say he's never scored a run off Bumrah, and he has been out twice. And he has been out twice in 27 balls. But it's not one of those records where it's an automatic bet. But I do think it is a very good one. The forward defense does bother me a little bit with your bet there, only because he's actually trying to play properly. He scored none of 3 balls so far, and he's pushing this one to short cover. Good captaincy as well. They got short cover in, and they might have a short mid wicket in as well. So just keeping a little bit of extra pressure on him. That player under his eye line.
I'm going to get my my sheet up and see if I can find anything in Dubé's stats. So again, talk amongst yourself, and I'll try.
Talk amongst yourself, but yeah, no, definitely, he's a wicket chance against Bumrah. There's no doubt about that. Coming around the wicket, full straight, goes for the and unfortunately, there's a misfield. They actually had a chance of a run out there. That was Hardik who just didn't pick it up again? It's incredible how many times since he's come back into the side that Bumrah has gone for the Yorker and just bowled the full toss. He really is missing them a lot more than he used to.
He's been out a long time though, Jarrod, hasn't he?
Oh yeah, no, I'm not having a go. It's just not quite clicked back into where he wants it at the moment. He's coming in again around the wicket to Jadeja. Slow one, I think. Jadeja wants to run. He runs halfway down the pitch.
Oy.
Oh, and this could be overthrows as well. That's one way to score off Bumrah. And they're just going to get one. I think the keeper might have got half a hand on that coming through. Are you looking at?
I'm looking at Dubé's dismissal methods, right? So this is last 4 years of IPL. His bowl percentage is actually 15%, which is not high, but it's not low. It's okay. That was purely a matchup thing. His caught percent is 75, which is high, not extraordinarily high, but it's high. It will not surprise you to learn that he's never been stumped because he can't move his feet. Let's have a look at Jadeja, who, when he's bowling, obviously gets a lot of bowled and LBWs. Jadeja against off breaks and leg breaks, as in normal orthodox spin in the last 4 years of IPL, his strike rate against off break is 82 and his strike rate against leg break is 60. Unacceptable.
Is that good or bad?
Unacceptable, Jarrod, is what it is. He doesn't get bowled much. He gets caught a lot and he gets run out a lot. And that's probably just because he bats at the end of the innings a lot. And he also sometimes
knowing what
gets
you know
run
now
out on purpose.
You've already told us to bet on Dubé bowled.
Yeah.
So would you go back now and just bet on him caught?
No, well, it depends. Again, like everything, it depends on what price you can get. So Dubé, when he's facing spinners, you want to be on court because he doesn't miss the ball very often, does he? He doesn't miss the ball. No. It's extreme pace that can get him early. So Bumrah, if Bumrah would have absolutely nailed a Yorker from his angle and Dubé was half asleep, but Dubé elected quite correctly in this batting lineup to block Bumrah in that over. If he tried to play shots, he could have got bowled. So I'm not over the moon about my bowl bet anymore. But I'm not suddenly going to switch and lump on core at 1.4, which is probably okay. Just looking around at run lines here, everything looks fine. There's not masses of, unlike Punjab, this is low volatility cricket now. Like you would expect these two to knock it around for a bit. So I'm looking at fall of wicket. Sometimes the bookies don't put their fall of wicket up enough when you get a partnership like this where they're probably... Like, what's Jadeja's job right now, isn't it? Knock it around.
Yeah.
So, right, what's the score now? 66. We're in a strategic timeout. They're giving them another 22 for this wicket. So, over 88.5. That's okay. small bet maybe. Yeah, as our addictive personality friend was alluding to earlier, you don't have to bet all the time. You can just go looking around and go, well, I've looked at every market and there isn't really a standout bet there. If I had to bet right now, I'd bet over 88.5 for the fall of the next wicket, because I think they're probably going to knock it around. Have you got a question there, Jarrod?
No, I was just laughing at you, of all people, saying you don't have to bet all the time.
Well, I do bet all the time, but you don't have to.
I mean, I've been with you while you've been betting on an SA20 game at the same time you were playing poker, and then when the game finished, you got a trivia show to come on that you could also bet on. As the next ball from Will Jacks is defended out on the offside. You had 3 different bets, one of which you just made up in your own head as well.
Yeah.
Didn't you have a bet with some friend about you could beat them at paddle?
Yeah, I won 2,000 quid. He laid me 2-1 that I could beat him at paddle. When he doesn't play paddle, his rationale was that I'm a fat mess, which is, fair enough. There's some.
Did you smash him or just beat him?
We booked the court for an hour and a half, and after 40 minutes, I had won 6-1, 6-1, 6-1. It wasn't close. He didn't try very hard either. Like, if I had $2,000 on the line against myself, I definitely would try. Like, he just like, oh, he's actually all right at this. I'm going to lose. Whereas he should have tried something to wind me up or run me down or whatever. But the other thing is if ever I'm under any kind of pressure or I'm playing for money at something, I am much better at it instantly, which is very un-English. It's not an English trait, that, if you look at all English sports, when the pressure's on.
Will Jacks coming in for his 4th ball to Dubé, and this is defended out on the leg side for no run. So he's gone for 1 run in 4 balls so far. Fadil says, what do you make of scenarios like the last game? If Patakal didn't bet the way he did, Kohli couldn't have played the anchor. And if Kohli isn't a reliable anchor, DDP would have played more carefully. I think you have to know your positions. If you have the set batter in and you have a long batting lineup, I think it's more than fine for the next couple of batters to come in and for them to try and score quickly. You only want Kohli in that situation because Kohli being not out at the end basically should guarantee the win, right? So if I'm the analyst, I'm like, let's play in a way that allows Kohli to be not out at the end until Kohli has to step up. And if he has to step up, you would assume he would be stepping up once being set. So I think you get 2 bites of the cherry with that. Whereas if you ask Kohli to go big and he goes out, you're now 2 down pretty quickly, and Devdutt is not set yet.
So Kohli is the greatest of all time at chasing full stop in white ball cricket. But he's the greatest of all time at chasing 160 in white ball cricket.
Yeah.
And people give Kohli a lot of shit for getting red inkers. Today was an example of where he did his absolute exact correct job. He got a matchup that he liked in the middle. Can't remember who it was. And he went 6-4-4. But he scored at 135, and he said to the other guys, like, it's the primary thing we must do to have our best chance of doing well in this tournament that we can't ever bloody win. We have to win, right? And so to win the game, I'll just be here. For us to win with a net run rate boost, you guys can have a whack. And then if it gets difficult, I'm still here. So Kohli did his absolute job. People forget. People dig Kohli out for stat padding and getting not out some 50s and all this. People forget that Kohli is as good as anybody ever at hoofing it at the end if he needs to. But he didn't need to today. He needed to stay in, and he went, Jitesh, just finish the bloody game off with you, mate. Or Patidar, didn't do it. But Patidar's job was to come in and just roof 6s and get it done early. Kohli did his absolute job today. There's nobody happier in the world than Virat. He got man of the match. He got 73 not out, and his team won chasing. Like, that's the best day ever for Kohli. The fact that Patakal played brilliantly well is a huge plus for RCB. But the whole point of all that is, you've got to give your players roles. Clarity of role is so important. You've got to know what you're meant to do. And the fact that Kohli can do lots of different things means you're best to plug him into his primary role. But if the match situation dictated, if they needed, somehow they buggered it up and needed 20 off the last 10 balls, you've got Set Kohli there to do that. And he can do it just as well as anybody can. So, yeah, clarity of role.
Hardik Pandya is on. First ball is short, and Shubham Dubé tried to slap it down the ground and got it to mid-off. There was probably a run there, but I think because he didn't quite hit it where he wanted to, he was put off a little bit there. Next ball is a Yorker.
Time, Jarrod. It's Dubé unders time, big flashing red light. Any batsman that's 2 off 9 and they haven't moved their run line down, you want to be on unders. And this man is 2 off 9. They're giving him another 23.5. That's a lot. So under 25.5 for Jubei is a yes, please from me. He might smash this ball for 6, but 25.5 is a lot for somebody that's 2 off 9. He has to get one away before he's any good, and he hasn't got one away yet.
And he doesn't get this one away. He actually plays this one beautifully though, out to deep mid wicket, but there is a fielder out there, so at least he's timed one. But okay, so we're going Shivam Dube unders.
Under 25.5, yeah. So let's say his next ball he faces, he creams for 4 or 6. Then I'll be like, well, I wish I didn't have that bet. But he hasn't done that yet. He's 3 off 10 balls, Jarrod. He hasn't got one away yet. So this version of Jubei that hasn't got one away is in big danger of doing what he did against Rajasthan and against RCB and against Delhi, where his 3 innings in a row, he got 19, 18 and 18 in those games. And he basically came in, did this, potted around for a bit, and then he gets 1 or 2. So in that game against Raj, he got 2 6s in his 18. So he got to like 8 off 8 and went 6 out or whatever. Yeah, he's a huge danger of getting out after he's got his first 6, because he then thinks, right, I'm on one now, I'm going. So yeah, if ever Jubei's 3 off 10 and they're giving him another 22, I'm on unders. We'll see how we go.
Jadeja played a beautiful straight drive after the last one, but I think Hardik got a hand on it, so he didn't get any runs. He's whipped this away. There should be a couple here. Jadeja 2s are always a good bet, I think. I don't think he got the 2 there. I think he was sent back by Shivam Dube. Probably not the ideal partner, the lead-footed Shivam Dube. You probably want someone a little bit quicker on their feet. I've got a couple more super chats. Siddharth says, go bars for QDK in tomorrow's KKR versus Gujarat game.
Yeah. He's in bad form, isn't he? You've got, the thing is, when you pick 2 people who do the same job, Gurbaz and Quentin, and you pick one of them and you go, right, De Kock's our guy, fine. And then he got 90 odd in one of the first game or second game. And then he hasn't scored a run since, and he's looked crap. And he hasn't got on with it either. So if you're De Kock and you're playing badly, the innings of 20 off 8 can be really good for your team. But if you're getting 14 off 19 or whatever, that is terrible. Puts your team way behind the game. So yes, if you've bought a replacement or cover for somebody that is stinking after 7 games, yes, now's the time, isn't it, to give Gurbaz a go and go, look, we bought you. The other guy's not performing.
Further as well. I don't.
You'd make him captain.
I'm making captain, opening bowler. I think QDK is the wrong opener for that team.
Yeah, of course.
What you really want is Narayan, and because the strength of that team is the batting from 3 through to 8, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with your 2 openers, why don't you just press the chaos button? If one of them comes off, you've almost halfway towards a win, right? Whereas QDK doesn't really play like that anymore. He plays like an anchor.
Salt was so much better than De Kock. But Rahane is doing extremely well in his role. He's very good at hitting 6s, is Rahane, which the market hasn't picked up on. He's very, very good at hitting 6s. But Chennai aren't going hard enough, Jarrod. Chennai have got to do something. There's 3 Bumrah overs left. And
Trent Bolt's come on now. So I think this is an over to have a go at. The last one of Hardik, he went for 3. Will Jackson's over went for 4. So they're changing. They're not giving them a look at the same bowlers over and over again, but they do have to go. Here's the over. It's a full toss on leg stump, and it's turned for 1. AI Platform Fan Club says others of Virat's age are a liability, irrelevant on bench or as a sub or a commentator. Well, this guy 4th match winning 50 in 8 games this IPL. Yes, he's very good at cricket.
Yeah, you heard it here first, guys.
To that one.
You heard it here first. He is really good at cricket, Virat Kohli.
It's not the hottest take, is it? And then Devang says, please cover GT match next time. We do Sundays. If they're playing on a Sunday, we will cover them. There won't be an issue with that. Bolt comes in again. He's going for the Yorker, and it's been whipped down a long on for a single. There's not a lot of intent here from the 2 players. I thought this might have been the over that they try and hit a boundary.
So what you don't do against Mumbai. So I love wickets in hand at Wankhede, right? If you can, even if you are 5 off 12, this is the ground where you can go bananas at, right? You really can. But they have a bloke called Jasprit Bumrah playing, and he's got 18 balls left. And you do not want to be in a situation where you have to gun Bumrah to get a respectable score. And that's where they're aiming now, as Dubé finally gets one away for 2.
I mean, it's another 2. We do have to downgrade this outfield a little bit, because it is clearly the ball is not flying in the outfield. We have seen so many today where they just haven't gone as fast as we thought they would have. So that doesn't help Chennai, because they're only at 6 runs and over. But if they can get to a decent score, it might be a way to build pressure back on later on.
Sure. I'm just looking at the fixtures, and Gujarat don't fancy playing any games on Sunday until the 18th of May. Finally, he gets away.
Dubé hoiks this, but he doesn't get much of it, but he finds the gap between deep mid-wicket and deep square and takes a boundary there.
So this is the bit where Dubé is at his most likely to get out, because he now thinks he's the hitting Dubé because he's got one away. He is so likely to get out right now because his blood pressure goes up or his adrenaline goes up or whatever it is, and he thinks, right, now I'm the guy. The fact that he's 11 or 14 is not in his head. What's in his head is, I've just hit that ball to the boundary. I'm going to hit every ball to the boundary now. So he might go on and do a big one here, but if Bolt can land this in the right place or move it or something, as he bowls a full toss outside leg stump, he had a good chance of getting Dubé there. But this is where, now you've got 3 Bumrahs left in the last 8. You can give him the ball next over, can't you? And try and get one of these out.
I was thinking the same thing. I was wondering, they might have even mobbed Bolt for the same reason of bring him on, get a wicket. But I would double down now and just be like, neither of these guys have got away. One, they're both on a strike rate under 100. If you can sneak an over, a wicket in the next over, it's massive. Absolutely massive, because then the next guy has to come in and start all over again.
Yeah,
right?
That's probably boring old Shankar.
Good slow ball bouncer.
That tells me that Jadeja has decided it's time.
Yeah, he threw the kitchen sink of that, and all he has left is a small spoon. A teaspoon? Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Right.
Good knowledge of spoon there, Jarrod.
I don't know if I know the sizes of any other spoons. I know a teaspoon. Compster says, why do you think we don't see any trades in the IPL? If I was Rajasthan, I would be shopping Jarrell and Parag around right now. It's not actually particularly easy to trade players in the IPL as it stands, because there isn't like a draft capital. And so you have to throw money in. And it's not like American sports where you can, or football, where you can trade or transfer someone, but that you might not have to play against them again until you make it to the finals, right? So if you're in Europe and you've got a player that's a good striker but isn't playing very well, and you're in Germany, you can trade them to the Premier League or to Spain, right? And get rid of him. You don't have to play him in the next 30 games. If you're in the IPL and you trade Rian Parag to another side right at the moment, you might have to play him in the next game. And so there aren't divisions. So divisions in American sport are another reason that helps. That also, the actual conditions of the IPL are not set up particularly well for trades. Forget the draft thing, but just the way that everything is set up, the system that is in place is not perfectly done for this at the moment. And most of the trades in IPL history have gone terribly.
Yeah, I think that's fair. What should happen more, though, I think, is these teams, some of them have got quite big squads, as Bumrah's back into the attack, by the way.
He's hit for
and
4.
They just gone after him. Is that 4?
He tucked that away.
Shot.
Yeah, he tucked that away. Fine leg there. Wasn't a brilliant strike or anything, but certainly.
So why don't we see bowlers getting swapped for batsmen in teams that, like Rajasthan, need another bat? They need another bat. Yeah. They don't have enough of them. So why aren't they just shipping out one of their bowlers that is never going to play and trying to get somebody who can bat in?
I just don't think it's part of the culture, the way that it works at the moment, right?
Yeah, I think it's a fair point from Comser that maybe it should be.
Yeah,
I don't think they should be getting rid of Parag. I don't think that's the answer, but it would help a lot of teams if they did do a bit of trading during the season, because some teams have like, well, we did mean to do this. Like Delhi got a bit lucky last time because they picked a team full of old injured people, and then they were allowed to go into the pool, and they managed to pluck out Fraser McGurk, who was on probably the best form he'll ever be in. Like we may never see that guy ever again, the Fraser McGurk that played in the last IPL. But yeah, I like the idea of trading. the auction is really fun, and it gives us a chance to talk about totally nonsense decisions that some of these teams make. I'd like Bumrah to get rid of Dubé now. That would sort a lot of bets out, if you wouldn't mind, just.
Oh, he backed away from his stumps here, but he's ended up shoveling it along the ground, if that makes sense.
That's where you want the off-stump Yorker, isn't it, Jarrod? Off-stump Yorker,
he followed him.
Toast there. Yeah, he
followed
did.
him, actually.
I'd rather he
So
didn't.
I think, just to go back to Rajasthan for a moment, so I still think you can get a little bit for Jarrod. And they've still got another, 3 or 4 years out of Samson, probably, if they want to keep Samson around, right? So that's the trade that you make at the moment. If you want to make, if you think you're a realistic chance of making the finals this year. But isn't that the other question? Do they think they are a realistic chance of making the finals this year? Bumrah, full, straight, and it's flicked away. Lovely budget agent, but straight to the fielder again. Because you do have to make, that's the other thing that you have to, be thinking about, right? Are you actually going to make the finals this year? So Rajasthan at the moment is 2-6. I think if I was working for Rajasthan, and I very nearly was at one stage, I'd be thinking to myself, no, I don't think I will. I don't think I actually want to be involved in that particular one, because I don't think a trade is going to help us make the playoffs this year from 2-6. Because I don't think any other team is going to trade us a player that's going to make that much of an impact to our side, right? So if that's the case, wouldn't you prefer to keep Jarrod and hope that he just comes good next year, rather than trade him away for another player he may not even be as good?
Totally agree. I don't think Jarrell's done that bad either. I think they don't really know what to do with their batting order or their batting tactics. I think they're quite badly put together, but just looking at Jarrell's numbers now, they're absolutely fine. He's been not out 3 times. So the argument with him really is they're not using him properly.
Yorker down the leg side. That was the one for Rob Barron's bowled, but he just got it too straight, the slow ball. Dubé played that ball about a minute after it was, before it was bowled.
2 of those deliveries, if he'd have bowled them 6 inches further to the offside, Dubé's bowled. One of them he left his stumps completely, and that one he was so late on it. But on he goes. He's 15 off 18 now, is he?
So let's say you could trade someone. This is good. This is fun. If you could trade someone from the Royals, I'm going to pick a player and you can pick a player that I think you can still get something back for, right? If you wanted to shake up this season. And I've already said, I don't think there's a good trade for them to make this season unless they trade for a couple of younger players, right? And they trade for young Indian players and they give up, I don't know, Jofra or Hasaranga.
Wow.
Well, no, but then at that stage, you're just saying we're not going to win this year. Yeah?
Yeah, I see what you mean, yeah.
I don't think you do it with Jofra. Would you do it with Hasaranga and say to another team, you need a spinner. We have the spinner here. We want 2 decent young Indian players back. A bowler and a batter, or an all-rounder and a bowler would be how I'd be looking at it.
What's your question to me here, Jarrod? Am I got to get rid of someone?
Yep. Who are you trading away from Rajasthan?
Deshpande.
That's the exact name I came up with as well.
and you know how much I love Deshpande, but this season I have just fallen out of love with the guy, because the first season it was like he's got something about him. He's going to bowl some spells where everybody hoofs him and that's the end of it. And he's going to bowl other spells where he gets wickets, and he has something about him. This year, he's just turned up and bowled like bang average. Like nothing special, no wicket threat. He's not even done the comedy none for 60, which I thought he had in him. He's just like below average, and he cannot bat and he doesn't do anything in the field. So he's taken up a space right now because he hasn't got that X factor that he used to have. I don't know whether that's been trained out of him, that they've turned him into the guy that doesn't bowl 2 absolutely rank awful deliveries every over. But his wicket threat has disappeared, Jarrod. He doesn't take poles anymore. So yeah, he's the guy, unfortunately, and I love him.
Here we go, Dubé. Oh, that is good. It was a half volley. They've been bowling so many Yorkers. This one, he's just missed the length again, and they haven't been cashing in on any of the Yorkers where they've missed the length. And then Shivam Dubé smacks this and basically says to Rob Barron, talk now,
he's in.
Rob.
Now he's in.
What was the Dinesh Random one? Yeah, Rob, talk now. Talk now.
Yeah, Viv, talk now. Or tack
yeah.
now.
But yeah, he smashed this over the leg side. It was a good hit. Proper Shivam Dubé shot. Again, though, I am with you on Shivam Dubé. when he's 22 off 20 and he's just hit a 4 or a 6, it's kind of when I expect him to go out. In fact, I would say in general, once he started hitting 4s and 6s, is when I think he's going to go out. And there's a few people. He tries to massacre the next one. Unfortunately, he mangles it down to long on, and they're just going to take a single there. Yeah, so Tusha Deshpande is the one I was looking at. But I think if I'm really rebuilding, I would probably keep Deshpande and just see if this is just the crap year, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
But I think I can get a lot for Hasaranga, and I'm not even sure. Hasaranga would have to have a really good year for me to think. And if I can get 2 or 3, let's say one player that gets in my 11 straight away, and I can get 2 other very high quality players, I've still got Tikshana, right? I still have another overseas spinner in my lineup. As this one's down the leg side, and unfortunately for Jajo, can't really get under that at all. But yeah, anyway, that's how I wish we talked about the IPL.
So here's a question, right? So they got Suryavanshi for 1 crore, okay?
Yeah.
Which, considering the innings he played yesterday, even if they just paid 1 crore for that innings, fine. Let's take the fact that he's 14 out of it because it still disturbs me. What if somebody walks in tomorrow and says, we give you 7 crore for him?
Yeah.
Do you just go, yeah, all right, cool. Take it, thanks, bye. Yeah, if you're the analyst, you're making that decision. So you're a part of the furniture at Rajasthan who don't have any batting. Don't have any batting, remember?
They don't have any bowling either.
Well, they've got some bowling. They've just discovered this. Well, they haven't discovered it. Everyone knew about him. That's why they had to pay 1.1 crore for him. But let's say a team walks up now and says, you're part of Rajasthan that you said you nearly were.
Yeah.
And they say, right, 7 crore has been offered for him in the off season. Are we taking it? Or are you saying, well, we'd be worth double that next season if we play him again? Or like, what are you doing?
If it's 7 crore, no. What you're really looking for is is it worth trading him for a player who's, let's say, 21, 22, who's been in the league for a couple of years, who's worth 7 to 8 crore? That's the player I want.
Okay, so you want Prabh Simran, do you?
Yeah, yeah, someone along that. Maybe Ashutosh is the wrong guy. But then I want 2 other young players coming back as well.
Okay, so you just want loads of players for your 14-year-old.
Yeah, because you can't. The money doesn't matter, right? The extra crore doesn't change Rajasthan's future. What changes it is if everyone gets really hyped on him and you can get 3 players back. And it also depends on what you think of him. If I'm the analyst for Royals, as Dubé smashes this down the ground, I'm sorry to say, Rob.
Oh,
losing I think he's done. Oh, wait. Yeah, he has. He has done your under. So we had a bet on Shivam Dubé to be under 25.5. Well played to him because he's on 28 from 23. And that's, again, they've gone for another Yorker. I think it might be time for Mumbai to put the Yorkers away.
So what could happen now is they've done the rebuild. So that 88.5 that we were talking about for fall of wicket, they've absolutely murdered over that. They've now done the rebuild and Dubé has started to go. So if he can just stay in now for 10 minutes.
Oh, that's a bad ball from Bolt.
Chennai could find themselves right back in the game because you can get late runs here. Obviously, they've got Bumrah to deal with, who's still got 2 up his sleeve out of the last 5. But
he's still bowled a couple of full tosses. Yeah, he's bowled down leg side when he had that chance of getting rid of Dubé earlier. Partnership is now 45 off 39. I think it was someone in the chat a minute ago said best case 170, worst case 140. Which I think tells you that if they lose a wicket here, it would be really interesting to see where they go. They can probably go beyond 170 if Shivam Dubé absolutely gets on one. But because of Bumrah, that just seems unlikely.
He doesn't feel like the guy to take Bumrah down. Here's the question. Who comes in next for you? Is it Overton, Shank, or MS? Who do you back
Overton.
next?
Oh, this has got straight up in the air. Could go for 6, in fact. It's another terrible ball from Bolt. It's a full toss down the leg side. He's helped this along its way. I think that might have even been an edge, mate. And he somehow managed to hit it for 6 anyway. What a dreadful ball.
Come on, Chennai.
They're not going to bowl. If Dubé's in, the best person to send in next is MS Dhoni, isn't it?
Well, they've
because you can't bowl spin and you can't bowl pace.
Well, you should bowl relentless spin at Dhoni when he's at the crease, but I know what you mean. You can't because Jube's at the other end.
Yeah. So that's the best partnership.
Yes,
if you're just talking about someone who will sacrifice himself for strike rate, Overton's your best bet. Because Overton doesn't care about. One thing I'll say about Overton is he doesn't seem to be someone who cares overly about his batting average. He's just going to give him a whack. No, it may not come off. You
should always, if you're in this sort of innings where you've got loads of wickets in hand, but you're miles behind where you want to be in terms of your score, you shouldn't have not batted Overton in this innings, should you? You shouldn't, because he might get 28 off 12 and completely change the game. And he's very good at smashing bad pace, and there is some bad pace to come here.
Bolt in again, full, another Yorker, hit straight to mid-off, and there's no run. This is the over I thought we were going to see when Bolt bowled a couple of overs back, where I thought they'd go him, not because he's not a good bowler, just because I thought it was time to go, and they didn't quite. Now, with a couple of mistakes from Bolt here, he's put himself in a good position. So 24 off 2.3 for Bolt so far, but it's very important for him to get out of this over with less than 5 runs off the next 3 balls. And he might get away with this. This is a poor ball down the leg side. Will he get away with it? Yes, Will Jacks has saved it out on the boundary, and they just come back for 2. But that's another full toss on the pads. I said a minute ago, they don't need to keep bowling this many Yorkers. I don't see what the advantage is. Both these batters are now set up for this ball.
It's like they've made a plan and then forgotten that the cricket... This happens a lot, I think, is teams make plans. The Kishore thing again. Teams make plans, and then England do this all the time. They make a plan and they just stick rigidly to it, despite the cricket not working. So the plan doesn't work. So somebody said, what we need to do to
wide.
These two... Well, that's crap, isn't it? What we need to do
He was lucky
here
to get away with that one.
Is bowl as many Yorkers as we can, because they can't do anything against them. But if you've been doing that for 15 minutes and now they're hitting them for 6, stop doing that. Do something else. Yep. And it's not that you can't just put everything on the coaches. Like, these are professional international cricketers we're watching here. There should be more thinking. Like, I know for a fact that Bolt is rubbish at the death now. Like, he's crap. For some reason, Mumbai haven't worked this out yet, because Bolt is a brilliant and has had an amazing career as a white ball bowler. Like, he's a great cricketer, Bolt. But right now, this version of Bolt's rubbish at the death. So if the team's going to be that daft to keep bowling him...
Oh, thought there was a run-out chance there. I think it bounced really high. Jadeja dropped his bat on it, and it went up in the air. Sorry. But yes, no, you're right. 100%. We're going to see a timeout at the end of that. 118-4-3. If you stayed with us in on our Chennai bet, we got you out to about 420, which might have made some of you nervous, and we've come all the way back into 3s. In fact, I think they've been under 3s of recent times as well. They might have gone into about 2.9, 2.8 at the start of that over. So there's certainly a chance there. Let's have a look at some of our bets that we had from earlier. So most 6s you had on Mumbai. Hey, Shivam Dubé is not the man you want out there for a most 6s bet, is he? But so far, we've only seen 4 6s. 2 from Matre earlier, and then 2 from Shivam Dubé. So you're going to be pretty happy with that one, Rob.
But there's 2 problems here. One is they've got an incredible 6-hitter set, and you really want that at the Wankhede at the end. And so they could get loads more. And the other one is they're probably going to get a below par score, which means that Mumbas don't have to go all guns blazing when they're trying to chase.
Yes, but you and I know that quite often at the end of those games, those low chases, you can get 3 or 4 6s in a row.
I think normally here, so what are we? The market is giving these lot another 55 runs in the last 5. And normally when you've got 2 set guys and 7 in hand at Wankhede, you're getting way more than that. It just shows you what Bumrah does to a market. I think Chennai could, if Bumrah's not quite on it, and he doesn't look quite on it to me, they could get 190 here, and then we got a game. In terms of 6s, I'm okay with being on at 1.8. If I could get 1.8 now, would I back it? Not with masses of confidence. It's probably a market up there. I would probably back it, but again, I wouldn't be all in, because Dubé could go proper bananas now. Like, he didn't get out in his dangerous bit where I thought he was going to get out. From a match winner point of view, we're both still on Chennai, aren't we? I've been in and out a couple of times.
I never went off. I just figured that they would get a few more runs, and that they would get one partnership. So I'm happy to keep that one in. The other one that I think is interesting now, which I think is going to be really good, that Vijay Shankar's final score is under 19.5. It is very hard for him to score over 19.5 now.
So the only thing I need to happen there is that
for him to walk out on the ground.
Yeah, I had that. Honestly, that's the unluckiest bet I've had so far. Was his? I had a real good go on under 20.5 in one of the games, and the 2 drop catches were phenomenal. How bad they were, but yeah, it'd be nice for him to just walk in and face the last ball and get paid. Here we go then. 5 overs to go. Bumrah bowls 2 of them, and the other 3 should be absolutely slaughtered. And it's Ashwani into the attack now. So if you're going to back the bats, now is the time, I think. It's way more likely that this over goes for runs than it is to get wickets.
Well, this first one's outside our stump. Jadeja's got up and under it, and it's a 3.5 bounce 4. I don't know how you can have a 3.5 bounce 4. Maybe the final one there. He didn't time that, Jadeja, if we're being honest, but it was wide and it was in the slot, and he threw the kitchen sink at it, and this time he got the dessert spoon. Is a dessert spoon bigger than a teaspoon?
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah. It's how big is a tablespoon is what I never understand.
Is that? I was about to ask, and now I don't care. 122 for 3 there. But again, Ashwani, who's got a wicket today, and yet in 7 balls has gone for 22 runs.
He got a wicket with his first ball.
Yes.
And then
so
in the next
last
6, he's
22.
And the next...
last 6 balls. Yeah, you're right. He comes in
now the
again.
biggest price they've been all day.
Mumbai are at 1.53. This is more than what they started at.
Yeah, Yeah, we're in good shape here. I'm holding for the rest of this over, and I would like Dubé, who has cost me money in this innings, to now uncost me money by smoking it around. So when you're set at the Wankhede facing bad bowling, this is where you can score at an extraordinary rate. And I'm not talking about 12 and over. I'm talking about 20 and over. It is possible here, and I think this is where you could see 3 sixes in a row. This is really highly volatile cricket. He could just as easily get out. But this is where he should be going all guns blazing against Ashwani here.
Well, he should here. It's a full toss on leg stump, and it's misfielded down on the boundary for 6. He's dropped that for 6.
Now we are in. That's Bumrah. You don't expect him to catch those. Or you don't expect anyone in this side to be able to catch anything ever, but that was quite a hard chance. It was a terrible ball, though. Oh, he really should have caught that. That was straight into 2 hands.
I thought you were being a bit friendly, because for me, I was like, he sits straight down. He did not deserve a wicket. He deserved to be hit for 6. He just didn't get enough wood on it, Shubham Dubé, and because of that, it went to Bumrah. The only thing I would say to Bumrah is it went very flat and very fast, and that's not where you're expecting the guy to hit that ball. You're expecting him to hit it over square leg or mid-wicket for 6. And because it went so fine, he wasn't quite there. But got his hands to it, should have taken the catch. They're into 2.64, Chennai now. Another full toss. This is down the ground. He's got this one. It's another 6.
Boom.
Just over the top of Mitchell Santner down on the rope. And this is a very bad over. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say it could be Ashwani's last for the day, Rob.
So, well, what did I say 2 balls ago? This could be not 12 and over, 20 and over, and the next few balls could be smashed for 6. And Dubé is doing what I told him to do, so very well done. But if you keep getting balls like that, you should be hitting them all for 6, shouldn't you? Those last 2 balls are absolutely atrocious. Again, what's most likely to happen the next ball now is 6. And what is second most likely is out. So it's high volatility cricket. But Chennai could now go on and get the 190 plus. And then with the bowling attack of Noor and Patharana that they've got...
He's gone again. It's around the wicket this time. And it's just short of the 2 fielders out on the boundary. Oh, and there should have been 2. We make jokes about Shubham Dubé having less lead feet. This time he's just fallen over. He might have been pushing for the second run anyway. He's brought up his 50 off 30 balls. Incredible. What was his lowest? He was 2 off 9.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else he was. I don't think he went past a run a ball until he was in mid-20s, late 30s.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And
sorry, late 20s.
He saw out the tough bit, didn't he? And like I said earlier, if you're set at the Wankhede at the end and you get bad pace, it is going.
And is
My
this bad
question is,
pace? It's a
Jarrod-
slot ball here. This could be out. Jadeja's hit it very high. No, it's going to go for 6. Oh, he's timed that way better than I thought he has. That looked like the slice to me, Rob Barron, but instead he's managed to hit this way down the ground. And Ashwani has gone for a wicket in his first ball and 42 runs in his following 11 balls. So Raktam Ravindra was onto something. He was just an early adopter.
Who bowls next? You got to go Bumrah now. You got to. Bumrah has to bowl 17 and 19.
Yes. Well, that's fine, isn't it?
Yeah. So I'm just thinking about what to bet on for overs, you see.
Or
so the
unders,
18th over is
in
up
this case.
there. Yeah, for unders and overs. Unders in overs. So I can't bet now because I don't know who's bowling. But I do know who's bowling when whoever bowls this bowls. And then the next over has a line of 11.5 over at evens. And if after 4 balls of this over there hasn't been a wicket, I am pumping that because the next over is due 14 plus if they don't lose a wicket in this one, right? So
Yeah.
I can now see over 10.5 at 1.72, so lower line, worst price. I can see that. It is Bumrah bowling.
It is Bumrah. It is a great Yorker.
Wide
It's
off.
outside our stump. It's a slow ball and he misses it.
So yeah, the either over 10.5 at 1.72 or over 11.5 at 2.0 evens becomes a great bet, but don't back it now because the best bowler in the world is bowling and he might get a wicket. What do you think of 10-1 run out in this spot with a man who wants to run all the time and a man who can't run at the crease?
I would definitely take. You know how I feel about long partnerships.
Yeah.
I just think that a run out is a good option in this situation because if they get to the 19th or 20th over, there might just be a run out just because they're still there and that bookies haven't updated their odds. Yorker on leg stump misses it. He's just spooned this up in the air to deep mid wicket. Wow. Bumrah's probably got away with that. It might be the slower one. He missed the Yorker length again. And this time, Shivan Dubey has just got under it, flicked it out, and it's been caught at deep mid-wicket. I haven't seen the speed of that yet. Yeah, it was a slow ball, 126.9. It wasn't a bad hit by Shivan Dubey. Most of his sixes haven't been completely off the middle, and that was the same. He just got a little bit less on that, and there was a fielder out there. And so good bowling, even if it was the wrong length. He beat him with the slower ball there.
So it brings Bumrah top bowler back into the game because Santner's not going to bowl again now, is he? You wouldn't have thought. So we need Bumrah to get another wicket, basically, because Chahar got 1 for 32. Santner got 1 for 8, and ties are settled on runs conceded, and Bumrah has conceded 13 in his 14 balls already. So we need Bumrah to get another one.
Sorry, mate, but he was not bowled.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't bowled, silly sod. But if ever you're on bowled at 6.5 in the last 4 overs...
Yeah, I was thinking
Dhoni
that
strolls
too.
to the crease. MS Dhoni, ladies and gents. So if you haven't heard about MS Dhoni before,
This is his first game. He's uncapped.
he's uncapped local talent that Chennai have discovered and changed all the rules to have in their side. Him coming on with 4 balls left of a Bumrah over is interesting, Jarrod Kimber. I want my Shankar, and I'm not going to get him because they definitely send Overton in next. And also, Bumrah's not allowed to get Dhoni out. That's in the Constitution or the Magna Carta, or whatever they have in India.
If Jadeja, we lost our run out wicket bet too.
Oh yeah, better back it again, quick.
If there's a wicket now though, they might still send in Overton though at this point.
You send Overton in next for sure because it's pace from here on out, right? Block.
Full
this
toss,
could easily be
slow
3
ball,
dots.
push back
This
down to
could
mid off.
easily be 3 dots. 180 looks tricky now, and you can get under 180. I'd be shocked if Dhoni gets Bumrah away here, wouldn't you?
Well, I think he usually scores often and better run a ball, doesn't he? So he doesn't look to score particularly quick against him all that much. So yeah. Always a chance with Dhoni, though, of a sneaky boundary to backward point or fine leg, though, isn't there? Or he could just push the ball to mid-on and walk.
I'll tell you about Jarrod Kimber.
Please tell me
I
about
can see
Rob Barron.
the line for the 19th over. So Bumrah's last.
Unders.
Sat there at 11.5, if you don't mind. And Bumrah is going to bowl it and these two might not even be in by the time that over comes around. It could be anybody in. That is a definite under, and it's a proper bet. That I don't know what we do for.
Oh, this is the bet. So if we do a double.
Yeah, so repeat, it's the 19th over under 11.5 you want to be on.
The 19th over under 11.5. We're expecting Jasprit Bumrah to bowl it. That is why we're going in on that bet. Rob is just sending that message to all of his friends. As this is the full toss on the pads. 3 people just got the
same message at once. All 3 of them. Yeah, that's crazy. 1.8 under, but lovely stuff. Yes, please. I need another wicket from Bumrah, Jarrod. I've got quite a lot on that 3-1 top bowl.
Do you want on this ball? Because that will make your next bet and the following over even better.
Yeah,
I think you want it this ball.
Yeah, I think you. Oh no, I want it whenever. He's only got 7 balls left, so I just think Dhoni's one of the least likely people to get out to Bumrah ever. I think he just respects him too much.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like he's just full toss on middle stump, and he's just blocked it for a single. But 3 off that over for Bumrah, who's gone for 16 off his 3 overs so far, and you can still bet under 11.5 for his next over. That is mental. Mental.
My question is, what should the line be for this over?
This one is 12-ish.
Because
about 12 runs.
The problem with Jadeja and Dhoni is sometimes they take things too deep, right?
So the line is 180 now. 179, 180 is the run line. Okay. One famous bookmaker is now 4 runs lower than that, so should probably hit overs. Where are those 35 runs in these 3 overs going to be distributed? Now is the most likely time, and over 20. It ain't Bumrah's. So if you're splitting them up into 3 overs, you can't give Bumrah's over a third of them, can you? Like Bumrah's way better than all the other bowlers. Santa's back. Interesting. So I want Santa to get smashed and not take a wicket, and then Bumrah might win on countback.
Jadeja to Santa. So Dhoni will try and get a single here, is my guess. Dhoni tries to get a single here. Now, you might as well, if I'm Jadeja, I'd probably say to Dhoni, should I face the next 5?
Yeah. Because Dhoni's best case these days, as all numbers will tell you, his best case these days is getting singles off every ball of spin, and that's it. He can't do that anymore, and that's why they're bowling spin, isn't it? That's why they're bowling Santa now, is because Dhoni's at the crease. But Jadeja can hit spin, and he's very set, and he's been in for an hour, so this should be fun.
He goes for the big one. It's down leg side. They appeal. It's given out. That's going to be reviewed. So if you've got a bet on, I reckon that's going to be overturned. I don't think that's hitting leg stump.
My stream cut out, so I didn't see it.
I want to see it one more time. It's 95 kilometers an hour. It was quick. I will give you updated information as I get it. But my original thought was that was a bad decision.
It's a bad shot. I think it's one of those that depends on Hawkeye, because that ball is going down the leg side, isn't it?
It's maybe hitting the outside of leg stump.
Yeah, I think being done on umpire's call is quite likely here.
It's a bad decision because it's pitched on middle, is either spinning or slanting in. Yeah, it just shouldn't have been given out on the field. It was poor. It was a good appeal. I'll give that. Rickleton and Santner definitely went all in on the appeal, but for me, that was never going to be out. LBW. I certainly wouldn't have given it. Chennai back to 3.05. So if they go out now, they've still got. It hasn't hit it. Very leg side, isn't it? Now, where's that camera angle coming in from? It feels quite straight to me.
I think it's going to be umpire's call, but it shouldn't have been given out. I agree with you. Yeah, that's going down all day long, isn't it?
It's hitting more of leg stump than I thought, but yeah.
Nah, Hawkeye's got that. Not on the right angle. Anyway, it's out. Makes the under 11.5 a better bet.
I wonder how the umpire feels with that, because he was quite happy to go, yep, decision upheld. I'm like, yeah, mate. But you just saw that was not a great call. Anyway, next ball's a wide.
He did well to get back.
Oh, wait, was that not given out on the field? So it was them?
No, you confused me. They reviewed it. I thought because my stream disappeared, so I thought he'd been.
I
given
just
out.
assumed they must have reviewed it almost instantaneously. Sorry, everyone. That was completely my fault. I just assumed when the review was that quick, it was the batter. But I've never seen the bowlers review something that quickly before. Have you?
Yeah, it's interesting. No, it's interesting.
It was all in the one motion. Well, I take everything I just said back. Sorry, everyone.
Jadeja can't hit centre.
Great umpiring. And then we see a wide following up as Jadeja comes down the wicket and tries to get back in. I'm all back in on the umpiring. Oh, my God. We don't have a chance to talk about this very long, but my God, Rob, the umpiring in the Women's World Cup qualifiers was about as bad as I've ever seen. Scotland lost. Ireland chased it down 9 wickets. Another wide. Yep. Ireland chased their total down by 9 wickets to qualify for the Women's World Cup. Scotland had an LBW that was an off cutter, pitching outside off stump, hitting on off stump, that was bouncing 1.5 feet off the ground, given not out. It might have actually yorked the stump. It was so low, and it wasn't even the only bad call from that same umpire with a similar kind of LBW. The umpiring levels in that tournament, the ICC should be disgusted in themselves that they've allowed this to happen. There are so many unprofessional umpires umpiring major important games. For Scotland, that's like 7 or 8 women getting professional contracts. So if they make the World Cup, they're going to pump all that money into the women's game.
Yeah, it's a huge deal.
And
they deserve better, is what you're saying.
I'll tell you the 3 players. I know you're not a huge fan of women's cricket, but I know you know a little bit of it. This one's outside of stump and hit out to deep cover, and they'll take a single. It was all a Prendergast who was batting. It was Laura Delaney who was batting with her, and then the bowler, I don't think it was the bowler of the LBWs, but she was bowling at the same time as Catherine Bryce. We're talking about 3 international quality players, like franchise quality players there. And the umpiring, right, was you or me in an under 10s game when we've had a couple of drinks.
Yeah. How often do you drink at under 10s games, Jarrod?
Only when I'm umpiring. I've managed to not umpire a single game actually for my kids, and I'm pretty happy with that so far.
Yeah, I think the conflict of interest there is quite high.
Well, they made me score in one game. Yeah, really good.
Let me tell you what I'm doing here, betting wise, just for a sec.
Go.
Is I am laying Mumbai Indians at 1.48 here, hard, right? Because
now tell me why.
Because I've had a big bet on under 11.5 in this over. And the market is expecting Bumrah to be good. The bookies aren't because they're stupid, but the market is expecting Bumrah to be good here. So let's say this over goes for 10, right? I can close in a better position than I'm in now and win my bet. If this over goes for 20, I can close my bet and I'll have made a profit on my lay here. If Bumrah's brilliant this over, I'm on Bumrah top wicket taker, so I want a wicket, and I'm on under 11.5 big, so I want it to be a good over, then fine, I'm going to win my bet. It's brilliant. Do you know what I mean? So I'm covering myself here. So the worst case scenario here is I'm on under 11.5. Worst case scenario is 12 for none, but I guarantee you that Mumbai will be a bigger price if it is 12 for none. So I want a wicket and 10 runs or something would be ideal. But the reason I've laid Mumbai hard is because I've got a big position here on Bumrah being good this over. So I've got out of it a bit.
Well, he's been good the first ball. It's a dot. Remember, we gave you this one, and Rob, do we have the graphic? We'll have to ask Rakshit if we have the graphic of Rob's. Nope, wrong button. Lock of the week. I think this is about as close as your lock of the week as we've had.
Yeah, this is the one. I mean, the Prab Simran one earlier, where we spoke about it before the line even went up. It's like we're going to back him to be out at the end of the power play, and then he got out first ball. Great.
Yeah.
But this one is like, you know that the market's going to get it wrong, or the bookies are going to
full toss,
get it wrong.
Slogged away, and it's misfielded. Oh no! Oh, Rob!
Oh my God!
Can we get a zoom in on Rob Barron's face? Terrible ball from Bumrah. Mishit by Jadeja.
What appalling cricket.
Will Jacks has run past it. The lock of the week is in trouble, everyone.
God.
The lock of the week.
I mean, just field normally once. Like, if you're playing in the park, you shout spin, don't you, when he's hit that? Everybody
I don't think it did spin. I think he was waiting for it to spin. I think that's what happened. He ran past it.
Oh, God. Will Jacks, that is rubbish.
I do love Bumrah's face of like, I can't believe Bumrah's like, I can't believe you didn't stop that. You bowled a full toss, mate, and you dropped a catch off a full toss not that long ago. Let's settle down. Anyway,
that's cost 2.5.
another full toss,
Wow.
And that one is hit down the ground. So they've got 5 off the first 3 runs. How do you feel emotionally as a man at this point?
I feel fine. I think what worries me there is obviously it's annoying that the gross misfield happened and he's given away, let's say, 2 runs because these 2 are very good at running. That's annoying. But what is more annoying is that it was a rank full toss that he followed up with another one. Like, it's not Bumrah we're watching here, is it? Now he's facing old man Dhoni, and anything could happen here. Like, most people suddenly turn into underarm bowlers when they're bowling at MS.
It's a full toss to Dhoni. He scooped this around the corner, and he's out. Oh, I think he's going to get this bet. Is Rob Barron. It was another full toss. That's the 3rd full toss this over. And this time, it was, I think Dhoni made a late decision. I think he was going to look for a single, realized it was a poor ball, tried to sweep it away. And unfortunately for him, he's found the fielder out on the boundary.
It's a good catch from Tilak. If that is Tilak, I think it is. But also, terrible ball. Just horrible cricket this over. Has been such a bad bit of cricket. Like, rubbish bowling. That's rubbish batting, I'm afraid, from MS, because that should be in the 2nd tier, that ball, right? Shouldn't it? That should be in the 2nd tier.
Yeah, I as I said, I just think he was deciding he was going to push it around. And so what happened? He got himself into the wrong mindset.
With 9 balls left, you shouldn't be thinking that. You should not be thinking, I'm going to knock it around with 9 balls left. And people will say, well, you shouldn't ride MS. He's 43 years old. Like, he's an integral part of this team. He's a proper player in this team. So you should make correct decisions. Send in the shank. Boo, they've gone over. And so we want another wicket here for Bumrah. So he wraps up the top bowler.
Oh, yeah. So what? Oh, actually, he comes in first ball. Oh, he's got the inside edge past leg stumpers Overton.
Oh, God.
He's going to keep Rob Barron interested right until the last delivery of this over. It's 9 runs so far. You need a single or a 2, right?
Yeah.
Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, a wicket would be nice.
A wicket single dot is what you're looking for here.
2 is acceptable.
Yeah, I mean 2.
2 is acceptable.
You don't want a 2 though, because the problem with a 2 is you're then terrified that a bad throw comes in. You want a single. You want to win this easily.
I mean, once again, the right bet, but bad result.
Overton is facing Bumrah. It's a full toss. It's right at the stumps. He's hit it straight back to the ball for no run. Rob Barron did not deserve to win that bet, but he has, in fact, won that bet. That was Rob Barron's lock of the week. And to be fair, if Will Jacks had fielded like a mammal, it would have been a very, very safe bet. But instead, we made it just there in the end.
And so you remember I had my position on Mumbai. I laid a load of Mumbai at one point. I love that picture so much. And it cuts to my exactly the same. So I laid a load of Mumbai at 1.48 because I was scared that I might not get something that I wanted that over. I've just backed it all back at 1.46. So I made a tiny loss in my match book, right? That's fine. That's no problem. And I'm now over. I won all my money on my under 11.5 bet for that over, which is an amazing bet. And Bumrah got the pole, and I only lost 2 ticks in my match position. So that's a lovely bit of business. I'm very happy with how that over went. Now I just don't want 3 wickets in this over for Bolt. I want 1 wicket in this over so that Shank gets a bat.
We've got a run out chance.
That's a good dive.
I think originally Bolt was quite excited. He was going to run off and he's running off after the ball. Wasn't sure then. I was like, was he running off to celebrate? So they must have got back in there. I love Ronok has said, I'm here for Jarrod, but hearing Rob complaining over everything that simply exists is too annoying. Literally just been cheering the last couple of minutes and said how much he liked the graphic as well. Let's settle down. We did see a minute ago a full toss mistimed that was misfielded for 4. I think he's allowed to complain a little bit there, Ronok. Bolt comes in again. Man. It's a good Yorker. They're going to steal 2 again. Overton is pumping. I give this to Overton. As a man who gets injured pretty much every time he sneezes or laces a boot, he is pushing really hard for these 2s and getting Jadeja back on straight. 42 off 32 for Jadeja.
Doing an injured 11 would be fun, wouldn't it?
Do you? Question for you: who do you want on strike now? Overton, 4 off 2, but can miss a couple. Jadeja, 42 off 32, hasn't really timed many balls in this innings. Who do you want on strike right now?
Set man Jadeja for sure.
It is Jadeja. And, well, he's got a full toss on off stump. I think both of them would have liked that ball, to be fair. And he's hoiked this across the line for 6. Again, not sure he completely middled it, but he didn't have to. It was a very poor ball. He just had to get under it, and he has. And we've got our Chennai position looking pretty good again there.
Yeah, lovely. Oh, I mean, I don't mind 3 more 60s now. That's absolutely fine. If he wants to do that, then we're going to be miles onside for the match winner. But a wicket would be nice, just one of them. Although, I'd be on a sweat then for my... No, Bumrah top bowler is pretty much home. It's only hat-trick that kills it now.
We talked about that in the previous game, so if you missed it at the start of this one, we were talking about it in the last one. So it was Bumrah at 4s for top bowler for Mumbai. Comes in again. This is a length ball's flicked away. He's done well here, Jadeja. Again, not timed it, but he's managed to pick the gap between fine leg and deep backward square. But as you might have heard from Rob Barron, it was a pretty poor delivery. It was angled down the leg side and might have beaten him for pace, and then he caught up with it with his hands at the end. So good batting, but poor bowling from Bolt there. Score is 174. So someone said 170 was top before. So they're going to go past that by... well, minimum 4. But it did look like 180 at 185 was on option when Shivam Dubey was out there. And that is Jadeja's 50. Am I right in saying that? Because he was 42. Well 52. So he's 52 off 34.
We also told you how terrible Bolt is at the death, but this really is an exhibition of nonsense. This
is a good ball there. It's outside off stump, and they're probably only going to get one. I was going to say, I actually think it was worth Atkinson going, not Atkinson, Overton going for the second one, but to be whoever the fielder was, threw it to the bowler, the keeper's end anyway. So it's probably for the best that Jadeja didn't come back.
Bumrah top bowler is officially in the satchel.
We got it.
Yeah,
we'll take that one. Another win there. Bumrah at 4s. Just having a look. What Overton's using a Miller Champion Hall bat, which is a Somerset bat, right?
Oh,
he would be on
rubbish at bats.
Yeah, he would be on a very small contract. I wonder what the difference in bat sponsorship is between him and MS Dhoni, who's just walked out, or him and Jadeja. It would be a lot.
Fair call. Imagine like getting your company on Dhoni's bat. What that's worth.
Oh, it's a poor ball from Bolt, but he's going to get away with it because, unfortunately for Overton, he hasn't been able to hoik that away. He tried to flick it over short fine leg. It was the right option, but it's just ended up trickling off his pad. So Bolt has pulled that over back with one good ball and one poor ball, if we're being honest. He's gone for 43 off his 4. And at the end of the innings, it is 176 for 5, which essentially, according to the market, is exactly what we expected from Chennai, because the odds are exactly the same as when the game started. And I don't know how that is physically possible, Rob, with everything we've just seen, but sure, let's go with it. Have you got any bets in the following innings?
Rohit under... So Asia's line for Rohit, I'm looking at now what I've backed. I've backed under 27.5 for Rohit, which he hasn't got that yet this whole season. So I'm happy enough being on that. So that is one that we're definitely on. We are sticking with our Chennai position for now, I think. 1.5. I see no reason to disappear there. But reminder that we're on Tilak at 6.5. Most Mumbai runs, which I don't like as much with it being 175, because he'll probably bat, if they send Jacks up, he bats 5. If not, he bats 4. But I really like the Sky man of the match that we're on at 12-1, because nobody has put themselves in the window with the ball. No one got 4 for there. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's not going to go to a bowl. A Mumbai bowler will probably not win this man of the match here, unless Santa was to get 40 with the bat or something. So the most likely winner of man of the match is a Mumbai batsman, and Sky is favourite to get the most runs. So 12s is really good. That's about it. And let me just have a quick sniff around to see if there's a bet.
Is there a lock of the week, though?
We've already done that, and we got that great Simpsons picture.
What Simpsons thing?
Which I really like. Yeah. I mean, it's nice when a plan comes together, though. Sometimes when you've been betting for ages, you can go, hang on, everybody, we're going to get an amazing bet in a minute. And then the bookies just go, there it is. Have it on a plate. 11.5 for Bumrah, who's definitely bowling. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. And to that guy that said I always moan about everything, that's my default setting. But if you watch long enough, you do get some joyous moments too. We'll be right back.
We will be right back in about, 8 to 10 minutes time with the final innings of this game, which, to be fair, Chennai have made now a lot more interesting. If you are looking for a bet, of course, I think the man of the match on Sky is an interesting one if you can still get those sorts of odds out there. But anyway, it's Cricket8. That is Rob Barron. I'm Jarrod Kimber. We'll be back in a minute. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game.
The four most important players who were in their side, they had a couple of really important injuries as well, but the four most important players who were in their side were not in particular good form, right? And it's very hard to win when that's the case. And that is probably the overall story of Pakistan is that. But the secondary story is they just don't have the talent or the depth of some of the major sides. Like Australia's just chased 350 against England with not a B batting lineup, but, not their strongest batting lineup and also not their best team. They've won against England, whereas Pakistan, with two injuries out of their side, look like they are probably not as strong as Sri Lanka or West Indies, who aren't even in the tournament, right?
So do you think those two injuries, if they'd not happened, could have made a difference? Because had Ayub not gotten injured, would Zaman have come into the side? Because he was not really in the picture. He mentioned that there was injury concern because of which he wasn't being considered. But had the first injury not happened, one, would Zaman have made it to the side? And second, had Zaman not gotten injured, do you think it would have been different?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They would have gone with it. I think their overall plan was to probably use Bubba at 3. Like that would have been the first plan. I know that because it was in South Africa that they changed to, and that was after Ayub was injured. Am I right? I'm trying to remember the full.
Was it
date.
The tri-series actually? No, in fact, I think it was the
tri-series.
tri-series.
Yeah, you might be right. I knew South Africa was vaguely involved at the time. I kind of think that they would have worked out that they needed Fakhar Zaman and Saim Ayub at top together. Having said that, of everything that Pakistan has done recently, I think giving them the benefit of the doubt would be a very generous thing to do. So maybe that's not the fairest way of looking at it. But I kind of feel like they could have got it right. But that is, if you look at every other team, India doesn't have Jasprit Bumrah in this side, right? You look at Australia, doesn't have their 3 main fast bowlers, right? Like go through. South Africa has issues. All these teams have different issues that they're dealing with. Pakistan didn't look like they could deal with 2 injuries, whereas other teams are dealing with 3 and 4. And even if they hadn't been injured, you are hoping that Saim Ayub or Fakhar Zaman goes absolutely nuts, right? Because the rest of the batters still don't look up to it. They still don't have an all-rounder, and their seam bowlers didn't look in form, right? So it doesn't really matter in what direction that you're going. It's still not particularly great. But again, it's about the depth of Pakistan cricket compared to other teams. So I did this. It'd be interesting to see what you make of it. Jaiswal would be their best bat on this side, and he's not in India's squad, right? Now, Jaiswal would be the best bat in a couple of sides in this tournament, but Sanju Samson, Rishabh Pant, Nitesh Reddy, Abhishek Sharma, Tilak Varma, Sky, all these guys would be first choice players for Pakistan, right? And they're not in the side. Nitesh Reddy would be so important for Pakistan right now to have a player just like him, right? They don't have any of these players. And then Rizwan, Baba, Naseem, and Shaheen, and you can throw Haris Rauf in there. I think he's the other really important player in this current lineup. Which one of them is in great form at the moment, right?
Shaheen showed glimpses of that form, considering the setbacks that preceded. Yeah, he did
Harris
in Australia.
Some glimpses as well. But you know what I mean? You wouldn't say any of them's in career best form. You wouldn't say any of them are in good form, right? They have moments. Even Baba has had some moments. Rizwan's had some moments. So the 5 most important players in your side, so forget the depth for a minute, which is already an issue. The 5 most important players in your side aren't playing very well. When you have a depth issue or you have a couple of injuries or whatever it may be, it really has to be the 4 or 5 best players who step up, or if you're lucky, 6, 7, 8 best players, right? They haven't had that either. So almost everything has gone wrong. Rizwan is almost as good a strike rotator as Virat Kohli, and at his best is not far away from that level at all. And he couldn't rotate the strike at all yesterday, right? So that goes back to the form thing we were talking about before. The professional thing is, look, they're going through, even for them, a level of upheaval on a near month-by-month basis, right? They are trying everything they can rather than just sitting down like adults and going, okay, how do we make Pakistan cricket better? That's what they've needed to do. I wrote that in 2019, 2017. Might have even been when they won the Champions Trophy. Yes, you've won the Champions Trophy, but do you have a professional system that will allow you to be good consistently, right? And they don't. I don't think that is just the only problem here, but Shaheen Afridi has been playing on one leg for ages. At a certain point, they need to make a decision. Babar Azam has proper issues, and they don't seem to be really dealing with them. Mohammad Rizwan still plays the same style all the time, and they've got too many players who play in that style. So they do have issues when it comes to professionalism. But let's not beat around the bush. They don't have the same level of talent right at the moment as some of the other teams, specifically in white ball cricket. Like, they don't have the same level of hitters that you get from other sides, right? They don't have those sorts of players who can knock the ball around and hit sixes, right? You know, all those basic things that you need, all-rounders, right? Shaheen coming in at number 8 all the way through this tournament is just like, well, okay, you can't lose any wickets then, can you? Because you don't have a number 8, right? And that's not professionalism. That's their best 4 bowlers and I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked, other than perhaps Shaheen still not looking 100%. But I have no issue with the 4 bowlers they picked. They're probably their 4 best bowlers. But if you pick those 4 best bowlers, your top order's got to make a lot of runs. And then what happens is you get in a situation where the top order bats slightly more defensive. You don't need to tell Rizwan to bat slightly more defensively. He'll put his hand up to do that on his own, right? And Bubba can be the same. So there's a bit of a self-perpetuating thing. But for a long time, they were the team that tried to score par and then out-bowl you. And their bowling isn't good enough to do that anymore. And their batting hasn't evolved to match it, right? That isn't just professionalism. That is just the team that they have created. The thing with Mayank Yadav that I really like, and the injuries, we're just going to have to see how that goes. But the thing I really like is it's not one dimension.
He's not Umran Malik, is he?
Yeah, well, Umran Malik or Mark Wood, right?
I do have to agree a bit with Crunk in that when I saw him for the first time, I was like, wow, I am genuinely excited to watch this guy. Whereas I don't get that very often from Pacers. No, I didn't feel like that about Josh Hull when I saw him play. Who's playing Test matches.
Yadav, the Josh Hull of England, of India.
But if he is fit, kind like India are a bit of a cheat code, because that's not fair, that attack, because they actually have spinners. They've already got the head and shoulders best bowler in the world. And if you add in a fit Mayank Yadav, who is as good as that guy that turned up and played a couple of times in the IPL, they don't lose. They can't lose to anyone with that attack.
Yeah, I think he's a really, really fascinating player. I mean, when you say he's the most talented bowler he's seen, like, there's not that much difference between him and Pat Cummins when Pat Cummins came on the scene. Pat Cummins was bowling, 150, 155 outswing, and is taller than Mayank Yadav and probably has a higher release. So the Pat Cummins we see now is, dare I say it, kind of boring, right? Like, consistent and accurate and doesn't swing it and, isn't that kind of player. But if you think back to what Pat Cummins was in that first Test match in South Africa, you were seeing literally very similar to Mayank Yadav. And of course, we then didn't see Pat Cummins for 6 years. The next time I saw Pat Cummins, I interviewed him at the SCG, and he'd just come off a machine, Rob, that allows you to run without putting any weight on your body. It's like, I don't know, some sort of moon-like machine. So you do the cardio, but you don't actually put any impact on. And I was like,
it's called a swimming pool.
No, that's what they do to horses. But yeah, it's a bit like that. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, we're never going to see this dude again. Like, if he's 22 years old and the only way for him to do cardio is with a machine that Cricket New South Wales or Cricket Australia had to like ship in from overseas,
it's not likely. And to be honest, I think he missed 6 years of international cricket, and Australia had 4 prime ministers. So it was
Come to cricket8.com to spin the wheel as we start to launch our free fun cricket games. There are prizes to be won for the top spinners, and you can also stick around for all the live scorecards and all of our content.
Right? Like he had changed. And
Hello.
On his own again. Rob Barron, who apparently is the only man we're going to bring into these shows when we come back.
I'm what the punters want, Jarrod.
Basketball. Hey, I've been outside playing basketball. What have you been doing?
Eating mini eggs.
Well, that's pretty on brand for both of us, if we're being honest. Impact sub has happened here. Rohit Sharma has come in. He's going to open with Ryan Rickleton, which we all assumed, I think, coming in. Nothing all that surprising when it comes down to it. We see Dhoni giving the big speech here before they go out to play Chennai.
Here's a bet for you.
I would like a bet.
Rickleton to be out bowled at 6-1 is a very good bet on stats. He's been bowled a few times already in this IPO. He's also been LBW, which I wouldn't put you off at like 10s. That's Tilak with a helmet on, I think.
So
is it?
Is there a combined bet that is worth it or not?
So not really. I think what I would do is have a proper bet at 6-1 on bowled, because that's the most likely. But he can be done early with his head falling over. Bit like Aaron Finch, how he got out a lot at the end of his career. That feels like Tilak's going to be number 3 to me, with Tilak having the helmet on, which is good for my top bat bet. Yeah, I'm backing Rickleton specifically to be out bowled at 6-1, but I wouldn't put you off sort of having like 20% of your stake on at 10-1 for LBW either.
Can I ask you something about Rickleton?
Yes.
He's one of these players who I think their name is spelt wrong.
Yeah, it's impossible to spell his name right without really thinking about it, isn't it? It should be Ellie, shouldn't it?
I mean, Hazelwood is another one.
Yeah, he spells his name wrong. That's unacceptable.
Just think you've got it wrong, mate. You know, I mean, I'm Jarrod, and most people spell my name incorrectly, so I'm more than happy to say that I'm the wrong kind of Jarrod. Jarrod Leto is probably the more normal.
Is that one R, Jarrod Leto?
Yeah, he's 1 R and an E, whereas I'm 2 R's and an O.
No, I would spell it your way. But then I'm Baron with RRON, so I would say that, wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Join us on Cricket8 for more about spelling people's names.
I think that's our best content. Let's have a look here. So in the last year, Rickleton has been caught 24 times and has been bowled 7 times. So yeah, I don't think the LBW is a big one. I think the bowled is a big one there.
6-1, Jarrod. He's not 1 in 7, is he, to be bowled? And Khalil is fine. He's not Bolt or Bumrah bowling at the start, where he's definitely going to bowl Yorkers. But he is wicket taking, isn't he?
Oh, and it might be LBW first ball.
Bloody hell, that was far away.
That's a good delivery to start with. Yeah, it seemed to shoot through a little bit, didn't it? He can still get CSK at 3s. Khalil, he feels like he's 1.5 wickets a spell in the power play for me at the moment.
Yeah, he's always been a wicket taker. He's been around a long time, Khalil. He's always been a wicket taker, but he's also always been injured, and he's sometimes really leaky. But he seems to have got away from being injured all the time at the moment, which is a huge plus. And I agree with you. He's looked like a threat a lot this IPL, particularly. Let's hope he gets Rickleton clean bowled right now.
Instead, he's pushed into the covers, and it's misfielded. And, that looked like that? Really Overton.
Hurt. And he hasn't been injured for a good hour and a half, Overton, so that's him done for the rest of the season. It's a miracle if he's not injured himself doing that. That looked awful. That was Simon Jones stuff, wasn't it, at the Gabba?
It should have been stopped by cover. I don't know who that was who dived past it. Was it Ratchet Ravindra? And then Overton has done... He's dived for this ball like he's never dived in his life before. Like he doesn't understand the concept of a dive. And he's gone knee first on his right knee, when it should have been his left knee that was sliding in that situation anyway, I would have thought. Yeah, he's taken a huge divot out of the ground, and he did come up looking ginger. He's okay at the moment, though. And this is wide. Outside of stump. Feels like it was misfielded again, but it might not have been. It might have just been
the IPL in a nutshell, isn't it? Wide, crap, smacked away, misfield, boundary, onto the next ball. Seen it all before. That's the 1128th 4 of the IPL, and it's the 1125th 4 that has been misfielded. Just learn how to field. It's a rank ball, though, isn't it? Wide filth.
That's way too wide. And let's have a look at this. Yeah, that should have been stopped. I don't know who's at point there.
Santner to blame.
Santner plays for the opposition, doesn't he?
Yeah.
This next one's a half volley outside off stump. This is a poor ball again. He's just got this wrong, Khalil. He's got it honed in at the stumps. We've just talked about that. He's bowling to someone who doesn't protect their stumps particularly well, and he's twice just have been a little bit too wide. And if I had a concern with Khalil, I think it is just on time. I think his lengths he's usually pretty good at hitting, but he's just a little bit loose with his lines sometimes. But he could still bounce back and get a wicket. That is the sort of player he is. But Rickleton is too good not to capitalize on these. And Khalil coming in again. This is the ball. Oh, how has this not bowled him? How has this not given Rob Barron his money? This is an absolute gem of a delivery.
What a ball.
This is the sort of ball that you end up making a review on because you're not sure how he's an out in 4 different ways.
I mean, he's nearly LB. He's nearly bowled. He's nearly caught.
And it was caught at slip? Let's just have a look.
Let's watch this again. That
it's the in-swinger.
Mental, that ball. But it decked back in.
Are they not? Is it not worth...
You'd review the LBW there, wouldn't you?
I don't understand why they haven't. I think it's going to be umpire's call anyway. Anyway, Khalil, ball back in hand. Again, he's gone for the in-swinger again. Now, just to talk about why he's such a good bowler in the power play. The earlier balls, he bowled 1 genuine outswinger. He then bowled 1 wobble ball. And now he's bowled 2 genuine in-swingers. That's 3 different skills. And most bowlers don't have 3 different deliveries that they can bowl like that. So kudos to him. I really want to see that LBW again. It'd be interesting to see what they end up saying there. But for me, I think that was Oliver's saying it was going a mile down leg. I didn't think it was.
I thought it came back.
Over, Oliver.
I thought that came back in.
I thought he was falling over a little bit there. So it'd be interesting to see. I thought it hit him just outside, like just between off and middle stump. It was decking around like crazy. Surprised they didn't at least have a conversation about it, though. Dhoni didn't seem interested at all. Chances are, I don't think you would have overturned it, but I think most teams would have actually gone for that. Oh, this is a beautiful ball from Jamie Overton, who's bowled a ball pitching on off stump and straightening. It's taken the outside part of Rohit's bat. We're going to see Khalil's
interesting
ball
quick
again.
Single there from Rohit that you wouldn't normally expect. He was quite alert to that, which again you wouldn't normally expect. I still think that's LBW, that first one.
Wow. I tell you what, it is an incredible ball, and it is out.
Absolutely
out. Oliver has said that. I just think that's the thing with umpiring. Sometimes it's so hard because what happens there is there's so much going on. I can understand why Oliver and MS Dhoni, 2 people often mentioned in the same sentence, would have fallen for that. It's just because he fell over. It was a bit of a mess for the umpire and for everyone else. Dug down the ground by Rickleton, quick single. I can understand why MS Dhoni and Oliver had thought that was going down leg stump. I thought it was clipping. All right. So I would have reviewed it, but I would have reviewed it with the hope that that was happening. Anyway, beautiful bowling. And Overton started really well. I can't think of too many times Overton would have bowled with a brand new ball in T20 cricket. He doesn't do it for Surrey.
Yeah, it's not really his thing. His job for England is sort of...
middle. He's the Plunkett.
He's a bad Plunkett, isn't he? Oh, God.
He's not an ideal Plunkett. That was not an ideal ball. That was absolute trash. That one just got away from him a little bit. I think he's bowling for the magic ball here because he bowled that early ball to Rohit, which was angled in and then straightened. He was looking for that delivery again, but he's not quite a skillful enough bowler to be able to pull that off a couple of balls in a row.
See, wouldn't that have been a lovely start if it had been LBW there? But he was LBW, and they just decide, nah, not
but
for
you.
You
had money on bowled anyway, didn't you?
And a bit of a saver on LBW. I just mean from the Chennai position.
Oh, yeah, from our position would have been great. Another one from Overton. He's just slipping this down the leg side way too many times here. as I said, he's looking for the dream ball, which is angling in and then going away. I think he'd be better off now to bowl cross seam or wobble seam at the top of off stump. But what we're also seeing, my guess, and I'm only guessing because I haven't got his numbers up yet, is a guy who doesn't bowl with the brand new ball all that much. And so because of that, he sprays it around. Although I'm trying to think, Adelaide, I don't think he bowled with the new ball that much for Adelaide, did he?
No, he didn't. They had
this one is just back of a length push into the covers. There's no run. So Jamie Overton in his career has bowled a little bit with it. So that's probably more early career, Jamie Overton. Let's have a look at the last 2 years when he's had his renaissance. I mean, basically when he's been fit, if we're being honest. Power play bowling. Yeah, it's certainly the place he's bowled the least. He comes in again, and this is whacked by Rohit Sharma, and that's 6. So he's gone into the pitch. This is the more traditional Jamie Overton ball. And Rohit just gets inside the line and helps that away for 6. Great shot there.
Yeah, Rohit can hit that ball for 6 in his sleep. And if you wheel him out when he's 78 years old, if you bowl him that ball, he will still hit it for 6. That is absolutely perfect for him, isn't it? You just got to play that lovely free flow of the bat. And when you see Rohit play that shot, right, you're like, what is he doing scoring, 20 runs in innings at strike rate 120 when he's that capable? Like, how easy is that for him to smash it into the second tier?
Just having a look here at Overton's numbers. This one's outside off stump and pushed away. So he's bowled in the last 2 years, he's bowled the first over once and he's bowled the second over 7 times. So generally when he bowls in the power play, it's overs 4, 5 and 6 once the swing has gone. And then the majority of his overs really are from 15 through to 19. And that's where he's probably used at his absolute best. But he did start with a good ball, but it's gone poorly now. He's got to be very careful to Rickleton that he doesn't give too much width. Wickleton? That sounds like a character from Frozen.
Adelaide bowled him end of power play as well. End of power play, then in the middle, and then hopefully he didn't get spanked too much and somewhere towards the end.
Look, he's not a frontline bowler, and Chennai took a punt with him here. They're probably using him the way that you would use Sam Curran, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's the big question with Sam Curran, because he's obviously got some stuff. He's quite good at cricket and he can do lots of different things, but no one's quite worked out. I thought in that T20 World Cup where he got loads of wickets, where England had to bowl him as a death bowler because all the death bowlers got injured, and he looked really good. He did a really good job. And then just in that tournament, I think he won player of the tournament, didn't he? Just in that tournament, he was good. And then henceforth, he hasn't been any good at all at the death. I just think that no one knows quite how to get the best out of him. He's a really weird one, Sam Curran.
He is definitely that. As Khalil comes in again, this is pushed beautifully into the covers by Rohit and is well fielded at extra cover. I think Rachin Ravindra is it out there. That tournament, it's worth remembering that Sam Curran basically just bowled a lot of short balls with very, very wide boundaries. And then when he was at Adelaide Oval, he bowled very full and straight to make people hit straight. Like, he really understood how to use the big Australian boundaries to his advantage. I think his problem is when he bowls on grounds that have small boundaries, he doesn't really have an advantage.
Yeah.
Since 2019, Varun tells us that Rohit averages 15 playing strike rotation shots. Not ideal. Wow. You should be at, even in T20 cricket, you should be well over 30s there. Aiden Markram is another player who really struggles with strike rotation shots.
That's interesting. So what even the numbers are screaming is Rohit just smack it.
Yep. Naveen's just come up with the impact sub, which I was interested with. This one's out on the leg side, and Rohit has hoiked this away.
Don't bowl there to Rohit.
That's 2 poor balls, I think, to Rohit so far. It's pitched outside leg stump from the left arm bowler, and all he has to do is get inside it and flick his wrists on it. He's so good at that shot, and he's pretty good here, as that has gone about, I don't know, 8 or 10 rows back in the VJ Merchant stand as well.
There's a really good bet on Aiden Markram, speaking of him, whenever their next game is. Hold the line. I will look it up. So their next game, Lucknow, is Tuesday. And you can bet Markram's performance points line.
Oh, another 4 here from Rohit. Over pitched.
Too easy.
And
too easy.
I thought he just pushed this on the offside, but it's flown away for another boundary.
You can bet, as I look up Aidan Markram, over 25.5 performance points for Markram.
Now he's a bowler.
Which is crazy because he bowls now. And he can catch. He's got 6 catches this IPL. Last game, he got 1 for 18 with the ball. That's 20 points right there. Game before, he got 1 for 25. That's 20 points right there. 25.5. So if he gets a wicket, you only need 6 runs. And he's got over 25.5 with the bat 5 times out of 7. That's a really good bet, that. And you get 10 for catches. And I think he's got 6 catches already. So he could get a wicket. He could get 1 caught and bowled and he's won. Done his line. Hasn't even batted yet. So that's very good. Go and have a look around to get that. But for this game to be any good at all, we need a wicket, and we probably need it now.
We need it in the next 2 balls. I'm going to go as far to say.
The only thing this is good for, this non-wicket taking bowling rubbish to really good bats, is the Patharana bowler bet. But it's not very good for Tilak top bat.
Oh, he's got a poor shot from Rohit, really. He was beaten by Khalil. His hands got out in front of him, but he still managed to accidentally time the pants off this ball. And even though it sort of spoons up, not far from mid-off, he's got it past mid-off and for another boundary.
That was a horrible ball and a bad shot and 4 runs.
I wonder if it's a better ball than you think, although the shot is bad. But I wonder if he beat him with the slow ball there, and that's what he wanted, to spoon it to one of those fielders, and instead he's just picked the gap by accident.
He gets out like that a lot, doesn't he, Rohit? But this Rohit, the 22 off 9, is what Mumbai have been screaming for all season. Because even if he gets out for 22 off 10, he's got him in front of the game. It's fine. It's the 22 off 20 Rohit that we keep seeing. It's the bad one.
Last ball, Khalil comes around the wicket. It's full and straight and just hits to mid-on, and there's no run. So your unders on Rohit needs to come in the next ball or 2. We've got a super chat from Naveen. Remember, you can super chat us at any time. Thanks to everyone. I see a couple of the Facebookers coming across, like Rockaball as well. But Naveen with the super chat says, thoughts on Ashwin instead of Cambodge as the impact sub. Let's just have a look at the stats here. So in the first innings, the spinners, Santner went for 4.66. Jax bowled 1 over for 4.
Should have bowled again.
So yeah, maybe it's they saw enough there to think to themselves that there's. We didn't look at the numbers, but they might have just saw enough to themselves to be like, well, the finger spinners have done okay, and we have a pretty good finger spinner in here. Well, I'm trying to think of what Cambodge has done. There was one game where he went okay.
Yeah, Cambodge, he was the one that Mitch Marsh was leaving the ball against relentlessly. He's actually got quite good power play numbers. He can bowl quite fast, Cambodge. Thing is, I don't think Ashwin should ever be an impact sub because he offers plenty with the bat. Like, you might not need him to bat, but he offers plenty with the bat, if you know what I mean. He can, in that batting lineup, he can tonk it and he can knock it around. And he's Indian, so I don't really think you need Ashwin as your sub. You can sub out quite a few of the guys. Like, what's Machel going to do for the rest of this?
I wonder if it was as simple. No, but Cambodge hasn't been subbed out, though, has he? There would be a batter who's been subbed out.
No, I just mean that Ashwin shouldn't be a sub that comes in. He should already be there.
No, I get that. I don't think they were planning on playing Ashwin, is what I would say. When they made this decision late.
One thing I wanted to say when Santner was bowling that I didn't is it was actually turning a fair bit for him.
Yep.
So Jadeja having... there's the old classic that if he gets runs, he bowls well sort of thing. But Jadeja should go well on this pitch. And I quite fancy the bowled if Jadeja bowls to Ricklepants, which he might do next over if this... they've got to do something here, haven't they?
Yeah, they're falling behind quite a bit. Energy says, will there be a time when 4 foreigner slots will be occupied by Indian players? Yes. This one is flicked by Rickleton on the leg side and there's no run. Yeah, there'll definitely be a time when there are foreign players, because we're already seeing that we're not automatically seeing all the foreign spots played, and the Indian talent is just so incredible. So this one's down the leg side and there's no run. that I just think that we will definitely see something like that. So Ashwin has gone for a leg by, a single, and a dot to start, a 2 dot, sorry, to start his over.
I think he might have nicked this, Jarrod.
I don't know.
Yeah, he did. He did.
He did?
Bit of glove.
This one has been hit to short cover. How many times this year in the IPL have we seen Rickleton get off to a really good start, but not end up with a good strike rate, and then he faces a spin, and even the good start that he's gone, he eats away?
Dhoni dropped him there. That's a collector's item because he should have taken that, and Dhoni's one of the best ever at those catches.
Maybe his hands were too fast for the catch.
Taking quite a big edge. That was quite a big edge. I've just seen it again on the other screen. Yeah, he should have taken that. So that's 2. Rickleton has been out LBW, and they didn't bother reviewing, and the umpire didn't bother giving it. And he's been dropped. So 2 lives already, and he's 12 off 12.
Yeah, be interested to know with Varun what Rickleton's strike rate has been in this IPL between balls 10 and 15 sort of thing. Like, it feels to me that once the spinners come on, he has been struggling. And you would understand that. He's a very good player, Ryan Rickleton. And he's certainly one of the batters around the world that I've been following. And, really interested to see how it go. He's 28. He's just becoming a mature player. So it's a perfect time to pick him for the IPL. But I do think there is an issue with him playing spin and getting stuck, is what I would say at the moment.
I don't think they, when they bought him, they didn't buy him as a starting opener, did they? I don't think. I think they bought him as cover. And then he'd had a very good SA20, didn't he?
Yeah.
And then they went, right, okay.
He's pretty good here. The seamer comes back on and he flicks this. I was just going to say,
what does he want now? He wants some Overton, doesn't he? He wants some more Overton. He was all at sea against Jadeja there. Sorry, against Ashwin there.
Ashwin.
What does he want now? He wants the crap pace again. And Overton has just lumbered down and landed it outside leg, attempted cutter, and got it all wrong. And that is 6 all day, every day, and now he looks fine again. That's bad cricket from Chennai. That Overton shouldn't bowl again until they take a wicket. Overton,
he's got 5 more balls. Just having a look at Rickleton's stats here, which is quite interesting. Next ball is pushed out to extra cover, and they take a single. So in the last year, he's played he's played a lot of games, played over 30 games. He's averaged 28 against pace, but a strike rate of 162. And against spin, it's 135 at an average of 63. So he's one of those players who doesn't usually get out to spin. And it wasn't getting out to spin, although I have seen him get out to spin in this tournament, that I was worried about. It's the slowdown. If he's slowing down against spinners in the SA20, and I know the wicket spun there more than ever before, but the quality of the wide from Overton, although it's debatable, I think they might review it. If he's slowing down against the quality of spinners in South Africa, Rob,
yeah,
that would be a big worry for me. That's the sort of thing I look for. It's the Ollie. What's the Ollie who bats? I know there's about 80. Ollie Pope
Robinson
thing. Ollie Pope never went out to spinners in county cricket, but he was going at 1.8 runs and over against them.
Yeah.
Well, good luck going at 1.8 runs and over against Ashwin and Jadeja, where you have to get off strike. And obviously, he eventually completely changed his play against them. Beats Rohit here does Overton. He's hitting the wicket now. This is more his normal kind of bowling. What we saw early on were a little bit different. Yeah, but you know what I mean? There's an element there of that's the sort of thing when I'm doing analysis on players, that's what I'm looking for of, well, is it going to transfer over? Whereas 2 players who are both South African, who I looked at was Heinrich Klaasen and Devon Conway. I could see that what they were doing was going to transfer. It might have been worse, but I could see how it was going to transfer over. As this is outside of stump, and Rohit comes down the wicket to whack it. A good bowling by Overton to see him coming, bowl it as wide as possible, and he's ended up getting a Yorker. So far in this IPL, Rickleton's strike rate is 120 versus the spin and 160 versus pace. So it's not horrendous. And a lot of that is in the power play, though, where he's facing them as well. Be interesting to see how he goes by bowler. Anyway, it's another wide to Overton. This one is a wide. Dhoni wants to review it, but that is definitely outside the line for me.
Surprised this price is holding up, actually, the 1.2. Like, they've had a great start here. The only thing I would say is they haven't faced many good bowlers yet. Like, Overton's just doesn't look up to it to me here. I wouldn't be bowling him again. Certainly not until they've got one of these two out. They got to go lots of spin, I think. I think Noor is the key here. I think that's what the market's waiting for, is they've got 4 Noors, 4 Pathiranas, 4 Jadejas that they haven't even looked at yet.
This is up in the air. Is this going to be... Oh, it's almost an incredible catch. I was with Rob. I was like, it was in the air for so long. Who is that down at mid-on who ran back with the high? I could see he's hatless.
Watch this again. So another drop catch to cost money in this IPL.
That would have been one of the great catches of all time.
Slow poke Shankar. I think he didn't run fast enough to get to it. It was a decent enough effort in the end.
I can't remember too many people in the history of cricket catching a ball that close to the boundary if they were in the rope. So if he was in the circle, sorry, not in the rope, in the circle, I think that's a pretty good effort. Another wide by Overton.
This is rubbish.
Yeah, you don't catch balls that close to the boundary usually, Rob.
No, that's
I
fair,
know it was hit high. It was hit high.
You should. But when I'm on unders, you should always catch them.
That's also fair.
One more chance to get right out before he gets to, what am I on? Under 27.5.
You've done well to keep in on that. Felt like he was going to go past it in a heartbeat before.
This is actually his danger time, right? Is when he's got that one away and he's like itching to go more. But he's
gone for a big swing here.
Yeah,
and there goes Rob Barron's bet over deep wicket for 6.
But that is remarkable that we're now in game 7, aren't we, for Mumbers? And Rohit has improved his score in every single match.
Well, he's finding form. The other thing I would like to say is that this is the high intent version that we've wanted as well. Like if he's going to do it, I'd rather he does it like this than, knocking around and everything else. We've got some important questions coming in. Like the Compster says, what are the odds for a batter intentionally smashing the robot dog?
Good question.
Rob can come up with that one for later.
25.
And Compster says, do you think they can add teams to the league without significantly compromising on the quality? No, they will compromise on the quality. I said this a couple of years ago. People got really upset at it. As Rickleton, reverse sweep, straight to backward point. Oh, my, that is pathetic fielding.
They're so bad at fielding, aren't they?
Oh, who was that at short? That's Khalil Ahmed.
Khalil,
okay,
yeah.
fair enough. That should have been saved.
It's not fair enough, Jarrod.
Well, I've seen him field.
Who do you think bowls next over? Because 8.5 is the line and it looks high.
Do
you go straight to Noor?
Next over will be Jadeja, won't it?
Right.
It would be Jadeja or Noor.
I'm
you're not
happy
going for many
being
runs
on
either way.
I'm happy being on under 8.5 for either of those, aren't you?
Yes.
So that's what we're back in, under 8.5 runs in the 7th over. First one outside power play. They could also get a wicket before the end of this one.
Well, I was partly factoring in that there's a bit of a chance here of them trying to go big against Ashwin and getting a wicket. Yeah, so Compton says, do you think they can add teams to the league without significantly compromising on the quality? The quality will be compromised, but that's not the way you should think about it. The way you should think about it is, what can you do? The more teams, the more players, the more money involved in this league, the more quality we will eventually see out on the field. That's how I would look at it. But you might be in a situation, this one's dragged down by Ashwin. This is Paul. Good. Well played by Rickleton, because it was, in the end, he had to pick the gap between short fine and deep backward square. But that was a pretty ordinary delivery by Ashwin there.
What annoys me here, Jarrod, right, is one of the best bowlers that they could have on this surface who just got 50 with the bat is Jadeja. And I don't think I could take any arguments that didn't suggest that Pathirana and Noor were the 2 best bowlers for Chennai, right? On any surface. They're the biggest wicket threats, Pathirana and Noor Ahmed. And Noor's already won them the game with the ball this season on a turning pitch. This is a turning pitch. He got 4 for. So what has actually happened is we've now had 6 overs of bowling with no wickets taken and they're going at more than 10 runs and over. So they've taken this game from 1.5 to 1.14, and none of the good bowlers have bowled a ball. None of them. Jadeja hasn't bowled a ball, Noor hasn't bowled a ball, and Patharana, who doesn't bowl up here, fair enough, hasn't bowled a ball either. So they've bowled all the crap bowlers early and got themselves to 7.6 to win the match. That is bad cricket. It is bad planning, however you want to look at it, because they only really, obviously Rickleton got out and they didn't bother reviewing it. Rohit gave a bit of a chance, but that was it. Like, they haven't. Overton's first over wasn't very good, so they gave him another one. I just think that was pretty brainless. Khalil's first over wasn't very good, so he got another look. And you're thinking,
I think you go Khalil. I think you definitely bowl Khalil a second over.
After his first over's got spanked for a couple of fours, maybe you do. But my point
But
is,
he also
here,
had Rickleton in all sorts of trouble with the swing and everything. Anyway, it is Jadeja. It is going to be LBW. I've given it.
Yeah, it's out, surely.
Can I just say that I got confused on this before. They don't actually show the umpire for long enough for you to know whether you've been given out. So I made a huge howler before, but they've just done the exact same thing. Now I know because I can see the conversation.
It's out. If that's turning, it's out. If it's not, if it's going on with the arm, then it's going down leg. But we're on under 8.5 this over anyway, aren't we?
Now they haven't reviewed it. I think it definitely slid on, but did it straighten a little bit? Or do you know what?
Down.
I think Dhoni's right here. Yeah, it's the optical illusion because his right leg is outside off stump. Anyway, 2 dot balls to start the over.
It's good.
Rob's bet is looking pretty good.
Yeah. Never early cheer though, Jarrod.
No. I think he might bowl this one a little bit slower. He has bowled it slower. Rohit has given himself some room and hit a single. So I was just looking up Rickleton. He scored 50 runs off spinners in this tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
4 sixes.
How many balls?
So 37 balls. So
okay, so he gets a lot of dots and then the odd 6.
Yeah. So it's basically what I said. It's not the biggest issue in the world. It's just how it translates and everything else.
I quite fancy Jadeja to Rickleton, on here.
But just having a look at this. He's going to go for this one. He's mangled it. And he's hit it straight to mid-wicket. Who has caught it? Well, there we go. Unfortunately, Rob, you said that too early, too late for anyone to get it. But if you were listening to us, we did have a lot of concerns about Rickleton against spin. And he's gone for him straight away. It's off the bottom part of the blade. He's gone for the slog sweep, but off the bottom part and mangled it a little bit. And it's just gone out to the fielder on the rope.
Pleasing. Shame he didn't bowl him, but pleasing anyway.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. So that's a loser for you.
Good catch.
Is that Matre down on the boundary? I didn't see the mustache, but his head turned away by the time I looked at his face.
It was Matre, yeah. And that was a very Rickleton innings, wasn't it? Very Rickleton, getting his 24. He does that a lot.
Yeah. 24 off what strike rate?
Yeah, like 120 again or something. 126.
Do you know what I mean?
Off 19.
And
he's doing that very regularly, isn't he?
Yeah, and I know he's a better player than this. It just hasn't quite clicked for him in the IPL yet. But we were talking about this with Inglis as well. Inglis is struggling to get in more than anything else. But at times with Inglis, I'm just like, we haven't seen the full Inglis and we haven't seen the full Rickleton all the way through yet. These are very, very good players, and it's not 100% coming in. So who's going to come in now?
Sky's Sky. Now.
Now,
Interesting.
just a reminder to everyone that we have Sky Player of the Match. So you need Rohit out for that.
Yeah.
Who are you beating in the bowling? Bumrah?
Yeah, Bumrah got a couple, didn't he? They're not going to give it to a bowler. A batsman's going to win man of the match here.
Agreed. All right, and that is it as well. Rob has got his bet. He was under 8.5 in this over. It has gone for 3 runs, I should say, and a wicket. So good work to Rob there. Next over, I think should be under 8.5 again, but you only need Sky to sweep a couple away, and it makes a mockery of that.
Yeah, that was a bet on the bowler, and I mean that line just should have been 7.5. It shouldn't have been 8.5. It's too, like, if that line is 8. When I said to you 8.5, you're like, well, obviously under. If I'd have said to you 6.5, you'd have gone, oh, I don't know. maybe overs, and 7.5 you probably go under, but 8.5 is definitely an unders bet there, isn't it? Sometimes they
7.5. I wouldn't have said for you to bet.
Yeah,
I would have said
sometimes
I
the
just
bet
don't think it's worth it.
All I'll say is there, if I'd have said to anybody, do you want to bet over or under 8.5? Which one do you want? 90% of people say under in that spot, don't they?
They've gone with Ashwin again. So this is his third over. So he's gone for 8 runs in his first 2. He's got the field out now. He's bowled one terrible delivery, but I think he's bowled pretty well, all things considered.
Yes, fine.
They've got, they're keeping their wicket takers back as late as possible for a assault towards the end. It looks like.
Very interesting tactics here to not bowl wicket takers. I'm not sure what they're playing on here.
So 66 for 1 up. I mean, the defensive bowlers haven't. Oh, I mean, I suppose Khalil is an attacking one. I don't know what Overton even goes out. This is the sweep I was talking about. He's almost caught. He's almost run out.
A lot happened that ball.
He got right across the off stump there and tried to flick that flick sweep that he plays so well. So I heard someone say this really brilliantly on commentary. It might have been Tamal Mills on the BBC, where he said that Sky plays unorthodox shots in an unorthodox way.
Yeah, good shout. I've not heard that before. That's good.
Yeah. Oh, he's gone for the big slog sweep here. Has Rohit, and that is 6. Just I was going to say over the fielder's head, but that looks like it's a drinks carrier actually out there. Either way, it was comfortably over the boundary. Good hit, good thinking as well. The current rate is 9.73. Required rate is 8.3. I don't think, considering what we've seen so far today, you want it to get much over 9.5.
You go one more Jadeja because he's just got a pole, and then you go Noor.
Yep, agreed.
And I quite fancy the Noor wicket early.
What's Noor for top bowler? Is that something you can still get on?
Get it now. I'm just looking. You can still. There is a top. Bloody hell! There's a top bat market available where Tilak is 16s, which is a big number. But I don't know whether they would put Jackson next, and there's only 108 runs available, so it's quite hard for anybody else other than these two to win. You basically need right out for the top bat. But no, they've done away with top bowler, which is annoying. But there's only been one wicket, and we're on Patharana, so I don't mind that much.
Well, no, I think Patharana was a decent bet before the game, but watching now, I'd rather be on a spinner.
Yeah, I think you prefer, with Patharana, you really wanted...
he's bowled the leg spinner, so that might have even been the Karen ball, and he's completely bamboozled Sky. He tries to flick this on the leg side, gets a leading edge back over Ashwin's head for a single. Brilliant bowling. No wicket.
Patharana, yeah, you want to be on first innings, really, because you know he's bowling 4 of the last 8, basically, or 4 of the last 10 at least, and that is such a good position to be in. Whereas in chases, I mean, it might be nearly done by the time he bowls. You know, a bad over of spin here that Rohit takes apart, and it's done. They need to be clever. So, yeah, I think you go Jadeja and then Noor now. If you don't, you're mad.
Ashwin has bowled the Karen ball 80% of the time to right-handers this year. I remember, it was a long time ago now, where he bowled the Karen ball, but he also occasionally bowled leg spin. And it just didn't stand up. It just wasn't quite a good enough delivery. Whereas now, I can see why he's bowling it. Okay. Did we lose a bet?
No, just that was the Easter one. That was the Veruca Salt golden egg.
Oh. No. The purple one means you've lost a bet.
But it's also the exact noise that Veruca Salt heard when she... Oh, is that a drop?
No, I don't think so. Jadeja could have stopped that one back off his own bowling. Unfortunately, kind of got tangled up with the non-striker there, and it's ended up getting a single. Yeah, so the green one means we've won a bet. The purple one means we lost a bet. The orange one means we've made a bet. And the blue one, just for shits and giggles.
Okay, so if I'm going to lean on one, it's got to be this one.
If you can make it work.
Right, let's have a wicket then, Jadu.
Down leg side. It's a poor ball, but unfortunately for Sky, he moved outside off stump to sweep that and probably couldn't reach it the way that he thought he could have. And so Jadeja's got away with that. So single and a dot to start this over. Got a slip in place, does he? I think.
Yeah, orthodox.
Yeah.
First slip.
Ashwin's at slip.
Might put a leg slip there if he's
Oh, he's backed away. He's hit this over cover for 4. Good batting.
very good shot.
Good use of the feet. Gave himself some room, and then just made sure he cleared cover really, and picked up another boundary. Noor Ahmed has to bowl the next over now. There's no other choice.
Yeah, I'm looking for a price on wicket in next over here because I think Noor is such a wicket taker, isn't he? 3.75. That's not bad. That's worth a small bet, not a.
Oh, big slog sweep
hello.
from Shurikumar Yadav, and he's hit it for 6. So I think they were right to use Jadeja again, but this is what we were talking about with Sky. He can move things on so quickly against the spinners, and he's done that 2 balls in a row now, and this game is either a wicket in the next over or done.
Yes, it is. Where would
it's
you put
almost
the
done
run line
now,
next over, Jarrod?
Well, Noor's going to start with a wide because he does every game. So you have to. Don't you think he does it every new spell? I reckon he starts with a wide. I've never seen anyone start with a wide that consistently since was a Makram, and I think for slightly different reasons.
Patharana loves a wide too. It's one of his.
Yeah, but he
things.
just bowls wides. He doesn't bowl one and then come back on board. So you factor that in. I also think in Noor's first over, a boundary is always a chance because he might drag one a bit short. So I would say he's a very good chance of a wicket, but he's also a chance of 8.5 runs.
Yeah, so the line's 8.5, which I think is okay. If I had to bet, I'd bet under. But I don't mind particularly as we've got a break first, I don't mind the 3.75 wicket in over because they might get together at this timeout and go, right, lads, we've got 9 wickets in hand here. We can really steal a march on some of the competition and get the net run rate up a bit. So I think if they're going after Noor, yeah, 3.75 wicket in next over is absolutely fine. It's not a big bet by any means, but it's worth a dabble, I would say.
This time of the year, I meant to ask you, are you following PSL as well?
Nope.
Same.
No,
it's funny,
I
so
just
many
can't
people
get
keep
into
asking me questions about the PSL, and I was like, how do you have time to watch both?
I think if you do the IPL properly from a punting, trading, whatever point of view, you got to really go for it. And there's you don't get a break. It's a game every day, and there's 4 every weekend. And your brain, I mean, I'm getting older, but even when I was doing everything, I mean, the PSL is overlapping in terms of time as well, isn't it? So you can't.
It's an hour later, isn't it?
You can't do 2 games at once. I mean, that is madness. I've traded multiple games at once before, and that wasn't particularly sensible looking back. But as far as betting goes, sure, you can have a test match on and be betting on next man out or something at the same time as doing one of these. But yeah, it's too much. I couldn't tell you who's doing well or badly or who plays for any of the teams in the PSL, to be honest.
I know they're scoring quite quickly, which is very interesting from that perspective. So that bit I've sort of seen from a distance. But yeah,
okay,
it's funny. Quite often I'll be working on a series and I might be commentating on it or just writing on it or whatever. And like another series will be interesting, and like fans are just like, "I'll just go to that," and it's like it doesn't work that way. No. A, I'm probably being paid to do the other one, and B, it's like I can't watch both at the same time because I'll end up making them a bit shit. It's different. Like when I was watching the overnight Ashes, and then the day would finish, and I'd spend the Border Gavaskar, the most recent one, and then the next 3 or 4 hours I'm doing work, and during that 3 and 4 hour period, Zimbabwe was playing. I've got a lot of opinions on Zimbabwe, West Indies, and all those series because it's on in the background where I'm watching it. But I don't feel massively confident to write a big piece unless it's about one little thing that I've seen. And I think that's the one thing that most fans think they're watching cricket, but they don't watch cricket the way that we do, as people who are professionals within it. And it's also it's exhausting to watch.
It's
like
very
today,
intense to watch it properly, isn't it?
We are 6 hours and 42 minutes into our live broadcast, right? And most people can't do more than an hour of live broadcasting. It's really, really, intense mentally to be able to do that, to keep thinking, to, just keep, there's only so many comments about Xavier Bartlett's eyebrows you can come up with in a day.
Here's Noor.
nor Ahmed, who doesn't look like a Muppet. Left arm.
What does he look like?
I will think about that in a minute. He didn't start with a wide, but did you notice it was another pretty rank delivery, his first ball? This man needs a warm-up. Take him. What if you know he's going to bowl? Take him off the field and let him bowl 2 or 3 balls.
They should have bullpens anyway, like pitchers.
I'm not sure you even need a bullpen for a bowler. You just because he's not going to bowl it onto the surface, is he?
Okay.
You just need a straight boundary.
Rohit out. Come on.
Oh, short, wide again.
Fast. Got to land it, Noor. Got to land it, mate. I think Santner showed that you can give it the chance to spin here and it will turn, but he's got to take a bit of a gamble. But when your team is 7.6 to win the match, gambling bowling is probably the right thing to do. The fact that he's coming in at 89 for 1, I think they've missed a trick, but he may as well toss one up and see if he can get it to rag here.
Coming in again. No slip in place, I think, for Sky. This is in the air, but there's no fielder in the ring on the leg side. But he got the miss hit from Sky. It ends up dribbling out to cow corner, and they'll just take the one.
Tell me who's scored. If you can get either of these players, I'll be extremely shocked. Who's got the most runs and the most wickets in the PSL right now?
Oh. No, I wouldn't even have a clue. This is a wrong and on leg stump, pushed too long off for 1. I mean, I suppose if you're just picking players who are good, you'd pick, I don't know, Rizwan or Baba or Nazim. But I haven't watched any, so I don't know if any of those guys are doing any good.
No, I think Baba's having a bad one. But Sahibzada Farhan is the top run scorer.
I should have guessed that, actually.
And the top wicket taker,
is it Hassan Ali?
It's Jason Holder, who has 3 more wickets than anybody else. And Conor Munro is amongst the runs. And I thought Conor Munro went fully certified blind during the Big Bash when he got paid stacks to be a platinum player and scored about 20 runs at strike rate 50.
Wow. Okay.
But that Rawalpindi pitch, my God, that is a road.
There's some flat wickets. The little bits I've seen, certainly the ball is travelling everywhere. Norse, 4 singles and a dot to Sky. He tried to dig that last one out, end up Yorkie himself. Gives himself some room this time and extravagantly pushes it down to long off for a single. Not what you want from your strike bowler bowling his first over in the 10th over when your team is massively behind, but also it didn't change the game.
No, it's the low volatility over from your biggest weapon, which that's Chennai's fault for bowling him at 89 for 1, because then Mumbai have the luxury to go, all right, fine, he's the threat, so we'll just see him off. And they just walked 5 singles. And this is the thing, that when people come in, like to answer that question that's on the screen there, should his entry point always be the 7th? No, his entry point should change every game depending on when you need wickets and what the score is. So it shouldn't be fixed that Noor bowls in over number 8, 10, 9, whatever. It's when do we need him? And I think Mumbai actually did pretty well with their bowling today. They went...
Oh, and unfortunately, Sky has played the same kind of sweep shot again. Sort of up and under sweep shot, over short, or not short fine leg. It's actually over deep backward square leg for 6. They went with Jadeja one more time. I think this had to be Patharana this over.
Yeah, I mean, my main cheer now is that Sky can somehow overtake Rohit and get man of the match.
If Rohit just pushes the ball around and Sky just... What's Sky on? If Sky goes
23?
absolutely crazy... 23 off...
13?
13. And... Yeah, if Sky goes absolutely nuts and ends up with 50 off 22 or something, and Rohit at the other end is 60 off 40, you get the money then, don't you? And the money we're talking
it's
about,
arbitrary, mate. Everyone. It's arbitrary.
I know it's arbitrary. That's why I don't bet on it.
See, that's why I do bet on it, because already this IPL, we've had some cracking price winners. Back Dhoni to be man of the match at 45 to 1. 45 to 1 to be man of the match, and he won it. My theory there was
the same, didn't you?
Tim David was 35 to 1, and I really backed that. I managed to get quite a few quid away. It was lovely. And that was a surprise. I didn't even look at the result because his team lost. even though he was clearly the best player, he was the only one that got 50 and he got 2 catches. I didn't even look at the result. Somebody messaged me, got me on, and said, "Oi, oi." And I was like, "What are you on about, oi, oi? I didn't have a particularly good day." And he said, "Look at who the man of the match was," and it was a big surprise. But Dhoni 45-1. The theory there was, A, he's been batting up the order. B, he gets a stumping every time, or he was getting a stumping every time. And
another 4 here from Sky.
See, how much of a person is Dhoni in terms of column inches and talking about and eye catching and stuff? If he does anything, it's noticed. So yeah, he slogged a few around and got another stumping and another catch and whatever else. Oh, he got a brilliant run out. Do you remember that? Where he threw it over the bat's head to the wrong end. Underarm. Well, this game's over. We've had 2 poor cricket matches today. But I would like Sky to crack on and overtake Rohit. Like, if they're both in at the end, Sky might be past him, Jarrod.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying, is that it's very possible. He's still 20 runs behind. So what do they need? 71 more runs. Yeah, it is possible he goes past him. I think that's fair. But even if he doesn't, if he's within 10 runs and he's striking at 180 and Rohit's striking at 140, 150, then you're back in the game a little bit. At the moment, if it was to be called right now, you would give it to Rohit. There isn't enough of a differential in strike rate to give it to Sky. Oh, wait a minute. Did you have a bet on most 6s for Mumbai?
I did.
Okay, so they're 1 behind.
Yeah, that's going to win, isn't it?
Why
I need 2 more.
I can't. We don't have a. Oh no, we do have a. Is it this one? We haven't been mentioning that at all. I was like, because I wrote down the ones that we do live, but I forgot about this one. So Mumbai team with the most 6s, and Ashwin's bowling again. It's a good ball.
Seems like slightly silly. When Noor's first over's gone for 5 and he's getting into the game, you'd think you'd give him another one there, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Sky, I don't want to tell you this, mate. I think Sky's just hurt himself.
Yeah, he's grimacing there, holding his back.
And I don't know what he's hurt. He's holding his hand behind his back, but how did he do that? Is it one of those situations where you're running between the wicket and your back gets caught in something? Because it was a ball from Ashwin and he turned it on the leg side. Let's have a look.
Very innocuous.
It's the Karen ball. I don't see anything in the shot.
It's the stretch for the run, is it? Yeah, he just sort of jarred it as he bent down to plonk his bat in.
He didn't jar it the way I thought he might have, though. This next one from Rohit is pushed down to long off for 1.
How would you price next man out here?
I would have Sky at 160.
And you can back Sky at 191, which is a good bet.
He swept another ball here for 4. That was last over. That's how I hate. And he's going for. He has swept another ball here. It isn't 4 though. It's 6, and it's dropped on the rope. Actually, is that 6? Now, where was the fielder when he touched that?
Good question. I will see it again on a bigger screen shortly. The fact that they only ran 1 there is utterly pathetic. He's having a good time of it in the field, That was great.
He's only a little guy too. He got up really high there. Are you sure they didn't get 2 there?
Positive, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Rohit's on strike.
We're going to have a look at it. So he's taken the catch, but he realizes he's going to go over, and it's gone into his right hand. And now where are his feet here? So he's fine.
He's done well there.
Can we fast forward this a little bit? Even if his feet touch the rope here, that's not his fault. Once you're that far over the rope,
that's a brilliant piece
of
lucky. Fielding. Very, very good.
This is the slowest slow motion I've ever seen from. Can we get to the actual bit where his foot is or the ball is out of his hand?
No, just move it forward 3 frames. That's a great bit of fielding.
There we go. Well done. Great fielding.
He's been a revelation today, that guy.
Yeah.
And he's 17 years old. I did not expect much from him. And he was very good with the bat for his 32 or 15 with 2 big 6s early on that got them moving. He's took a catch and he's fielded brilliantly. So, yeah, good stuff. Machel.
Was today's first T20 game?
Yeah, I couldn't find any others.
Yeah, I think that's right. So he should play this more. Next one is punched down the ground by Rohit, and they're going to get another single. Rohit just looks like, to me, I'm not saying he won't hit more boundaries, But Rohit looks like to me, he is just going to settle in. So for you to get your Sky bet, you needed that 6. You needed the foot on the rope.
I tell you what, though, mate, your next man out price, I don't disagree with, because Rohit has knocked it around for the last 4 overs.
Yeah.
And Sky, Rohit does look knackered, to be fair, but Sky is 1.91 out next. That is a good bet.
He's just going to take risks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the bet.
1.91
So that's 1
Sky next out wouldn't put you off.
Yeah, and what's
Wait till he's on
Rohit
strike
to be next man out? The same?
So he's
Is that how it works?
1.8 with the same company that I just looked at.
Yeah, there's
we've had a
no
few
way that
next man out
Rohit
bets
should
today.
be favourite to be next man out at the moment with him pushing for singles and Sky going for 6s. I say
agree.
this, he's going to dance down and go out here. No, he pushed for another single.
Oh, I've seen with another betting company, you can back Sky next man out at evens 2.0. And the golden rule, as Rohit gets 50 and the stadium erupts, the golden rule for next man out, as you know, is you never ever bet a next man out if they're not on strike, because you don't want to do your dough without having a chance.
If I was going to say anything else, I might also say that the only thing that would make me nervous about those bets, and I would take it at evens without even worrying about it, but the only thing that would make me nervous is that Rohit has got his 50, and he might just be like, oh, I can have an earlier day here if I smack a couple of 4s and 6s.
Yeah, he could press the button at any time.
But Sky he is pressing the button.
Yeah. Should we watch this after?
Oh, wow. Yeah. All right. That was it. You know, in the old days, you would get those DVDs. I reckon that's one of the most popular ones ever. I know so many people who have that. As Noor comes in, it's a top edge from Rohit. Is it out? No, it's safe. Oh my God. Does Ratchamravinda headbutt that off the ground?
It's just comedy fielding everywhere, isn't it?
He's dived for the ball to take the catch. It has. I reckon that hit him just under the eye socket.
That's lucky. He probably should be out there. Again, that's the fielder not doing the running first. And ball watching, what you do when the ball goes up in the air is you have to judge quickly, roughly where it's going to go, run really fast to that area, and then look at the ball again. If you're just looking at the ball like that, you can't catch it.
He was actually a bit further from that than I thought in the end. And then it did hit him in the face and rebound away. Next ball's defended as Rohit looks a little bit unsure against Noor Ahmed there. Good delivery. They need 63 or 46, but because of the position they've been in as a team, they also need some net run rate here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that is an angle to look at now, is that they might really try and up it, because they've won this game now.
Yep.
I'm tempted to close at 1.8, at 1.08. Is that 1.08 real, or is my Betfair stalled?
I got 1.11 here, mate.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough close. 1.11. I mean, obviously they might lose the wicket trying to up it, but really, with all this batting to come, how do they not get 62 or 45 here? 1.11 seems fine to me. Should we talk about this film instead of doing the
this could be out
after?
As he's gone for the big slog sweep. Sky, it's
Safe.
over the keeper's head, and it is misfielder for 4 as well.
Oh my God. The fielding, guys. Man alive, it's bad, isn't it?
Also, that fielding there, he's tried to slap that back really hard. I reckon if he slapped it back properly, he would have actually hit it back past the other fielder. I need to see it again. I understand the thinking behind it. Let's have a look. He's sliding with the ball. Oh, no. Actually, no, it was fine. He just hit it. And it dribbled off his fingers for 4. Noor Ahmed looking up, disgusted at bad fielding, does make me laugh. I love bowlers who can't field, who are angry at everyone else.
Patharana yet to bowl. His team is 14-1 to win the match. Still hasn't bowled.
This is flicked in the air by Sky. It's 2 boundaries in a row. It's what Rob Barron's player of the match bet needed. He's now 40 off 22. We do. How many? Do we need one more 6 for you, Rob?
It's going to happen. However many more.
No, we need 2 more 6s. 2 more 6s for Rob.
Should we watch this film instead of doing the podcast after? What a great film that is.
Wait.
It's got one of the worst deaths in the whole of film history. Sky is turbo mode here.
Sweep 4 again. and another boundary. So 3 fours on the trot. One was accidental. The Ambanis, who've been on the boundary all game. Don't know if they always sit on the boundary, but I've certainly seen them on the boundary there. I've sat. This is Wanketty, isn't it? I know I should not have known this. Yeah. I think it's the only timeout. So we've got time to talk about this. I think Wanketty is one of the few grounds in the world that I've actually sat on the outfield and watched the game. When we were recording for our film, they just said, "Yeah, just don't walk on the ground."
No way. That's cool.
Yeah, and they let us shoot whatever we wanted. So we had it was incredible because you got the Wanketty crowd behind us, and we were. I remember I was looking this up the other day because I had to find old photos on Instagram. There's a photo of me just behind Richard Levi's butt. What a butt to be like 5 meters behind.
He was
What
fun.
was the movie
Levy.
you showed? I didn't have your screen up when you said that. What was it?
Well,
Hard Target?
Why the hell didn't you?
Hardball. Oh,
You must know that film.
Is that the one where he's a sports coach or something?
Yeah, so he's a something like a lawyer who gets into trouble or whatever, and he has to coach the anyway, whatever. He's a gambler, is what he is, and as part of his like a bad gambler, and the film opens with him desperate for a basketball bet to win, and he's like hunched outside of a bar watching it through the glass, and it's like he needs them to cover 7.5 points or whatever. He gets into debt with a bookie, gets into trouble. His community service is to coach a kid's baseball team. Now, most people stop right there and go, absolutely no chance of my watching that film. It's awesome. It's not Mighty Ducks, which is also awesome. It's not a kid's film. It's a grown-up film, and there is a tragic death in it, which I think is the most sad death in the history of cinema, in the film Hardball with Keanu Reeves, and it's something you should all watch.
A very random one that has always upset me is I'm positive you'll have watched this film, The Dirty Dozen.
Yeah.
Dirty Dozen, absolutely great film, and there's only a couple of small flaws in that film, and one is that Jim Brown, the great NFL player who plays a great role, probably his best acting role. Is it Jim Brown? Yeah, I think
Jim Brown is in loads of films.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's Jim Brown, who's also in Mars Attacks, plays a boxer in Mars Attacks. And Jim Brown it gets killed right at the end of that movie for no reason. Like almost everyone in The Dirty Dozen is dead. You only need like 2 or 3 of them to survive. And for some reason, they didn't make Jim Brown one of the people to survive, despite the fact that the whole film is set up for that. Okay, so best films on gambling. How high do you have Uncut Gems in your list?
I love Uncut Gems. I think it's a really, really good film. There's not quite enough gambling in it. I love the fact that his whole bet, or a lot of his bet, is based on who wins the tip-off. He's like, right, that's the first thing. Who's going to win the tip? I'm like, come on, man. It's like putting the coin toss in your cricket bet. It's like, don't know.
It's a terrible one, that one. I'm with you there. So I think that why I like that movie is it's one of the few movies that when you're watching it and you gamble, it actually feels like gambling. It feels like you've put a bet on that movie. And also, not only have you put a bet on that movie, you know that you're going to lose it, right, all the way through, and yet you're still like, oh, you never know.
Well, so Hardball's very good like that. Like you want him to win because it's Keanu Reeves, and you want everything to be okay, but you also kind of know he's going to lose because he's a total degenerate. But that's here comes the Yorker man, the Yorker stroke wide man. I mean, Rounders is right up there for gambling films.
But you have to really want John Malkovich's accent.
Pay him his money. Yeah, you do.
Have you seen the Matt Damon story about that, where like the whole crew was like, I can't believe we get to work with Malkovich, and he comes in and he says that line as like one of the first lines in the movie, and everyone like,
he tricked me.
Wide for Bartharati here, and everyone starts cheering because they're so happy that Malkovich has turned up and he said that line, and Malkovich looks into Matt Damon and he goes, I'm not really a good actor or something.
I am just gonna muck about here.
Yeah,
Rounders is great. I think Color of Money, very very good. Like really good.
The Sting is good. The Sting's is probably
great. Sting holds up as well. You watch the Sting now; it's still good.
There's another one I've forgotten, which I used to love, and it's got the guy from Fargo, the nerdy guy from Fargo, whose wife went to jail.
It's called The Cooler, I think.
The Cooler, yeah. This one slapped, by Rohit Sharma, just enough to make Rob a little bit uncomfortable about his money here.
Like
It's wide of off stump. Rob needs a 6, and he needs less of Rohit timing the absolute underwear off that ball. The Sting, the Cooler, I think is a very underrated film.
Good shout, the Cooler, but the Cooler makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, as all good films should. I mean, are you counting Rain Man as a gambling film? Because there's a fair bit of gambling in it. It's absolutely.
I don't think it's a gambling film.
Okay.
I think it's a film with gambling in it, full and straight and hit down the ground. So what's the other? What's that one where there's I can't remember his name, but it's Will Smith and Margot Robbie where they're pulling
rubbish.
That's not a gambling film. Yeah,
No.
that's not a gambling film,
Rubbish.
right? That's something completely different. But there's a lot of gambling in that film. So Molly's Game, I'm not sure.
Good film.
Yeah, but is that a gambling film?
Well, it's sort of it's a true story, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought that film was really well done. It's an enjoyable watch, that film. I think Idris Elba's in it as well, isn't he? I enjoyed that film. I think it's good, well worth a watch. Good story. There's not that much gambling in it. It's more about the kind of murky world you can get into. I mean, we haven't even said The Hustler, which is one of the all-time best.
Hustler's good. Yeah,
Like,
we said Color of
film,
Money.
right?
We
Yeah,
are
it's like
talking about
Hustler
this
2,
because
isn't
obviously this game has petered out a little bit here. Patharana coming on for the 14th over when you need wickets is quite the choice. To be honest, I'm not sure he would have changed the game all that much quicker, but me and Rob have talked about this a lot before. You have to understand once you're behind. I don't know if Rakshit wants to put up the win predictor from Decimal, which is up on the Cricket8 page. It's, I think, the most accurate win predictor I've come across so far. And this one is mishit on the leg side. The win predictor's on the right-hand side there.
It would be
win probability
98% and 2% or something.
I can't see because Rakshit's showing us the site, but it's so. There we go. Thank you, Rakshit. 4% chance. There's not a 4% chance that CSK win this. I think a win predictor's got that wrong. It should be 1 or 2%.
They're bowling their overseas gun wicket taker when they're dead, when they've already lost, which is so dumb.
Too, by the way. I don't know if you saw that.
I think it's time to have a look to see what price bowled is whenever you see reverse and Patharana nailing Yorkers. It's always time to do that. And I've had a little stab at 50 on the defence here because I backed that 1.11 earlier. And now I'm getting rid of it. I backed the 50 for the defence because of that tail. So whenever you see tail, and again, we've got bowled here at 6-1. Neither of these are bowled candidates, right? They're just not. But Patharana is a bowled bowler. He's also a wide bowler, which is what he's just done there. Miles over the head of right. So the best thing ever would be Dhoni's reviewing this definite Miles wide, just to take a bit more time out of the game. So whilst we go into that, so the best thing ever would be if Patharana gets Rohit clean bowled now, because then Sky's going to win man of the match, Patharana's going to win top bowler, and we all have a lovely Christmas. Still need a couple of sixes from somewhere, don't we?
Yeah, you're struggling with your sixes at the moment.
Nah, I'm definitely going to get them.
You'll get one more. I don't know if you get two more.
No, we will. They'll just do the net run rate thing.
So we're just waiting for this wide to be decided on.
It's definitely a wide. It was definitely a wide first up. It's definitely a wide now.
It's hard to tell though, because now that we're seeing it, I think fewer wides for height are being called because umpires have been tricked by squatting batters.
What's your favourite gambling film coming in? Why haven't we spoken about White Men Can't Jump? Because that is a gambling film, and it's probably the best one.
It probably is, isn't it? Yeah. I think The Cooler is my favourite. Honestly, I think
you prefer The Cooler. Let's say, right, you finish today and you go home. Someone hands you a beer. This is fantasy world now. Someone hands you a beer. Sits down. What film do you want on? Bourbon. Would you like to watch The Cooler or White Men Can't Jump?
Oh, I watch White Men Can't Jump.
Okay, fine, correct.
Yeah, no, that's genius. No issue with White Man Can't Jump. Patharana comes in. Again, this is a top edge. This could be a six. It could be out.
Get him out.
Oh, no.
Are you utter
It's no
idiot.
six and it's not out.
Oh, my God. Khalil being
fair,
a total clown again.
Khalil has taken the catch and he's thrown it back about 40 yards away from himself. So much so that Rohit gets a 2. Rohit doesn't get many 2s. Yeah, not ideal there. Wow.
Yeah, my WhatsApp just lit up with people that are also on Patharana, top wicket taker, and Sky man of the match. Like, how good would that have been? Yep, it would have been good if the man who caught the ball just held on to the ball rather than throwing it away. Or if he drops it, that would have been okay too.
I want to talk to you about something about this, and I'll probably make a video of it going forward. I think we've seen, this is a different kind of thing. I think we're much better with boundary catches in general now, as in the ones where you throw the ball back. You know, we saw the incredible one that Machel did before, right? So the saves and everything. The biggest issue is, oh wait, has he stood on the rope as he's done it? Oh no, Rob, if you steal this.
Well, I'm not certain I want it.
Yeah, that's true, because you've got bets in other directions. Yeah, I think he's hit the rope. Just touched the rope. It's so hard to tell. Umpire can't be sure. Third umpire can't be sure there, but I thought I saw a movement. And I've just seen the market change. I think the market thinks that's 6 now. Just having a look again. This might be a better angle from the other side.
It's mighty close. I can't say that he's touched the rope there.
So what I was going to say is, because we have so many balls now that are skied so much more, pardon the pun, right? And go up really high, you end up with more situations now where fielders are not just next to each other, but are running in a direction next to each other because the ball's gone so high. So in the old, when you and I played cricket, right? When the ball went up in the air, you might have a bunch of ring fielders, but no one's running to get it because the ball's just gone near us and we've gone to catch it. Whereas now what you have is a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket, both running in, or a long on and a mid wicket, right? So someone in the ring and someone outside the ring. You've got so many. There has to be a better system than calling in an an arena with 80,000 people screaming, right?
Totally agree. Hand up.
Yeah, you said hand up. I don't. But then you have to take the eye off the ball. It is 6. There you go.
Yeah.
So you didn't want that. You wanted the wicket. But you wouldn't have got the wicket from that review anyway.
I mean, we want Patharana to get rid of multiple people, but Rohit would have been lovely there. Never mind. You can't always have nice things. You can just keep
that might have done you for player of the match too.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it would have been perfect if... I mean, honestly, if people could just catch, it would save me a lot of blood pressure going up, I think. Just catching Sky so bad.
Sky is 45 off 24. He's going to hit 2 boundaries this over against Noor.
He's reasonably likely to get out to Noor because he's going to go. They're going to blast now, aren't they? All the way home.
What is it? What's the rate on over 3.5 runs a ball?
Per ball, yeah, good shout. Let's have a look. 4.3, that's good. Yeah.
First one, slog sweep for 4. So
yeah, good shout.
I've given you 1.
So just keep pumping the 4.3 all over if you can get it, because that's a good shout, Jarrod. Because it is too big. Simple as that.
He's either gonna try and hit a boundary, or be dismissed. Those are the 3 options that he has here.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Did he bring up his 50 with that one as well?
I thought it's 49.
No, it's 49. 49 of 25. Noor has bowled 1. It'd be interesting. If I'm Noor now, I bowl a very, very slow wrong-un because I just think Sky wants to come at him. He's bowled a really good ball instead, and he's probably going to get him back on strike with a 2. No, he's going to bring up his 50 with a single. Inside edge, down to fine leg. Noor has a word to Sky. The Ambanis are on camera again.
Any ball could be 6 or out from now on. They're going to fully go, aren't they?
146 for 1 after 14.2 overs. Rohit, 64 of 41. Sky, 50 of 26. I don't know if we can put a poll up, Rakshit, but I'd like to know what the group thinks of who should be man of the match if we went right here. Rohit, slog sweep, 4.
There's another one.
But yeah, I'd like if we can get a quick poll up. It'd be interesting to see who you would vote for in the that. But we've also got Roger says, since this game is basically over and we're talking gambling, Jarrod, what do you think about the chances for the Nuggets to win it all this season? So the Nuggets were favorite in that series against the Clippers, and then suddenly everyone convinced themselves that the Clippers were a slightly better team than they were. Is he going to go for this row hit? No, it goes for the single. Suddenly everyone did that. I think if the Nuggets can get past the Clippers, they are the best matchup for OKC in the West. And then it's just down to if they can then get past OKC, it's worth it. So I don't know what where are we? NBA title odds. I would assume, let's have a look here. So the Nuggets are 30-1. I think a big slug sweep from Sky. And that is another 6. That's what we wanted. You're equal on sixes now.
Jarrod, it's another over 3.5. Such a good spot, that.
Oh, so what have we got? Have we got 3 boundaries in this over?
Yeah, and maybe another one to come. So how far is Sky behind? Sky is 13 behind Riot. He can easily get this man of the match, Sky, if he keeps going. So we've won the sixes. We won one by most. And now we just need Sky to somehow overtake Riot. Either 6 this ball or the 1, please.
6 or 1. I think he'll go again.
He's gone boundary
3
one,
boundaries in
one.
this over.
It
should have been a wide.
Oh, he hit it. Sky, come on, man.
He should have been a wide, and he got his bat on it, and it went out to short third. So in that over, how much money did we make? If we put the bet on all 6 balls, as we suggested, we got 3 boundaries.
Yeah, you've done really well, that over.
Also, we're saying the audience says 75% for Rohit as player of the match, mate.
Go away, audience. Go and watch something else. You want to be on Sky.
Just get back to the Denver Nuggets. So the Denver Nuggets are 30-1, right? So they're basically the same odds. They're basically further out than the Knicks and the Clippers. The Knicks and the Clippers cannot win the championship. Minnesota Timberwolves are about 30-1. They cannot win the championship, right? So the Nuggets are the only team in that area of those sort of odds who have a realistic chance of actually winning the title. And the reason they have the realistic chance is that Oklahoma City Thunder are 7-4 to win the championship, as Patron comes in with a big wide first ball. So OKC is 7-4 to win the championship, and Boston Celtics are 15-8 to win the championship, right? So there's not a lot of value in those 2 bets. The 2 teams that those 2 both match up worse against are the Denver Nuggets. So if the Nuggets beat the Clippers, they play OKC next. Then they go into a probable matchup against, I'm trying to think who's in the other side of the conference, but be the Lakers and either Warriors or Houston. I think I've got that right, if I've got my maths right. Which they can definitely win those. Oh, there's a full toss down the leg side, and Rohit's hit this for 6, and there's no way Rob Barron's getting his money now.
Nope.
Oh, it's a big giver for 4.
Too.
They're trying to review it. Rohit went down to review it. Can you review? No ball. Oh, he has anyway. They're going to have a look at that.
It's 6, not 4.
Yeah, I thought he was reviewing the fact it was given for 4 originally, but I called it as a 6. Yeah, so just get back to that. If the Nuggets get through, I think they can beat one of the older teams if it comes to that. And then they're playing Boston, who they also match up against. There's a lot that needs to go right. But for a 30-1 shot, it's not a bad 30-1 shot, I would say. And then winning last night makes a big difference. We've already done that one. We've got a couple more super chats here. Siddharth says, have you watched any cricket-based Bollywood films? I don't really watch Bollywood films. I've seen bits of Lagan. One day I'll do a proper watch-along of Lagan on one of my channels, but I've never quite managed to do that yet.
I watched that Dhoni one on a plane.
Did you like it?
No. It was... It was just about watchable. You know, they're like biopic. It was just about watchable, but a lot of very silly nonsense in it. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what Indian guys thought about that, or Indian girls thought about that, because as a Westerner, it felt like I don't know. It wasn't so much a fan piece. It was just a bit weird. It didn't quite. They could have done more cricket. I think that's probably what I wanted out of it.
What a shock that you would have wanted more. Because they should have done more gambling. Says Rob. Audience poll down to 64% for Rowan as player of the match. Sky's not getting it now after that.
That is all Khalil's fault for throwing the ball over the rope instead of catching it, and it was off Patharana. It's very annoying. Patharana gets a wicket now, though. At least he's going to win top bowl, so there is still a tiny chance.
I've watched a film about Shahid Afridi, which is actually a Bollywood film, but Shahid Afridi is the star. I wouldn't say it's a cricket film. I haven't seen 1983 yet, which I do want to see, or 83 or whatever it's called. Eek keeps being desperate for that, but unfortunately Eek's also desperate for about 83 other movies, so pardon the pun.
But White Man Can't Jump on.
I haven't quite got to that point. Well, the discussion about Eek in movies is hilarious. This one is whipped away, but it's just going to single out the deep back. I swear. Just on cricket movies, my favorite cricket movie is Wondrous Oblivion. If you ever get a chance to watch that, I think it's a brilliant movie about cricket. It's about a young Jewish boy in London who gets a West Indian cricketer to move in next door. Nice. And it's not very famous. The whole movie used to be on YouTube for free, and they've taken it down recently, sadly. But if you can find it, it's called Wondrous Oblivion. It's a really well-made little independent film that happens to be about cricket. And if you're a cricket nerd, it is literally about you. And imagine some guy moved in next door. And it's got really cool stuff too.
Hey, he's quite famous, the main guy in it. Shot.
Yeah, Delroy Lindy. This one is hit over cover for 6 by Sky. Oh my, what a hit this is. It was full and wide outside off stump. And that 6 might have brought you back, Rob.
I think he probably needs to do a 4 and then a 6 to have any chance.
I don't know, mate, because his strike rate. What's his strike rate compared to Rohit?
More than 200.
Yeah, I think he gets this now. If they both end with the same strike rate from here, I think he'll go from there. Anyway, Patharana again, and this is a 6. Straight down the ground for another one. Is it gone over long off? It has gone over long off.
That's the ball game.
I don't even know if there was a long off, actually. And that is the end of the game. And I think now, with those 2 6s at the end, people are going to remember that. My daughter wants to play basketball outside our office, which might work bad, but she's also wearing a cape. So I apologize if there's any banging in the next little while. Oh, she just threw the ball into the window of my office. That's us done. We'll just wait for the people to come through, producers come through to tell us what the next steps is. And he says, do you rate Brevis? How would you incorporate him at CSK? They don't understand their personnel at all. Overton bowling power play is incredible. Early power play is incredible. Definitely. If anyone can come and remove this 4-year-old from my house, that would be awesome as well. I do rate Brevis. And I don't mind paying 2.2 crore for him. And I think he's a good pickup mid-season. So I'm very happy with that. Just to go through the bets, though. Are you waiting for man of the match over there? Is that why you've gone quiet?
Yeah, I think so. I think they should give it to him, but they won't, is what I feel like. Like, if you're looking at that scorecard and you go, should we give it to the guy that got 76 off 45 and got dropped? Or do we give it to the guy who got 68 off 30? Strike rate of 227 against 169. Close, isn't it?
Danish has said Bumrah should be man of the match just because he does it day in, day out. Doesn't mean it's easy to bowl 4 overs.
He didn't bowl well today. Bumrah's last over was horrible.
I don't think he bowled particularly well. He got the figures today, but I don't think he bowled particularly well. So if he bowled 2 for 25 and bowled like classic Bumrah, I would be much more on his case. I just didn't feel that that was the one. Rohit has come through. It says... should Rohit Sharma be bringing out the Talk Now Kimber note after Rohit Sharma is not a good IPL players videos? Jokes apart, love the channel and the content. Today's how I want him to bat all the time. I mean, that's the thing, isn't it, Rohit? Like, you're right. I mean, good on him for finally making some runs. I'm glad he didn't make them in the inning. This is actually almost perfect for my video, Rob, because what will happen is the first range of people that we watch the video were all Virat Kohli fans, and now the Rohit fans will come in to argue with the Virat Kohli fans on the comments. So there'll be a lot of that. But yeah, the general thing here is this is how we want Rohit Sharma to play. He broke open this chase It was high intent row hit. They have the batting order to do that. I don't see why we wouldn't see that more often.
Yeah, totally agree. Like we've always said it. We think Rohit's great at cricket. Don't get us wrong. But the one
that's what you said. You actually said he was shit just before, didn't you?
No, the one that's played the last few IPLs, nerdling it around at strike rate 120, is no good to anybody.
Yeah. I think he had one good IPL. It might have even been last year now, if I remember correctly.
No, it was no good last year.
Wasn't he?
No, he came back in the. Let's have a look.
It's fine. You have a look at this. Prudvi says, so me and my partner have a bet on if Sunrisers will finish in the bottom 3. What do you reckon? Ooh. So let me just I had the points table up a minute ago, which should now be updated. I think the big faller for me is still potentially Lucknow, because I think they've overperformed their talent so far.
He got 100 last year, Rohit. Sorry. Totally forgot about that. When did that happen?
In an IPL game.
He got 400 runs. He beat Tilak top bat for the tournament by 1 run.
Oh.
4-1-7, played 4-1-6. Don't remember that at all.
So looking at the points table, Rajasthan and CSK are going to finish in the bottom 3. I still think we will see better cricket from. I still think we'll see match-winning cricket from Chennai coming through. Sorry, not from Chennai, from Sunrisers coming through. So they can win some games. The issue is that Lucknow is 5-3. I can't see Sunrisers winning 6 games as it's currently being played. Can you?
I mean, Sunrisers can do anything with the side they've got. They can do anything. Like Chennai, to me, look like they could easily just throw the towel in now and lose out. So I think Chennai are going to finish in the bottom 3. Mumbai are now look like they might go the other way and start rocketing up the table. I mean, they're down there, aren't they? SRH. They've not been very good. They've only won 2 out of 7. And their net run rate is very bad. That's another thing to remember. They've got a bad net run rate. So if they're level on points with one of those teams like KKR or Rajasthan, or if Lucknow get dragged into it, unless they can thrash somebody, and obviously with their batting they can thrash somebody. They need to really whip their net run rate is minus 1.2, which is huge. Like that's a big deficit, because KKR have got a losing record and theirs is plus.
Well, here's my thing. You look at that. I think Mumbai and Kolkata are going to. I'm not saying they're both going to make it to the playoffs, but I think they're both going to have pretty good seasons now from here. As in, they could win 50% of their games from here on in, which may not be enough to make the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to sink. The only team I could see who could sink is Lucknow, but they have already won 5 out of 8. So I think Sunrisers have to finish in the bottom 3 unless they just go on a mad tear. Right? And I just don't see them about to go on a mad tear.
I mean, they might. Do you know what I mean? They might.
Have we had player of the match yet?
No, they've got to give the super legend hero of the day and the 4s and the brightest shoelaces and the Dhoni super fan of the day and all that stuff. There's plenty of awards to be given out yet, my friend, before we get to man of the match.
Okay, we're going to close up this live watch along. So if you want to know if Rob won his bet and how he feels about it, we will see that in the podcast in a moment's time. That will be on a different video feed. But thank you to everyone that has been here. If you've enjoyed, and I don't know why, you can't even see Rakim's face there. If you've enjoyed this show, firstly, obviously subscribe to Cricket8. If you're watching it on the Good Areas live channel, definitely come over to Cricket8 just to throw them a subscribe in future. They won't all be shown on Good Areas. The other thing that I would say is that on your way out, just throw us a like or a comment, because it helps us with the algorithm for the future. We want to keep doing those. At this stage, we will be back on next Sunday as well. That man over there is Rob Barron, one of the world's least trusted and least liked individuals, but very popular within the gambling community. I am Jarrod Kimber. I do lots of these sorts of things. We'll see you again very soon. And by that, I mean, we'll see you in about 2 to 3 minutes time on the other stream to do a quick podcast to have a look at this game. Remember to support us by subscribing and sharing, but also signing up at cricket8.com, where live scorecards cover 8,000 matches a year with advanced visual details that tell you who is actually in front in the game.